Chapter 2031. The food that Shunjili prepared for her was very good. It was all her favorite food. More importantly, it was no longer a fish. Ning Xiuma's eyes almost turned into a crescent moon. Xiuma had been eating fish for the past few days. Although the fish was very delicious, she was tired of eating it every day. Now, the table was full of all kinds of food. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. Great God, why don't you eat with me? Ning Xiuma pulled his sleeve again. Shunjili was helpless. In fact, he had already abstained from eating. He rarely ate. Even if he occasionally ate a little, it was just to taste something new. Now, looking at her watery eyes, he suddenly felt a little hungry and had the desire to eat. The two of them sat at the table and ate. The atmosphere was very harmonious. As Ning Xiuma ate, she thought of her son. How nice it would be if Nianma was here too. A family of 3 sitting together to eat. This should be the most common scene, but it seemed like an extravagant hope to her. She wondered how little Nianma was doing now. She had died in front of him 2 or 3 times. He should be mentally prepared and would not be too afraid. However, the premise was that the bastard Luo Jiuchen would not find trouble with him. However, based on Luo Jiuchen's character, once the prison was broken, he would definitely come out. She was not sure if the 8 mythological beasts could successfully steal her body and transport it back. If they were intercepted by Luo Jiuchen, she was afraid that her body would fall into his hands. She did not know what he would do by then. Initially, she was still smiling, but the smile disappeared as she ate. She frowned slightly. She picked up a piece of meat, but it fell back to the plate. A few drops of vegetable juice splashed on her face, but she did not seem to feel it. Shunjili quietly took a handkerchief and wiped the vegetable stains on her face. He asked calmly, "Little Nianma, what does he look like?" Ning Xiuma's eyes lit up. This was the first time that the master took the initiative to talk about his future son. She immediately said, "He is very smart, very beautiful, and very cute." She used the word special several times in a row, her tone full of pride as a mother. Shunjili looked at her sparkling eyes and said, "Then you draw him later and let me see." "Sure." Ning Xiuma agreed readily. She was an impatient person. She put down her chopsticks and wanted to take out a pen and paper to draw. Shunjili held her hand. "Why are you in such a hurry? Eat first." He saw that she didn't eat much. Ning Xiuma had no choice but to pick up her chopsticks again. She was anxious and couldn't help but wolf down her food. She almost choked on a piece of meat. Shunjili rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Don't eat ravenously. You have to chew slowly. It's good for your body's recovery." "My body is almost recovered." Ning Xiuma raised her face, her eyes lively. "Almighty, our son is really amazing. You or me, he looks a little like you. He is so handsome that no medicine can cure him. His personality is a little like mine." Ning Xiuma was exhilarated when talking about her son. So handsome that no medicine can cure him. Shunjili resisted the urge to correct her bad habit of using words. He looked at her with a half smile. "Like you in personality? Like to cry? Like to be spoiled?" Ning Xiuma was speechless. Could it be that little Nianma inherited her bad habit of crying? No. Since when did she like to cry? Most of her cries were fake. It was a trick. She rarely cried for real. Ning Xiuma felt that she was strong, so she raised her eyebrows. "I don't like to cry." Chapter 2032. Shunjili glanced at her and said slowly, "Who was the one crying last night?" Ning Xiuma touched her nose. Her crying last night was half real and half fake. If she hadn't cried last night, Shunjili would probably still be angry with her. "I don't usually cry." Ning Xiuma defended herself. It seems that you only like to cry in front of me. Then I'll feel a sense of accomplishment if I can make you cry." Shunjili was back to his usual sharp tongue. Ning Xiuma. She didn't know how she was when she was young, but she rarely cried after she grew up. She remembered that the few times she cried, it seemed to be because of Shunjili. In front of him, she unconsciously acted like a child who longed for him to protect her. She wanted to share her happiness with him, and she wanted to taste her sweetness with him. "How did you treat me last night?" Shunjili suddenly asked. "A secret technique. I just succeeded in researching it." Ning Xiuma answered casually. After answering, she raised her head and was a little surprised. How did you know that I treated you? She remembered that he was asleep at that time. I could feel it. Shen Jili looked at her. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. Ning Xiuma smiled again. That's right. I've done heart repair surgery before. I've treated many difficult and complicated diseases. Well, when you have time, let's compare notes. Let me see your true level. Sure. I guarantee that you'll see me in a new light. Ning Xiuma was full of confidence. Shen Jili liked to see her lively eyes and smiling face. Seeing her like this, even if he was in a bad mood, he would inexplicably feel better. Yes, he couldn't bear to part with her. He couldn't bear to let her leave. If she left again, it was hard to say if she could come back. If she couldn't come back, then he would have to be separated from her for 50,000 years. 50,000 years, what a long time. Originally, when he had no desires, he never felt that time was difficult to endure. Now that he thought about it, 50,000 years felt terrifyingly long. No way. He didn't want to be separated from her for so long. Perhaps he should consider transmigrating to 50,000 years later with her. Since she could travel back in time from 50,000 years in the future, he should be able to travel back in time as well, right? But what method should he use? While he was deep in thought, Ning Xiuma had already cleaned up the leftovers on the table. She was anxious to let him see his son, so she took out a pen and paper and began to draw. By the time Shen Jili came back to his senses, she had already drawn a rough outline of her son. If Shen Jili's painting skills claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Naturally, he could tell the quality of a person's painting. Ning Xiuma's painting skills were not high. She did not have the artistic conception of a real painter. But she paid attention to realism. The child's figure gradually appeared under her pen and looked very lifelike. That child's every frown and smile were so lifelike. This showed the importance of this child in her heart. Only a person who truly cared about someone could draw that person's body and spirit with just a few strokes. What appeared in the painting was a child who looked to be 1 or 2 years old. He had a pair of big watery eyes and a small mouth that was slightly pursed. It looked as if he could jump off the painting paper and roll on the ground. Shen Jili's heart skipped a beat. It was obviously the first time he saw this child, but there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he could hear his delicate voice calling out, "Lord Father." Chapter 2033. It was his first time seeing the child, but there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he could hear the child's tender voice calling out, "Father." It was as if he could hear the child crying softly, "Father, Niema wants mother." Although Shen Jili had heard about the child from Ning Xiuma many times, they had never met, so they did not have a deep relationship. Who would have special feelings for a child they heard about in the future? Not to mention Shen Jili, who had always been indifferent to others. However, when he saw the painting now, his heart was hit hard, as if he had really doted on the child. After Ning Xiuma finished the painting, she held it in front of him as if it was a treasure. "Master, look, this is our son. Isn't he very cute? In fact, he is 100 times cuter than my painting." She was very close to him, and the faint fragrance of her body went into his nose, making him have a desire to hug her again. "Master, such a cute child. You can't bear to let him disappear or be bullied for no reason, right?" Ning Xiuma began to lead the conversation in that direction. Shen Jili did not speak. He knew what Ning Xiuma meant. She was still anxious to go back to save her son. However, when he was studying the soul-locking spell, he did not think of solving it at all, so he did not leave a way out. Now that he thought about it, there was basically no solution. Even if he could figure it out, it was not something that could be done in a few days. Although Ning Xiuma did not dare to say a lot of things because of the heavenly law's warning, he had already deduced most of it from what he heard. In all likelihood, Luo Jiuchen took advantage of his absence to coerce the mother and son. After all, Shen Jili had been fighting with Luo Jiuchen for many years, so he was very clear about his kung fu. He was only a little weaker than him. Ning Xiuma and the 8 mythological beasts were no match for him, not to mention that she had little Nienma by her side. Presumably, she was in a terrible situation over there, and when she crossed over, it was the most dangerous time. Originally, compared to the era of Ning Xiuma, it was 50,000 years later. Then it shouldn't be too late for her to delay, but she was in such a hurry. It was obviously abnormal. She even mumbled the word time. Could it be that the time on both sides was actually synchronized? Although this conjecture was somewhat inconceivable and sounded unreasonable, a person who originally lived 50,000 years in the future suddenly came to 50,000 years in the past was also unreasonable. But it really happened. She even said that she would return after making the necessary arrangements. Judging from all these signs, the time on both sides was indeed synchronized. At least for Xiuma, it was synchronized. Shun Juli took the painting and gently stroked the brows and eyes of the boy in the painting with his fingertips. It was as if he could hear the boy's soft voice again, and something in his heart seemed to melt slightly. She is indeed cute. He made an objective evaluation and began to think about the next step. Xiuma had once said that Fantion Palace had a new master, which meant that Luo Jiuchen had already entered Fantion Palace. Before a secondary god obtained the qualification of the master god, there were many places in Fantion Palace that he could not enter without the permission of the master god. There were only a few places that he could live in. Xiuma especially hated the waterside pavilion, so it seemed that Luo Jiuchen was more likely to live in the waterside pavilion. Perhaps he could start from these places to protect his wife and son. Ning Xiuma had no idea what Shun Juli was thinking about. Her gaze fell on the painting as if she could see her son's cute little face. Chapter 2034. What was Niema doing now? 50,000 years later. Inside Mo Palace. All the demonic weapons were unsheathed, and their bows were strung. Everyone looked serious, and the atmosphere was tense. Outside Mo Palace, people from the celestial world, the human world, and the beast world had gathered and surrounded the entire palace. Your Majesty, Mo Palace is heavily guarded. The 8 mythological beasts have used an ancient secret technique to completely cover Mo Palace. Our people can't break in for the time being. A soldier rushed to report to the Celestial Emperor, who was personally supervising the battle. The Celestial Emperor's face was gloomy. Continue to attack. Do it at all costs. Yes, Your Majesty. The general who led the soldiers turned around to make arrangements. The Celestial Emperor looked at Mo Palace in front of him, which seemed to be shrouded in waves. He slowly clenched his fists. A day ago, the celestial prison in the celestial world was raided, and the prisoners were taken away by the people from the devil world overnight. When the Celestial Emperor received the news, the celestial prison was in a mess. The guards were killed, and the floor of the prison was almost stained with blood. After asking a survivor, the Celestial Emperor found out that General He Mu of the Devil World led the 8 mythological beasts to save their Devil Lord in the middle of the night. However, they found their Devil Lord dead in the celestial prison. The 8 mythological beasts went crazy. They could have left secretly, but they came out with the body of their Devil Lord. Although the celestial generals guarding the celestial prison were not weak, they were obviously no match for the 8 mythological beasts. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Wherever the 8 mythological beasts went, it was a bloody purgatory. The survivor did not survive because of his strong kung fu. The 8 mythological beasts deliberately asked him to spread the message to the Celestial Emperor and others. The 8 mythological beasts said, "If our Devil Lord can come back to life, it will be fine. If not, we will kill everyone in the 6 worlds to avenge her." After the survivor passed the message to the Celestial Emperor, the Celestial Emperor was so angry that his face turned green. His sister's death had not been properly resolved, and now there was a new death. Yes, he did not have a deep relationship with his sister, but her death was a great humiliation to him as the Celestial Emperor. Celestial Dharch immediately contacted Luo Jiuchen, who was far away in Fantion Palace. He didn't expect that the voice transmission talisman would connect at first, but the voice transmission talisman was extremely noisy, and he couldn't hear what the other party was saying. Later on, he simply couldn't get through. The Celestial Dharch tried to contact him several times, but to no avail. He knew that he could not count on him for the time being. Fortunately, The Celestial Emperor knew a little about the martial arts of the devils in Mo Palace. Their overall combat level was not as good as that of the Celestial World. As long as the Devil Lord did not wake up, the soldiers of the Celestial World would be able to beat the crap out of those devils in Mo Palace. The Devil Lord had snatched the Devil Realm's territory from the Immortal Realm, and the Celestial Emperor had always wanted to snatch it back. If the Devil Lord was still alive, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. But didn't the Devil Lord die in the heavenly prison? Since the Devil Lord was already dead, the Mo Palace was like a group of dragons without a leader. They were nothing more than a pile of loose sand. He could take advantage of this opportunity to reclaim his lost territory. The only thing that troubled him was the 8 divine beasts. One divine beast could fight against 100,000 celestial soldiers, let alone 8 of them. Thus, the Celestial Emperor thought for a while and contacted the kings of the beast realm and the human realm. These 2 realms did not get along well with the devil realm, and at this time, they also wanted to share the pie. Moreover, the 8 divine beasts breaking into the heavenly prison gave them a very good reason to send troops. Thus, the 3 realms jointly sent troops and aggressively came to Mo Palace to demand an explanation. They said that they wanted an explanation, but in fact, they were attacking. Chapter 2035. They claimed to be asking for an explanation, but in fact, they were attacking. Although Mo Palace was big enough, there were not enough devils in it. The Celestial Emperor thought it would be easy to attack Mo Palace, but he did not expect that the 8 mythological beasts would use magic to protect the entire Mo Palace. The outside of Mo Palace seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Countless powerful immortals used all kinds of methods to break it, but they could not even make a crack. This scene was very similar to the time when Phanteon Palace was sealed. No one could break in. The Celestial Emperor, the Human Emperor, and the Beast King had each sent their most powerful subordinates, but it was still in vain. During this period, the Celestial Emperor used the directed audio spell to contact Luo Jiuchen several times, but he still could not reach him. He did not know where the future master of heaven and earth had gone. Otherwise, with Luo Jiuchen's ability, it would be easy for him to break in. In Mo Palace, Ning Shuama's body was placed in the side hall where Shun Julie used to live. Mother, little Nianma, moved a stool to sit in front of the bed. His little hand held Ning Shuama's hand, and he felt a little uneasy. Although this was not the first time his mother was in such a situation, and his mother had even told him that if this happened again, he should obediently guard her body. As long as her body was not destroyed, she would be able to come back. However, little Nianma intuitively felt that his mother's coma this time was different from the previous times. Although his mother was not breathing and heartbeat before, her hands and skin were slightly warm. It was not as cold as this time. The coldness was like that of a dead person. Every time little Nianma held her hand, he could not help but shiver. He desperately used his little hand to warm her hand, trying to warm her hand. Mother, will you come back? You won't leave me, right? Nianma now had a certain level of power. When he used his power, even if he held a piece of ice in his hand, it could melt in an instant. Therefore, when he held Ning Shuama's hand, it became warm. However, when he let go for a moment, her hand became cold again. This made Shin Yima very uncertain. The most important thing was that his mother had died in the prison. When she was brought back, there was blood all over her body. Especially her wrists, a layer of skin had been scraped off by the iron chains. It looked like a bloody mess, which frightened him. Little Nianma used to apply the best ointment that his father had given him on his mother. When she was unconscious, the wounds on her body would slowly recover after applying the ointment. But this time, the medicine had been applied for a day, but her wound was still the same. Not only did it not show any signs of improvement, the color had even turned black. It looked even more shocking. Mother's sleep this time was really different. It was as if he was really dead. As time went by, little Nianma became more and more anxious. He thought for a moment, then ran out of the hall and rushed into the flower bed to look for the little lotus. His mother had said that this little lotus would be a miracle. When it blossoms, it might bring about a miracle. He did not want any miracle now. He only wanted his mother to wake up. Even if it was just to open her eyes and look at him, he wanted to know that she could still be alive. Before his mother left, she had asked him to give a drop of blood to the little lotus every day. He had done it. The little lotus looked quite reassuring. It would grow a little bit almost every day. In the past few days, it had already grown an inch above the ground. Chapter 2036. Shin Yinma used to feed it and talk to it every day. However, ever since his mother was rescued, he had been so focused on his mother that he did not drop his blood on Little He for 2 days. Little Nyenma quickly found Little He, and his heart skipped a beat. It had only been 2 days, but the Little He had not seen it for a long time. The 5 small leaves were drooping and yellowed. It was only half an inch tall. It looked like it was going to die at any time. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow it away. It was the first time Shun Nyenma saw Little He with such symptoms. He was shocked. While blaming himself for his negligence, he quickly dropped a drop of blood on the Little He. Originally, after he dripped a drop of blood on her, Xiao He would immediately swallow the blood. Soon, she would be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. Her leaves would be so tender that water would be squeezed out. However, it did not work this time. The Little He was still dying. The blood was not absorbed by the leaves at all. Instead, it slowly slid to the ground. Shin Nyenma was stunned. He knew better than anyone else how much his mother treasured Little He. If Little He died like this, his mother would be heartbroken when she woke up and saw it. His mother had not woken up yet, and Little He was going to die. Shin Nyenma was helpless when he saw Little He. He could not help but drop a few more drops of blood on Little He, but it did not work at all. Shin Nyenma wanted to come to Little He for a miracle, but he was shocked. He squatted there and did not know what to do. After thinking for a while, he stood up and ran back to the house. "Mother, your most precious Little He is dying. Can you get up and take a look at it?" Nyenma is scared. Little Nyenma rushed to the bed and held Ning Shuama's hand. He begged with tears in his eyes. The person on the bed did not respond, and her hand was even colder. Shin Nyenma held her hand as if he was holding an ice cube. He stared blankly for a moment before he hurriedly circulated his qi to warm her up. But in the process of circulating his qi, he discovered something even more terrifying. His mother's arm was a little stiff. His little heart almost jumped out of his chest. This had never happened before. Only the body of a dead person would slowly stiffen. It was an illusion. It must be an illusion. Little Nyenma panicked and quickly moved her wrist and elbow joints. Little Nyenma's eyes were already filled with tears when he tried to move his elbow. It wasn't an illusion. His mother's elbow was really stiff, and he was having a hard time shaking it. "Mother! Wah! Mother, don't scare me. Mother, you have to warm up, don't be so cold." He covered Ning Shuama with 3 to 4 layers of thick quilts. Then he snuggled into her arms and said, "Mother, don't leave Nyenma behind. He is waiting for you to come back." His tears soaked Ning Shuama's clothes. His whole body clung to her like an octopus, tried to warm her with his body temperature. Another burst of battle cries came from outside, and the barrier jointly set up by the 8 mythological beasts shook slightly under the impact of countless magical weapons. Little Nyenma could also feel the tremors in the depths of the palace. His eyes were red. Those bastards. Even after killing his mother, he still wouldn't give up. He even came to Mo Palace to bully him. He was going to fight it out with them. He jumped out of the bed and ran outside. His short legs were strong, and he was the son of the Devil King. None of the ordinary subordinates in Mo Palace dared to stop him. They watched him run in the direction of the gate. Chapter 2037. Fortunately, he was stopped by General Manager He Mu at the gate. "Young master, where are you going?" "I'm going to fight with them. I want them to compensate my parents." Little Nyenma's whole body was trembling. General Manager He Mu's expression changed slightly. "The Devil Master is not back yet?" General Manager He Mu knew about Ning Shuama's soul leaving her body. Therefore, he still had a lot of hope that the Devil Master would wake up in time when Ning Shuama was rescued. As long as the Devil Master woke up, this crisis could be resolved. Now that the 3 realms were attacking fiercely, The wizardry barrier outside the M.O. Palace seemed to be unbreakable, but it would not last long. The 8 mythological beasts could not hold on any longer. Even if the 8 mythological beasts could hold on and prevent all the enemies from attacking, there were so many people in the M.O. Palace. They needed to eat, and there was not much food left in the M.O. Palace. At most, they could only last for 4 or 5 more days. They were besieged and could not go out to buy food. Once they ran out of food, the entire M.O. Palace would collapse. At that time, M.O. Palace's power would truly be gone. It was not a big deal to lose their territory, but the entire Devil Kingdom would be in a bloodbath. It could be said that the Devil Master's life was now related to the rise and fall of the entire Devil Kingdom. General Manager Himu could not help but be nervous. He pulled little Nianma to a quiet place and carefully asked about the specific situation of the Devil Master. He then personally went to the side hall to take a look and frowned. It seemed that he had to prepare for the worst. The M.O. Palace could be abandoned, and all the devils in the M.O. Palace could fight to the death, but the Devil Master's bloodline must be preserved. If the Devil Master could not be resurrected, then the Devil Master's son was the key to the entire Devil Kingdom's prosperity. Young Master, you must not be impulsive at this time. Where there is life, there is hope. You should go back and guard the Devil Master. Maybe the Devil Master has always been able to create miracles. Maybe she can wake up. As long as she wakes up, we will be saved, General Manager Himu said to little Nianma. How can they be so shameless? They killed my mother and still dare to attack us. Little Nianma clenched his fists tightly. Father and mother have done so much to protect the 6 realms. They even sacrificed their lives. Shouldn't they be grateful? Head Steward Himu sighed. In this world, everything was either black or white. Once a conflict of interest was involved, who would care whether or not you were indebted? It was the same between nations and the 6 realms. The principle was too profound for head butler Himu to explain to little Nianma at the moment. He could only wait for little Nianma to understand it on his own when he grew up. General Manager Himu comforted little Nianma and asked him to continue to guard the great devil's body. Himu himself walked out with large strides. He needed to make proper arrangements and plans. As a last resort, he would arrange for the 8 mythological beasts to escort little Nianma out of M.O. Palace and find a safe place to hide. He would then fight with the devils to buy time for the young master to escape. He raised his head to look at the sky. The sun had already set in the west. The sky was slightly red, and the clouds spread out in the sky like blood. Was this a sign of a huge battle? Mother! A mournful cry sounded in her ears, causing Ning Xiaoma to suddenly shiver. Be careful! Shunjili grabbed her, who almost stepped into the trap. What happened to you? Ning Xiaoma's face was slightly pale. I think I heard little Nianma calling me. Her heart was as tense as if it was scalded. Chapter 2038. After breakfast this morning, Shunjili took her out to set up the array in Fantion Palace. All the passages leading to the waterside pavilion were set up, and each array was different. Because Ning Xiaoma was also quite proficient in arrays and had some strange ideas, she helped Shunjili from time to time. Almost all the arrays were the crystallization of their wisdom. Ning Xiaoma was quite cheerful at the beginning, but later, she didn't know why she was distracted from time to time. Just now, she almost stepped in her own trap. Shunjili hugged her in his arms. Xiaoma, you miss him too much. Maybe, but she was panicking. As time went by, her heart became more and more panicked. She opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Shunjili said first, "This afternoon, I will start to study how to solve the soul-locking spell. I will try to send you back." He made a promise to her. Ning Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he would keep his promise. She was still worried about his health. What about your injuries? This morning, after eating breakfast, Ning Xiaoma originally wanted to treat his injuries, but was dragged out by him without any explanation to set up a trap. She didn't know who he wanted to trap. Shunjili shook his head slightly. It's okay. After his injuries were mostly healed, most of his power was restored. Naturally, it was much faster for him to heal himself. In addition, with the medicine he made himself, his injuries were much better in the morning. He was basically fine. Ning Xiuma knew that he was the kind of person who liked to bear pain alone, so she didn't ask him again. Instead, she directly picked up his wrist and felt his pulse. Shun Juli let her hold his hand, and there was a glimmer in his eyes. Ning Xiuma finally put down his hand and sighed. God is really a god. His recovery ability is also extraordinary. If she suffered an injury like his, she would probably have to lie in bed for a few days. If he was willing to go into seclusion to research how to break the soul-locking curse, then he would have succeeded halfway. Yes, she was indeed very anxious. She couldn't wait to transmigrate back. However, things had already developed to this point. There was no point in being anxious. She could only wait. During this period of time, when he was in seclusion, she also happened to cultivate her medicinal skills. She found that her cultivation here was also very useful. If he could cultivate his alchemy skills to level 9 during this period of time, that would be even better. By the way, Guru, who is this mechanism targeting? Now that there were only the two of them in the palace, no one else could enter. Ning Xiuma felt that it was unnecessary for the Almighty to set up so many traps in her house. Shun Juli had just finished setting up another mechanism. His voice was faint as he said, "Didn't you say that this Fanteon Palace would be occupied by others one day? I'll add some ingredients in advance." Ning Xiuma recalled the scenery she saw in Mo Palace 50,000 years later. It seemed that there were no such mechanisms. Could it be that the Almighty was going to tear it down again? Oh no. Ever since she transmigrated, this space-time seemed to be a bit strange. The flow of time on both sides seemed to be the same. In other words, however many days she stayed here, the same amount of time would pass on the other side. If the time on both sides was synchronized, then the person living in Fanteon Palace on the other side was Luo Jiuchen. Was the Almighty setting up a trap for Luo Jiuchen? She silently calculated the time and was suddenly shocked. When she and Shun Juli were renovating the waterside pavilion, it should be early in the morning on the other side. Chapter 2039. When she and Shun Juli were renovating the waterside pavilion, it should be early in the morning there. If there was no accident, Luo Jiuchen should be resting in the waterside pavilion. Then he fell asleep in the middle of the night and was doused with a few buckets of cold water. Then he fell into the array. Ning Xiuma knew a thing or two about the array that Shun Juli had set up. She knew that it was definitely unpredictable. If Shun Juli hadn't explained it to her in advance, it would have taken her a whole day to break out, even if she was an expert in arrays. How much did Luo Jiuchen know about arrays? Ning Xiuma talked about Luo Jiuchen with Shun Juli while setting up arrays with him. She wanted to know more about him. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. From Shun Juli, she learned some of Luo Jiuchen's weaknesses. For example, he was fond of wine and was suspicious. He wasn't good at arrays. However, because he had fought with Shun Juli many times, Shun Juli didn't want to fight with him. When Luo Jiuchen kept pestering him, he used arrays to trap him for a while. In this way, Luo Jiuchen's attainments in arrays were remarkable. Ning Xiuma pondered for a moment and finally understood why the Almighty wanted her to set up arrays with him. Luo Jiuchen was already familiar with Shun Juli's array style, so it was easier for him to break it. However, he wasn't familiar with hers. Once she added in her array style, it would take Luo Jiuchen twice or several times longer to break out. Understanding this, Ning Xiuma put more effort into setting up arrays. She wanted to set up a large array in the whole Fanteon Palace so that Luo Jiuchen couldn't escape. Even if he escaped, he wouldn't want to go back to Fanteon Palace. Shun Juli told her that there were many places that didn't need to be set up because Luo Jiuchen wasn't qualified to enter at all. The cooperation between the two went very smoothly this time. Shun Juli really didn't expect that she would be so proficient in arrays. He couldn't help but sigh. Xiuma, what have you experienced in the past 50,000 years? Ning Xiuma's eyes flashed, and she smiled. You can just take it that I've been reborn. No one could not change the hardships of 3 lifetimes. Shun Juli raised his hand and rubbed her hair. I like your change. He looked at the sky with a hint of longing in his eyes. Perhaps I should follow you to your world to take a look. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She was naturally very willing to take him back, but was it that easy? In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the two of them did their own things. Shunjuli went to study spells, while Ning Xiuma locked herself in the medicine refining room to refine medicine. The two of them didn't meet for the past 3 days, because the thing Shunjuli wanted to research this time was very high-end. He had to concentrate all his energy and could not allow any external interference. It was almost like he was in seclusion. He even turned off the voice-transmitting spell to communicate with the outside world. Ning Xiuma was also eager to improve her refining level, so she almost didn't leave the medicine refining room for the past 3 days. She had almost recovered her power, so it didn't matter that she didn't need to eat, so she was more focused. When a person was concentrating on something, time would pass very quickly. A faint blue light flashed in the medicine refining furnace, and the lid opened automatically. There was a furnace of medicine lying inside. Several pills flickering with green light entered Ning Xiuma's line of sight. 9th grade medicine. Ning Xiuma's hands trembled slightly. She made it. She had refined the 9th grade medicine that only 9th grade alchemists could refine. She didn't care that her hands were hot. She took out the pills and ran out, eager to share this joy with the Almighty. Chapter 2040. Bang! She bumped her head into someone. One of them held her up. Why are you so careless? She rubbed her sore nose and looked up. Great God! This was really a case of speaking of the devil. She smiled and showed him the pill in her hand, as if she was presenting a treasure. Come, take a look. What is this? Shunjili looked at the pill rolling in her palm and then looked at her dusty little face. He raised his hand and wiped the dust off her face with his sleeve. Xiuma is really the best. You can actually refine a 9th grade medicine so quickly. Ning Xiuma was immensely proud of herself. Of course, I'm the devil master. Naturally, I'm the smartest. Shunjili took advantage of the opportunity to grab her waist and walk out with her. Let's go and get some fresh air. Look at you. You're like a little devil. The lake rippled slightly, and the lake water gently lapped against the shore. Above the lake, there was a colorful light that changed. It was magnificent. On the grassy ground beside the lake, there were several pots lined up in a row. Shunjili had caught a fish at some point and started to make an all-fish feast. Ning Xiuma wanted to help him as well. However, Shunjili asked her to sit down on a stone bench and wait for the food to start. Ning Xiuma was the type of person who would only get busier the more she tried to help him. Shunjili always did things smoothly and elegantly. He could even make a meal full of immortality. He was probably the only one in the world who could do this. Ning Xiuma felt that Shunjili seemed to have something on his mind. He looked a bit like he was making a last supper. Hey, this sentence was so inauspicious. Ning Xiuma automatically dismissed this thought. The all-fish feast that Shunjili made was very sumptuous. Ning Xiuma ate very contentedly. She actually wanted to ask the great god how his research on the soul unlocking curse was going. She didn't know why she didn't want to ask. If she asked, it would be like rushing him. It was better not to ask. He would naturally tell her if he managed to figure it out. To be honest, Ning Xiuma seemed to have heard little Nianma's cries a few times during the 3 days when she was exhausted. The cries were getting louder and louder each time. In the end, it sounded like he was crying out loud. It made her heart feel as if it had been fiercely grasped, and she was startled with cold sweat all over her body. This time, the fish was exceptionally delicious, but Shunjili didn't eat much. He only picked up a few pieces to accompany her. Although the two of them were both in the Fantion Palace, they hadn't seen each other for 3 days. Now that they were reunited, they couldn't help but sit together. They were originally sitting side by side, but as they sat there, Ning Xiuma was unknowingly held in his arms. Her petite body fit perfectly in his embrace. Ning Xiuma felt that the Almighty was especially homely and warm today. Yes, it was warmth. When she sat in his arms, Ning Xiuma only felt a warm current gently rippling in her heart. In her heart, she actually had the idea to stay and accompany him forever. If she traveled back in time, she was afraid that she would have to face a bloody storm. She was doing all kinds of efforts for the return of Shunjili over there. However, after all, she was not 100% sure that she would succeed. What if the great god over there couldn't be reborn? Her life was still a bleak one. But if she didn't go back, what about little Nianmao? All right, until now, the memory of her 2 lives had not disappeared. Did it mean that history had not changed? It had been more than 20 days since the substitute was sent to the Devil Kingdom to suffer. According to Mother Earth, little Xiuama should have already become a devil at this moment. She should have begun to kill in the Devil Kingdom. Perhaps she had already killed her way to the underworld. Chapter 2041. However, it was the substitute who was suffering now. She shouldn't have the ability to kill everyone, right? Almighty, what did you make of the substitute? Does she have a soul and can feel pain? Ning Xiuama finally asked the question that she had neglected for a long time. Shunjili paused and looked at her. Why do you ask this? He had been with Ning Xiuama for the past few days and was constantly bothered by her questions. He had almost forgotten about that woman. At that time, in order to punish Miao Fan for scheming against Xiuama, he simply used a very special spell to turn her into Xiuama's appearance. No matter what method she used, she couldn't recover within a month. If Xiuama had to bear any punishment because of this, let this woman bear it. He also knew that Luo Jiuchen wanted to use Xiuama to get Xiuama, so when it was really critical, Luo Jiuchen would save her. He wouldn't let her suffer any irreparable losses. Even if Luo Jiuchen found that he had been schemed against, he wouldn't do anything to Miao Fan. After all, they were partners, so let them swallow the bitter fruit themselves. Those who dared to scheme against his people had to pay the corresponding price. At the moment when the truth was revealed, he believed that the expressions of those 2 people would be very wonderful. Because he had roughly guessed the consequences, Shunjili didn't take this matter to heart. Now that Ning Xiuama mentioned it, he remembered. This matter had already passed, and he didn't want to mention it again, so he vaguely responded and changed the topic. Because he finally mentioned a topic that interested Ning Xiuama the most. Xiuama, I have studied the soul unlocking spell. Sure enough, this topic successfully attracted Ning Xiuama's full attention. Her eyes immediately brightened. Really? Then, quickly, Shunjili pressed a finger on her lips, and his eyes were deep. Stay with me for a while. Ning Xiuama immediately understood what he meant. He was reluctant to part with her and wanted to keep her for a while. No wonder he would make this all-fish feast. Ning Xiuama knew that as long as Shunjili removed the soul-locking curse for her, she would be able to leave at any time. After leaving this time, he didn't know when he would be able to transmigrate back. He also didn't know if they would have the chance to meet again. She looked up at the side of his face and saw that his face was slightly pale. Although his eyes were not bloodshot, she could see that he was tired. In these 3 days, he probably didn't rest at all, right? Her heart was filled with soft emotions. She raised her hand to hug his neck and gently kissed his chin. Okay, Almighty, after I go back this time, I'll settle our son properly. I'll try to come back again. I won't be away for too long. Ning Xiuama promised in his arms. Shunjili smiled. All right, I'll wait for you. Do you want me to play a song to send you off? Ning Xiuama's eyes lit up. Sure. She was in high spirits. I could dance too. Do you want me to dance a song for you to see? I couldn't ask for more. Shunjili chuckled. Let me see how many skills you have that I don't know. I have a lot of skills. They're the type of treasures that you can't dig out. You'll know later. Ning Xiuama was proud. Shunjili took out a guqin from nowhere. He casually plucked the strings. Then I'll wait and see. What song do you want to dance? Ning Xiuama thought for a while. Pipa? Chapter 2042. Shunjili expressed that he had never heard of it. Finally, the omnipotent Almighty was stumped for once. Ning Xiuama patted his shoulder and gestured for him to get up. I'll show you once. Shunjili raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, he made way for her. Ning Xiuama began to play. It was Yang Jiao's famous song, Pipa's Song. It was a little sad, a little vicissitudes, and had a faint ancient atmosphere. After the song ended, Ning Xiuama looked up at Shunjili. Almighty, how was my performance? Shunjili nodded slightly. The song was good, and the performance was good too. It would be even better if you could add lyrics. It was really not easy to get a compliment from the Almighty. Ning Shuama smiled and said, "There are lyrics. Why dance later? I'll sing it for you." She couldn't wait to show all her talents in front of him. "By the way, Almighty, I played it once. Do you remember it? Do you want me to play it again?" Shun Julie picked her up and sat in front of the guqin. He played the guqin with one hand. A string of notes flowed from his fingertips. He played the song that Ning Shuama had just played. It was not bad at all. The Almighty was indeed the Almighty. He really had some skills. Ning Shuama was finally relieved. She kissed him on the cheek. "Perform well." Just as she was about to get up, she was wrapped in his arms. Then her whole body fell into his arms. His handsome face pressed down, and he gave her a solid kiss. After a while, the two separated. Ning Shuama was panting. Shun Julie said slowly, "That's a good performance." Ning Shuama stared at him, but her eyes were watery and her lips were red. Shun Julie's eyes deepened. He touched her lips gently with his finger. "Are you still not satisfied? Then, how about something more substantial?" Ning Shuama blushed. She naturally understood what Shun Julie meant by more realistic. She quickly jumped up and said, "I won't play with you anymore. Let's play the zither. If you play well, this lady will reward you." Shun Julie's lips curled up slightly. He would definitely get his reward back. Rosy clouds slowly spread across the horizon, and the clouds looked like they were inlaid with gold. Ning Shuama stood there in a red dress. The style of the red dress was rather strange. It had narrow sleeves and a wide skirt. She was barefoot, and there were silver bells jingling on her ankles. She was elegant and sexy, but also seductive. She held the peep in her arms and tilted her head to look at him. "Guru, do I look good?" Her appearance was obviously pure, but her movements were enchanting to the bone. The two types of charm, strangely combined on her body, had a special impact that made Shun Julie's mind tremble. He leisurely smiled and said, "Beautiful. Which one of the people that I like is ugly?" Ning Shuama smiled. She was actually not a vain person, and she did not care about how others looked at her. However, when she was in front of him, she could not help but act like a little girl. She just wanted to hear his praise. Her heart bloomed when she heard his praise. The sound of the zither rang out, and a string of notes flowed in the air. Ning Shuama began to dance to the sound of the zither, and at the same time, she played the pipa. Her posture was as soft as cotton, but every movement was full of rhythm. As the music rose and fell, she was like a fire phoenix dancing there. After passing through the door, she began to sing. "The night is hazy, the palace walls are full of moonlight, the strings are broken, take care with tears in my eyes." The sound of singing, the sound of a zither, and the pipa combined organically to form a moving melody that reverberated on the grass. Her voice was like the sound of nature, and her posture was like flying. Chapter 2043. Shun Julie had seen countless songs and dances in his life, but he felt that none of them could compare to hers. What shocked him even more was that he vaguely felt that he had seen her dance somewhere before. It made him feel as if a string had been plucked in his heart. It was slightly sour and painful. When he was slightly distracted, he almost played a wrong note. She looked over in surprise, and her eyes were like water waves. Shun Julie came back to his senses. He gently plucked the strings with his fingertips, and the notes flowed out again. This time, there seemed to be light flowing out of his guqin, and the notes seemed to be able to go straight into the depths of the listener's heart. Ning Shuama was completely immersed in it. Her body seemed to be flying, and at the same time, she played the people louder, hoping to be more harmonious with him. It was unknown where the petals came from, but they fluttered around Ning Shuama's body as she danced. Finally, the song ended, but the sound was still lingering in the air. Ning Shuama stopped dancing, but the petals still revolved around her reluctantly. There was a little sweat on her forehead, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. She smiled and looked at Shun Julie, who was sitting not far away, and asked, "How was it?" Shun Julie waved at her. She ran over and twirled in front of him again. "Wasn't it very pleasing to the eye?" Shun Julie did not answer. Instead, he waved his sleeves and directly picked her up. In her low voice, he put her down on the soft cushion made of countless petals. His magnetic voice sounded in her ear. Very good. I think I can take back my reward. It was a hearty pleasure. When Ning Xiuma climbed up to the top of him, it was as if she saw a starry heaven. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them finally parted reluctantly. The sky was filled with stars like chess pieces, which decorated the blue sky. Ning Xiuma sat in his arms, leaning on his chest, and looked at the stars with him. The feeling of snuggling up to him made people yearn for him. Ning Xiuma knew that she should leave, but she was reluctant to do so. When you love someone, you want to be with them all the time. Even if they were separated for a short period of time, it would feel like forever. If she could bring little Nianma here, she would rather not go back. She didn't care about her past life or who was the master of the world. She just wanted to be with him forever and ever. No matter how reluctant he was to part with her, they still had to part. Shen Juli held her hand and said, "You must come back." Ning Xiuma nodded. She would come back. He would definitely come back. She wanted to respond, but her throat seemed to be choked. It was sour and astringent, and she couldn't speak. Shen Juli closed his eyes slightly and sighed. "Xiuma, I'll wait for you." He focused his mind, and spots of white light appeared on his fingertips and fell on Ning Xiuma's body. A moment later, Ning Xiuma shivered. Her body suddenly became lighter, as if something had escaped. She opened her eyes and found that she was floating in the air. Below her, the person in Shen Juli's arms was quickly shrinking. Her body had returned to the size of a 12 or 13 years old. Ning Xiuma's heart raced, and her eyes widened in surprise. This time, she successfully escaped from the body of little Xiuma. But why did she not go back? Why? Previously, when she left her body, she would go back immediately. Was it because she didn't say the forbidden language just now? Did she not trigger the mechanism to go back? Ning Xiuma almost cried. She made up her mind and rushed down again. She wanted to possess little Xiuma's body again, so that she could communicate with the Almighty in the forbidden language. Chapter 2044. However, just as her body was about to hit little Xiuma's body, she was stopped by an invisible wall. She did not succeed in possessing her body. Instead, she was bounced away. What happened? Why did little Xiuma have a protective enchantment around her body? It seemed like the enchantment was targeted at her. Little Xiuma's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes. When she saw the person who was holding her, her eyes lit up instantly. Jolie. Her voice was crisp and tender, like a string of silver bells ringing. Shen Juli looked at her with a complicated gaze. He put her down and rubbed her head. "You're awake?" Little Xiuma blinked her eyes. "Jolie, you saved me, right? I'm not very good at swimming." "All right. Why did you jump into the lake to wash the fish?" Her memory was still stuck in the scene where she drowned in order to save Shen Juli, who had fallen into the water. Shen Juli looked up at the sky, as if he was looking for something, but also as if he had just lost something. Little Xiuma pulled his sleeve. "Juli, what's wrong with you? What are you looking for?" Shen Juli shook his head slightly. "Nothing." Ning Xiuma desperately swayed in front of him. "Guru, I haven't gone back yet. Try to let me possess your body again." However, Shen Juli could not hear what she said at all. Naturally, he could not see her disheveled figure in the wind. Ning Xiuma anxiously walked in circles in the air. The feeling of not being able to possess a body and not being able to go back was really terrible. She was desperately trying to think of a way when a few big words flashed in her mind. The heavenly axiom is not to be trifled with. Those few big words were shining in her mind, and there were thousands of auspicious auras. Ning Xiuma's fingers suddenly tightened. The heavenly axiom. When the heavenly axiom gave her a warning, the words that appeared in her mind were the same. Even the size of the words were the same. Damn, so this was the heavenly axiom's revenge. So ruthless. So ruthless. How ruthless. It was no wonder that there was no more movement after the rain had passed. She thought that the heavenly axiom's revenge had a time limit, but she did not expect it to be waiting for her here. She lowered her eyes and did not react for a moment. Those who insult the heavenly Tao must be punished. A line of words appeared in his mind again, filled with a sense of complacency. The heavenly Tao is fair, and people must respect it. The heavens are unfair, so people must stay away from it. Ning Shuima faintly replied. She did not go berserk because of this, because she knew that it was useless to go berserk at this moment. Only by calming down could she find a way to get out of this predicament. The heavenly axiom in Ning Shuima's mind probably didn't expect her to be so calm. For a while, it didn't flood Ning Shuima's mind. Ning Shuima lowered her eyes to look at the white stone on the peak. Just now, when the word heavenly law flashed in her mind, her soul had already arrived at the peak and faced the stone. The corners of Ning Shuima's lips curled up slightly. The heavenly Tao should be impartial. It is the heavenly Tao that embraces all things and treats the world well. What's the point of bickering with a girl? The rock was speechless. It did not expect this girl to still refuse to give in at this time. After a while, it flooded Ning Shuima's mind again. The heavenly Tao only protects the safety of the 6 realms. The 4 seas must respect it. You have insulted the heavenly Tao, so you must be punished. Okay, I accept the punishment. Ning Shuima was also straightforward. How do I punish you? Loudly admit your mistakes to me and kowtow 3 times. This is the condition for you to send me back to my original world? This is only the condition for me to forgive you. Ning Shuima was silent for a moment, then slowly said, since it is the heavenly Tao, it will not lie. You can actually send me back, right? Chapter 2045. Heavenly Tao, Ning Shuima smirked. I'm a variable in your world, right? Heavenly Tao, if you admit your mistake, I'll think of a way. In other words, it had no other choice now. I'll admit my mistake when you think of a way. Ning Shuima floated down and didn't look at the heavenly Tao stone again. It was a pity that the heavenly Tao stone was just a stone. Otherwise, it would definitely fly into a rage behind Ning Shuima. The runes on its body spun like crazy, showing how high its rage points were. It was clearly the supreme being, so why couldn't anyone show it any true respect? The guardian was like this, and this strange little girl was also like this. The heavenly Tao stone was so angry. The symbols on its body suddenly paused as it thought of an extremely important question. The heavenly Tao stone looked like an extremely badass stone that controlled all living beings in the 6 realms. It could be said to be a supreme being, but the only one who could communicate with it was the guardian. No matter how powerful other people were, they couldn't get a single word from it. How could that little girl communicate with it so freely? This didn't make sense. The heavenly Tao stone seemed to have just thought of this question, and a series of question marks flashed across its body. Ning Shuima realized that after she transmigrated, she could walk at the same pace as little Shuima if she stayed by her side. However, once she was a few feet away from her, her speed would become extremely slow. The heavenly Tao stone didn't expend much effort to lift her up, but she was going down this mountain at a speed that could only be described as tearful. She was like a piece of paper being blown up by the wind, drifting slowly through the air. She was drifting so slowly that she wanted to curse. Only when she saw little Shuima's figure did she suddenly increase her speed. With a schwa sound, she flew over and hovered directly above little Shuima, and in just a short while, the situation had changed greatly. Shunjuli opened his voice transmission talisman, which had been closed for several days, and several cries for help immediately sounded. His voice transmission talisman had the ability to leave messages, so Ning Shuima heard the most important thing. The heavenly monarch was asking for help. The netherworld monarch was asking for help. Human king was asking for help. Even the demon king was asking for help. Ning Shuima's heart sank the moment she heard their cries for help. Devil Master Shuima had become a devil and was slaughtering everyone in the devil world. Blood flowed like rivers. Now, she was leading an army to attack the netherworld. Everything was the same as what Ning Shuima had heard from Mother Earth. However, little Shuima had always been in Mo Palace. Who was the one who pretended to be her and killed everyone outside? Could it be the substitute? Even the substitute had become a spirit. The freshest message was from the Nether King. He was almost howling, "Supreme Divinity, save me." It was obvious that he was in danger. I've always been here, and I haven't gone on a killing spree. Is there something wrong with their brains? Little Shuama sat on a rock at the side and clenched her small fists. Which bastard dares to pretend to be me? Shun Julie's face was as calm as water. He instructed little Shuama, Shuama, wait here. Don't run around. I'll be back soon. Little Shuama naturally wanted to follow. Julie, are you going to subdue that imposter? I want to go too. How dare he pretend to be me? Shun Julie muttered to himself and nodded. Okay. He waved his hand and put a silver mask on her face. However, you have to wear this first. Chapter 2046. Little Shuama was puzzled and reached out to grab the mask. Why do I have to wear this? It's not like I can't be seen. She wasn't the one who did the bad things. Good girl, I have my own plans. If you want to go with me, then be obedient. All right. Little Shuama stopped grabbing the mask and flew up with Shun Julie. Ning Shuama naturally hovered above little Shuama. She naturally understood Shun Julie's intention. That imposter used the name of the Devil Lord to create chaos in the Six Realms. He brought her there to take the opportunity to clear her name. There was no need to say much. As long as they arrived at the location, he would let little Shuama reveal her true face. When the two Shuama confronted each other, everyone would naturally know that something was wrong. Naturally, the bad reputation of little Shuama would be cleared. In the future, she would be able to move freely in the Six Realms without being hunted down. As for putting on a mask for her in advance, he was afraid that he would have to explain it to others on the way. Shun Julie always took the quickest route when doing things. He was too lazy to explain it to others. Fortunately, although little Shuama was confused, she knew that Shun Julie wouldn't trick her. She didn't cause any trouble along the way, but she chattered a lot. After all, she had a lot of questions in her heart. Shun Julie was a man of few words. Most of the time, he didn't seem to hear little Shuama's questions. When he encountered the key points, he would answer them in a few words. He was extremely concise. This made little Shuama a little unhappy. She always felt that she was using her hot face to stick to his cold, but later on, she didn't talk much. She decided that it was better for her to investigate on the spot. Shun Julie carried her as fast as lightning. Even if they met people along the way, the two of them had already whizzed past before they could see their faces clearly. Shuama, when we get there, just do whatever I tell you to do. Don't make any decisions on your own, okay? Shun Julie reminded her as the underworld was right in front of them. Little Shuama frowned slightly. She always felt that Shun Julie was treating her like a child, but she was no longer a child. She stiffly replied, I know what I'm doing. When Shun Julie saw her expression, he seemed to have guessed her dissatisfaction. He paused for a moment, stretched out his arms, and pulled her into an embrace. His voice was slightly soft. Shuama, I'm doing this for your own good. Listen to me, okay? Little Shuama was very easy to coax. She immediately beamed with joy and nodded heavily. Okay. Ning Shuama watched from above. She didn't know what to feel. There was no need for her to be jealous. She would not be jealous of her past life. Her gaze fell on Shun Julie. Actually, his attitude towards little Shuama had changed, hadn't it? He used to be cold, indifferent, and stiff, but now he knew how to coax her. She touched her nose. Was it because she had transmigrated and changed him unknowingly? She couldn't help but smile. However, she soon couldn't smile anymore. After entering the underworld, everything they saw could only be described with one word: tragic. Broken limbs and body parts were everywhere. Blood dyed the mountains and rivers red. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. It was 100 times crueler than an ancient battlefield. In the far north, there was a red cloud shrouding them. Ning Shuama's heart skipped a beat. She could actually feel the extremely cold and fierce aura of the red cloud from so far away. If there were no accidents, the substitute should be there. Shun Julie and Luo Bingqian suddenly sped up. There was a blood-red river. The water was like blood, and huge waves were set off. There were faint cries of ghosts and howls of wolves in the huge waves. Chapter 2047. On both sides of the river, the two armies were facing each other. On one side of the river were the reinforcements of the celestial world, while on the other side were the troops of the devil world. Ning Shuama finally saw the substitute again, and his heart skipped a beat. That substitute's appearance was still that of little Shiwama's, but her eyebrows were dyed with a thick, ink-like, evil aura. Her crimson robe fluttered violently in the wind, as if it was spilled fresh blood. Above her head, there was a strange, baleful, and threatening red cloud. Inside the cloud, it rolled and rolled as if ghosts were howling. Just like what Ning Xiuma learned from Mother Earth, when Shun Juli arrived, the substitute was using the sword in her hand to create King Ming. King Ming couldn't be seen in his original appearance anymore. His fingers were gone, his nose was gone, his eyes were dug out, and more than half of his skin was peeled off. He couldn't be seen as a human anymore. He let out a tragic whimper, but his tongue seemed to have been cut off. The sound he made was like the roar of a wild beast. The substitute was obviously using King Ming to force all the living beings of the underworld to submit. Her laughter was shrill. Those who obey me will live, and those who defy me will die. If you don't surrender and let me order you around, this person will be your example. Behind her, the dark mass of devil soldiers roared proudly with her to strengthen her momentum. The immortal soldiers and generals who came to support on the other side were probably frightened by this scene, and their faces turned pale. Even Celestial Emperor's expression changed. Ning Xiuma looked at Celestial Emperor's face and sighed. This Celestial Emperor wasn't the Celestial Emperor from 50,000 years later. It seemed like the gears of fate were still turning, and everything was moving according to the fixed trajectory. That double placed a pair of snow-white hands on the Netherworld King's head and smiled. Netherworld King, you seem to have looked down on me before. Now be a ghost in my evil cloud array. Red light came out from her palms. Stop. With a clear shout, a white shadow flashed over. A palm print quickly formed in the air and hit the substitute's chest. The substitute was caught off guard. With a muffled groan, his body flew out. Almost at the same time, the Nether King's battered body was lifted up by an invisible force. He flew across the river and landed among the remaining Netherworld soldiers. Divine Lord. Oh, it's the Supreme Divinity. He's finally here. Supreme Divinity. The Devil Master suddenly turned demonic and massacred the 6 realms. Supreme Divinity. The Devil Lord has gone mad. He has committed a heinous crime. The living beings of the 3 realms on the other side of the river cheered. Even the Celestial Arch and the Yao Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Shun Juli did not pay attention to the cheers of the crowd. His gaze fell on the Demon Master who was sent flying by his palm. There was a complicated look in his eyes, and his voice was cold. Miao Fan, you really dare to cause trouble. Ning Xiuma, who was floating in the air, was stunned. Miao Fan. That substitute was actually Miao Fan. It turned out that Shun Juli had turned Miao Fan into little Xiuma so that she could bear those sufferings for her. No wonder Shun Juli did not mention anything about Miao Fan. So that was the reason. However, this kind of artificial transformation technique could only last for a day. Furthermore, it could only change the person's appearance, but could not change the person's aura. Many high-level demons recognized aura and not just appearance. This Miao Fan had been in the Devil Realm for more than 20 days. How could she still look like little Xiuma? Those demons could not even recognize her. What did Shun Juli do to Miao Fan? His words shocked everyone present. They all looked at Shun Juli. Some of them asked in a low voice, while others expressed their surprise. Chapter 2048. Shun Juli's words shocked everyone present. They looked at Shun Juli one after another. Some whispered questions, some expressed surprise. The buzzing sounds were like boiling water. Facing the countless doubts around him, Shun Juli didn't explain anything. He only did one thing, which was to pat little Xiuma's shoulder. Xiuma, show your true face and let them see. Little Xiuma couldn't hold it in anymore. She immediately took off her mask and showed her true face. She said loudly, I'm the Devil Master. She is a fake. Everyone was petrified. 2 little Devil Masters appeared in the field. One was valiant and high-spirited, looking straightforward. She was no different from the little Devil Master Xiuma that everyone knew. She also stayed by Shun Juli's side. The other one also had the appearance of Xiuma, but she was full of hostility. Her every move was full of resentment and gloominess, which was poles apart from her usual temperament. Everyone looked at one and then looked at the other. It was almost clear who was the real one and who was the fake one. Ning Xiuma crossed her arms and watched the show in the air. Along the way, she had actually tried countless ways to transmigrate back, but they were all like clay oxen sinking into the sea. There was no effect at all. Of course, she also wanted to possess little Xiuma's body, but there was an inexplicable barrier around little Xiuma's body. She couldn't get in. Now, she couldn't go up or down. She could only accept her fate and be a ghost here. Moreover, no one could see her as a ghost, not even the omnipotent Shunjili. She didn't know if it was because she was super powerful or because it was a prank by the god of travel. Ning Xiuma's gaze fell on Miao Fan, and the corner of her mouth raised. Miao Fan had really shot herself in the foot this time. She originally wanted to harm little Xiuma, but in the end, little Xiuma suffered all the pain she deserved. This was truly retribution. It was just that he did not expect Miao Fan to also have some skills to actually be able to create such a big wave. This surprised Ning Xiuma. She rubbed her nose and pondered. It seemed that the trajectory of history hadn't changed much. The only difference was that the sinners had changed. The purple fiend should still happen, right? Miao Fan had also killed a lot of people. Even if little Xiuma was possessed by the devil, she wouldn't be able to create such a tragic scene. Pits and valleys were filled with corpses. Wherever there was water, there was blood. Ning Xiuma realized that she was extremely sensitive in her current state. She could see wisps of resentment swirling around the ground. However, no one on the scene noticed this. Everyone's eyes were focused on Miao Fan. Some people had already opened their mouths to question her. Naturally, they questioned her true identity. Is she really Fairy Miao Fan? That's impossible, right? She even killed Venerable Meng Song just now. That was her fiancé. Yes, Venerable Meng Song has always been good to her, and she has always liked Venerable Meng Song. Just now, she tortured Venerable Meng Song to death. She actually skinned him alive. Ning Xiuma narrowed her eyes. This Miao Fan had been tortured to the point of perversion. She didn't even recognize her own family anymore. As little Xiuma did not have any memory of Miao Fan scheming against her, she was also confused and curious. She asked Shun Julie, who was beside her, "Julie, how do you know she is Miao Fan? How did Miao Fan become like this?" Shun Julie did not speak. His sleeves were hanging down, and he looked at Miao Fan expressionlessly. He did not pursue the victory. Chapter 2049. Miao Fan was seriously injured by Shun Julie's palm and couldn't get up from the ground for a while. Unexpectedly, after the red cloud above her circled around her body, she jumped up as if she had been charged with electricity. Her eyes were blood red as she looked at Shun Julie, who was standing opposite her. Suddenly, she raised her head and laughed. "Shun Julie, you finally came?" Her throat was obviously damaged, and her voice was hoarse and unpleasant. "Miao Fan, you shouldn't have done this." Shun Julie's fingers slowly clenched in his sleeves. "Who forced me to do this? Who caused me to be in such a miserable state?" "Shun Julie, it's you. You used a secret technique to turn me into her appearance and made me suffer. I was almost eaten alive by them. This is all thanks to you." "Shun Julie." Her voice was sharp and full of resentment. Shun Julie's voice was indifferent. "You did this to her. I just let you taste the consequences of your actions." Miao Fan. She also knew that she had smashed her own foot with a stone this time, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. She almost smashed her own foot. "I didn't want to hurt her like this. I just wanted to drive her out of the Fanteon Palace so that she wouldn't bother you anymore and let her give up completely." "Shun Julie, I'm your sister, your biological sister. How can you be so cruel to me? Do you know what I suffered in the demon realm? No matter what you suffered, you deserved it." Shun Julie's voice was cold. "I have already repaid the kindness of your Water Lily clan. If you really thought of yourself as my sister, you shouldn't have made such a vicious plan with Luo Jiochin to hurt her. If I didn't turn back in time and see through your conspiracy, the one who suffered today would be the innocent one. Meow Fan. How could someone like you call yourself my sister? Meow Fan. Shun Julie was a man of few words. He did everything his own way. Even if he was misunderstood, he was too lazy to explain. She thought that Shun Julie would not explain and wanted to take the opportunity to embarrass him in front of everyone. She thought that this divine lord was heartless and would even harm her own sister. Who would have thought this way? She would be even more embarrassed. She glared at Shun Julie, almost thinking that he was possessed by something. Although the onlookers didn't know exactly what had happened, but listening to their conversation, they more or less understood what had happened and despised Meow Fan's character even more. Meow Fawn. So it was you who first harmed the little devil master. This time, you reap what you sow. Bah! You're even using your water lily family to threaten others. The water lily is just a lowly species in the lower realm. Do you think you can cultivate to become an immortal without a supreme god? Can your family follow you to the immortal realm? Yes, I heard that her family only raised the supreme god for 3 or 4 days. They took advantage of the fact that the supreme god was too young and pretended to be the supreme god's family. The supreme god saved Meow Fan's life first. When he sent her home, he was tricked by the water lily family. Someone began to expose. Yes, what kind of sister is she? She's just a liar. The supreme god has been kind to her family. She still has the nerve to use this to pressure others. The thing that the 6 realms didn't lack the least was gossip. There were countless immortals and demons who specialized in gathering information. The supreme god was such a powerful existence, and his background had been dug up for so many years. Chapter 2050. It's just that when Meow Fan was proud of herself, no one dared to expose her. Now that she has committed such a heinous crime and even plotted against the supreme god and the devil lord, the supreme god will definitely not cover for her anymore. Therefore, someone dared to expose her in front of everyone. Everyone likes to beat a drowning dog. Even the people from the immortal realm and the underworld are no exception. Moreover, Meow Fan has killed so many people from the 6 realms, there are many people who have a blood feud with her. Therefore, people expose her one after another, denouncing her. The sound of cursing her is like a wave rolling on the river of forgetfulness. Shun Julie slightly frowns and slightly lifts his sleeve. There is a kind of oppressive aura coming from his body. This action makes the surrounding noise stop. Everyone widens their eyes to look at this supreme god. With this supreme god here, they are not afraid of the demonized Meow Fan anymore. Where is Luo Jiuchen? Shun Julie asks. The source of all evil is that demigod. It is time to settle the score with that demigod. Meow Fan suddenly laughs loudly. Shun Julie, do you think I am still the Meow Fan of the past? Let me tell you, I am not necessarily weaker than you now. You want to know his whereabouts? Sure, defeat me first. Following her laughter, the red cloud behind her also lets out a sharp howl. In a moment, it is like a landslide or a tsunami. Her red cloud's yin qi is extremely heavy. Once it is activated, the surrounding air temperature rapidly drops. Even the rolling blood of the river of forgetfulness is frozen in an instant. The cold wind is chilly. The flowing air is no longer for people to breathe. Instead, it has turned into killing ice needles. Every breath is like sucking in a mouth full of needles. Those who are slightly weaker and do not have time to protect themselves are actually pierced into sieves by the flowing air, and blood flows out on the spot. Obviously, this is Meow Fan trying to show off her power to Shun Julie. Although Ning Xuema does not need to breathe in this state, she does not even feel cold. But looking at the expression of everyone present, she can roughly understand. This Meow Fan is really not simple after turning into a devil. What method did Luo Jiuchen use to make Meow Fan learn such abnormal martial arts in such a short time? A dark light flashed in Shun Julie's eyes. He waved his wide sleeves, and 2 white lights flew out. One flew towards the red cloud, and the other spread out in the air like a thin veil. The red cloud let out a shrill shriek as it collided with the red cloud. The one that spread out was like the morning sun. Wherever it went, the cold resentment would melt away, and the air would return to normal in the blink of an eye. While Shun Julie was dealing with Red Cloud, Meow Fan's figure flashed. Her palm extended and contracted like a blade and hacked down towards little Xiuma, who was standing beside Shinjuli. The one she hated the most was this little devil master. The one who wanted to tear him to shreds the most was this little demon master. Meow Fan's words and attacks were all aimed at Shinjuli, as if she didn't care about little Xiuma at all. She just wanted Shinjuli to lower his guard, so that he wouldn't be able to protect this little devil master in time. She was waiting for this moment. The big move she used now was the ultimate move. Lightning. Even lightning was not enough to describe her current speed. As for the power was naturally very strong. If little Xiuma was caught by her claw, she would probably be torn to pieces with such a fast speed and such a sinister move. Meow Fan thought that she would definitely succeed. But she didn't expect that little Xiuma looked reckless, but she was actually very careful. She was actually prepared. At the moment when Meow Fan was about to grab her, the sword on her waist automatically unsheathed and blocked horizontally. Chapter 2051. The moment Meow Fan grabbed at her, the treasure sword on her waist automatically came out of its sheath and blocked horizontally. Swoosh! Meow Fan's grab landed on that sword. Little Xiuma's sword was also a divine weapon, and its hardness was comparable to diamond. Normally, it was indestructible, and there weren't many weapons that could really hurt it. However, now that it was grabbed by Meow Fan, it actually cracked open instantly. Meow Fan's 10 fingernails directly broke little Xiuma's treasure sword into 7 to 8 pieces that fell to the ground. Her fingernails didn't slow down and continued to stab towards little Xiuma. Swoosh! A white light flickered and slashed onto Meow Fan's fingernails. Meow Fan gave a grunt, and half of her fingernails were broken. Purplish gold blood actually flowed out. Everything happened in an instant. Both parties exchanged blows at lightning speed, and before anyone could react, the exchange of blows was already over. Little Xiuma was pushed back 4 to 5 steps by Shinjuli. She suffered a huge loss and was unwilling to accept it. She was about to fight it out with Meow Fan when Shinjuli waved his hand to set up a barrier around her. Wait here obediently and don't move. Leave it to me. Little Xiuma. When she raised her head again, Shinjuli had already exchanged blows with Meow Fan. Ning Xiuma looked at everything from the sky and rubbed the heart of her brows. Everything was developing exactly as Mother Earth had said. The difference was that the one who was exchanging blows with Shinjuli was Meow Fan and not little Xiuma. That barrier was to protect little Xiuma, but at the same time, it was to trap her so that she wouldn't rush forward blindly to fight it out with Meow Fan. Luo Jiuchen was indeed a genius to actually nurture Meow Fan into such an awesome killing machine in such a short period of time. When Shinjuli was exchanging blows with her, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In an instant, the sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their light. The solid ice in the river of forgetfulness was forced by the turbulent air when the two of them were exchanging blows and directly turned into fine powder that scattered in the air. The sky was filled with red. Wherever the two of them fought, that place would be the center of the vortex, and everything that was sucked into it would be crushed into powder. The spectators didn't wait for anyone to say anything, and they all retreated far away. The wizardry barrier that Shinjuli had set up for little Xiuma should be the strongest in the world. The air vortex generated during the battle had no effect on the barrier at all. There was no sign of it being damaged at all. However, little Xiuma was trapped in the enchantment and couldn't move. She could only stand there like a boulder. The two of them fought further and further away, gradually shifting the battlefield to the sky. Little Xiuma raised her head in the wizardry barrier and looked up at the two people in the sky. The wind was blowing, the clouds were surging, and the lightning was incessant. She was so excited that she wanted to rush up and fight with them. As for the spectators of the three realms, all of them were mesmerized by the battle. Everyone knew that the Divine Lord's kung fu was unfathomable, but it was rare to see him in action. Occasionally, when he fought, he would defeat his opponent in a few moves. Before they could see his moves clearly, he had already defeated his opponent. This was the first time he had seen such an open fight in front of so many people. Everyone looked at it for a long time, and the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time: unfathomable. As for Meow Fan, the people had suffered countless losses under her hands in the past few days, so they naturally had a good understanding of her martial arts. People could only use one word to describe her current kung fu: abnormal. Her moves were abnormal. The red cloud behind her was abnormal, and even her personality was abnormal. Chapter 2052. It was horrifying. Little Nyima looked up and clenched his fists. The evil power of Meow Fan's kung fu was beyond anyone's expectation. The red cloud behind Meow Fan was omnipotent. It could be used as an armor to defend against external attacks, and it could also be used as a sharp weapon. The resentful spirits in the red cloud were screaming and wailing. Ning Xiuma also looked at the red cloud and had a rough idea of what was going on. The red cloud was not a cloud, but a combination of thousands of resentful spirits. Each of these resentful spirits died a horrible death, so the resentment in their bodies was stronger. Even if they had 30% of their kung fu when they were alive, they could use 100% of their kung fu after turning into a resentful spirit. On the surface, Shun Juli was fighting with Meow Fan alone. In fact, he was fighting with thousands of resentful spirits alone. These thousands of resentful spirits were controlled by Meow Fan using some kind of forbidden technique. They could only be used as her weapons, so the resentment was 10 times stronger. Among the countless resentful spirits, Ning Xiuma saw many familiar faces. The Devil Realm's berserk devils and malicious spirits that had bullied little Xiuma in the past were all imprisoned. Each and every one of them had a malevolent expression on their faces, maintaining the same appearance they had when they were about to die. They were densely packed together. Don't even mention fighting with them. Just looking at them would make people's heart turn cold. Of course, there were not only the enemies from the Devil Kingdom, but also many new ghosts from the underworld, the celestial world, and the human world. Obviously, the reason why Meow Fan's kung fu was getting stronger and improved so quickly had a lot to do with these resentful spirits. Whenever she caught one, she would torture them to death and then absorb their resentment to improve herself. As she killed more and more people, her kung fu naturally became stronger and stronger. Now, she had killed hundreds of thousands of people. In other words, she had now gathered the kung fu of hundreds of thousands of people. No wonder her kung fu was so strong now and could be on par with Shunjuli. Her kung fu now could be said to be able to kill gods and Buddhas. Where did that bastard Luo Jiuchen learn this kind of sorcery? If he knew it, why didn't he use this method to improve himself? There should be a great side effect of using this method, right? Ning Xiuma was deep in thought when she suddenly sensed something. She looked down, and her heart skipped a beat. Little Xiuma was no longer standing there alone. Suddenly, a person floated down beside her. His robe was as white as snow, and his handsome appearance made this hell-like riverbank much more beautiful. It was as if flowers had suddenly bloomed all over the sky. Shunjuli, why did he come down? Ning Xiuma subconsciously looked up at the sky. The two of them were getting further and further away as they fought. They had already disappeared into the horizon. As for Ning Xiuma, she could only stay by little Xiuma's side. She couldn't fly into the sky to watch the show, so she couldn't see the figures of the two people. He could only faintly hear the muffled sounds of thunder and lightning in the distant sky. Strange, Shun Juli suddenly came down. Could it be that the fight was over? Then why didn't he see Meow Fan? A string of questions flashed through Ning Xiuma's mind. She focused her attention on Shun Juli, and her heart suddenly jolted. No, he was not Shun Juli. He was Luo Jiuchen. This Shun Juli stood beside little Xiuma and was talking to her with a smile. Xiuma, come on, give me your hand. Little Xiuma had always listened to him. Hearing this, she immediately stretched out her hand, but touched the wizardry barrier. Shinjuli's eyes flashed. His hand approached the wizardry barrier and touched little Xiuma through it. Chapter 2053. Shinjuli's eyes flashed. His hand moved closer to the barrier and touched little Xiuma through the barrier. His voice was even gentler. Xiuma, use your magic power on this finger and force the blood out of your middle finger. Smear the blood on the barrier. Little Xiuma's eyes were full of question marks. Why? Shunjili said, Xiuma, listen to me. I have a use for it. I don't have time to explain it to you now. Come on, hurry up. Don't do what he says. He's a fake. He's Luo Jiuchen. Ning Xiuma knew that Luo Jiuchen was up to no good. She couldn't help but shout. However, no one could hear her voice. Naturally, little Xiuma could not hear her. Recently, she had been very obedient to Shun Julie's words, so she didn't ask any more questions. She agreed readily. Okay. She immediately did as he said. Her white and tender little hand touched the barrier. Blood seeped out of her middle finger and stained the barrier. Shun Julie's eyes flashed. Taking advantage of the situation, he raised his hand like a knife and slashed at little Xiuma's protective barrier. Pop! Such a sturdy enchantment actually burst like a balloon. Little Xiuma was stunned. Before she could react, her wrist was grabbed by Shun Julie. She was pulled into his arms, and his arms circled around her slender waist. Little Xiuma was speechless. Her waist was a little tight, and she was a little breathless. She didn't understand why Shun Julie suddenly wanted to hug her. She couldn't help but struggle. Julie, you're hurting me. By the way, did you catch Meow Fan? Why don't I see her? Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something. You are not Julie. She suddenly hit the man's chest with both hands. Let go of me. The man's arms suddenly tightened. Little Xiuma seemed to have been plotted against by him, and her pretty face instantly turned pale. The man chuckled in her ear. I'm also someone who likes you. Don't be so rude to me. His voice was magnetic and beautiful. It was a very nice baritone. Little Xiuma froze and glared at him. Luo Jiuchen. That person had caught little Xiuma off guard. At this moment, he had already caught her and flew up while carrying her. He lightly laughed in her ear. So you still remember me. I'm very happy. In order to avoid being caught in the crossfire, the other spectators had already stayed far away from this battle vortex. They were not here at the moment. When Luo Jiuchen flew up with little Xiuma in his arms, few people saw it. Even if someone saw it, they couldn't see it clearly because they were too far away. Ning Xiuma was forced to follow little Xiuma. She hated Luo Jiuchen to the core. She watched as Luo Jiuchen carried little Xiuma and flew towards the fiercest change in the wind and clouds. Her heart sank. Luo Jiuchen, this bastard, didn't want to use little Xiuma's safety to force Shun Julie to submit. He really could do it. Luo Jiuchen carried little Xiuma and flew higher and higher, faster and faster. Ning Xiuma naturally flew with him, not leaving little Xiuma by about 10 meters. Finally, she saw Shun Julie again. High in the sky, amidst the blue clouds, his white robe was particularly dazzling, as if he was stepping on the stars. Around his body was a circle of snow-white glass swords. The red cloud formed by the resentful spirits turned into a giant blood-red sword and slashed down at Shun Julie. Shun Julie's face was calm. With a flip of his sleeve, the snow-white glass swords flew out like rainbows and turned into thousands of swords in the air. In the blink of an eye, they formed a sword array and met the red cloud head-on. Chapter 2054. The cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard everywhere. The huge sword transformed from the red cloud looked like it had been plunged directly into sulfuric acid. The snow-white swords were flying around the huge sword. Every time a small sword passed by, it would stab a resentful spirit coiled around the huge sword. Those resentful spirits would scream and disappear. The huge blood-red sword was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meow Fan, who was controlling the huge blood-red sword, had a pale face. She probably didn't expect Shun Julie to find a way to deal with her peerless weapon so quickly. Therefore, she was a bit flustered. She wanted to take back the huge blood-red sword, but for every inch she took back, those snow-white swords would follow her. She had no doubt that once she took back the blood-red sword, those snow-white swords would break through her evil cloud barrier and cut her into pieces. Julie, do you really have the heart to kill me? Meow Fan howled. Disasters committed by the heavens can be forgiven, but disasters committed by oneself cannot be forgiven. Shun Julie replied to her with these words, but he didn't let go of the spell on his fingertips. The snow-white swords nibbled at the huge sword inch by inch, and Meow Fan's face turned paler and paler. Obviously, this weird red cloud was closely connected to her body. If the resentful spirits on the red cloud were damaged, her soul would be damaged as well. Seeing the huge blood-red sword getting smaller and smaller, Meow Fan was finally scared. She begged, Julie, for the sake of our many years of brotherhood, please spare me this time. Julie, don't force me anymore. Julie, I'm doing this because I love you. For the sake of my love for you, please spare me. Julie, you see, I've suffered so much. You don't even know what I've suffered. Julie, for the sake of my mother. She was shouting incoherently, and tears were rolling in her blood-red eyes. She still had the face of little Shiwama, so when she cried like this, she looked quite pitiful. However, she didn't have little Shiwama's temperament, so she couldn't control little Shiwama's appearance. Her expression looked strange and stiff, but there was a kind of mournful beauty. However, Shun Julie remained unmoved. He didn't say a word. His expression was as calm as before, and his hands were steadily forming a spell. Apparently, Meow Fan's begging words didn't leave a shadow in his heart. Meow Fan finally despaired. Shun Julie, if you let me go, I will tell you where Luo Jiochin is. There's no need for that. I'll find him myself. He can't run away. Shinjili finally opened his golden mouth. His voice was increasingly calm. Meow Fan's face changed. So you must kill me today? I won't kill you. Shun Julie said indifferently. I'll hand you over to the judges of the 6 realms, and they will give you the most just punishment. Meow Fan's face turned ashen. She had committed such a sin, and if she fell into the hands of the leaders of the 6 realms, what awaited her would be the punishment of being struck by lightning. By then, she wouldn't even have the chance to be reincarnated. She might as well die in Shun Julie's hands. No matter how cruel he was, she had been his sister for so many years. He should still have some affection for her. Maybe he would just kill her body and leave her soul to be reincarnated. Julie, I'd rather die in your hands. Meow Fan said word by word. She closed her eyes, and the blood-red sword suddenly disappeared. Because of the strong inertia, the snow-white swords released by Shun Julie rushed towards Meow Fan. Chapter 2055. Shun Julie's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to change his move, a purple light suddenly flew over from the side and intercepted the snow-white swords. Shun Julie was in the middle of retrieving his technique when it was intercepted by the purple light. With the help of the 2 forces, the snow-white swords finally disappeared into thin air. However, because the snow-white swords were too close to Meow Fan, the sword energy on the swords still collided with Meow Fan's body. Because Meow Fan had removed the red clouds protecting her body, this collision was especially serious. It sent her body flying 3 feet away, and she violently vomited blood in midair. Shun Julie, don't destroy this sovereign's weapon. A voice came from afar with a lazy smile. Luo Jiochin, you finally came out. Shun Julie's voice was also lazy. He knew that once he forced Meow Fan too much, Luo Jiochin would definitely appear. After all, Meow Fan was no longer just a person, but a great killing machine. A great killing machine in Luo Jiochin's scheme. He would definitely not be willing to let the great killing machine that he had painstakingly cultivated be destroyed just like that. Shun Julie no longer looked at Meow Fan, who had almost lost her ability to fight. He turned to look in the direction of Luo Jiochin, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Luo Jiochin had already returned to his original appearance. His purple robe fluttered as he walked over, and little Shiwama, who was waiting below, was in his hands. Luo Jiochin smiled elegantly, but little Shiwama in his arms had a vexed expression as she tightly pursed her lips. Luo Jiochin wrapped one arm around her waist, and the bamboo flute in his other hand transformed into a green and lustrous blade. He placed it on little Shuama's neck and smiled calmly at Shenjuli. Shenjuli, I think we should have a good talk. His tone was as if he had met an old acquaintance and was casually talking about the weather, extremely natural. But the blade in his hand accidentally touched little Shuma's delicate neck, and a line of blood immediately slid down her skin and into her clothes. Julie's fingers slowly clenched in his sleeves, but his expression did not change. What do you want to talk about? At this time, the situation was equivalent to completely reversed. Miao Fan escaped death, and her forehead was covered in sweat. She hurriedly climbed up from the clouds and rushed towards Luo Jiuchen. But before she could reach Luo Jiuchen, her body was suddenly imprisoned by a white light and flew to fly away. When she came to her senses, she had already landed to fall to the side of Shun Jiuchen's side. Miao Fan, all these years, she had chosen to stand by Shun Jiuchen's side. But this wish to be a hostages. To ask, she's twos to as twoses was, but Shun Julie's obsession with cleanliness was probably too strong. He did not hold her like Luo Jiuchen did to little Shuama. Instead, he directly trapped her in a boundary. Although she was Shun Julie's hostage, she still could not touch his clothes. Her eyes were filled with resentment, and she said in a trembling voice, "Julie, are you going to use me as a hostage in exchange for her?" Shun Julie was too lazy to pay attention to her. His eyes fell on Luo Jiuchen. "Let her go." The her he was referring to was little Shuama. Luo Jiuchen ignored Shenjuli. His thumb gently rubbed little Shuama's bleeding neck, and his face revealed a distressed expression. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. Does it hurt?" His voice was unusually gentle. The blade in Luo Jiuchen's hand was obviously not an ordinary blade, and an ordinary blade naturally could not hurt little Shuama. Chapter 2056. Little Shuama's pretty face flushed red. She probably didn't expect that she would become Shun Julie's burden. Although her neck hurt badly, she pursed her lips and didn't make a sound. You're really strong. You're in so much pain, but you don't make a sound. This sword is made of black iron from the Xinming Sea. Not only can it cut people's skin, but it can also suck people's souls bit by bit. So, you have to be good and hold on a little longer. Luo Jiuchen seemed to be kindly reminding little Shuama, but he was secretly threatening Shun Julie. Although nothing could be seen on Shun Julie's face, the knuckles of his fingers hidden in his sleeves had turned white. He had fought with Luo Jiuchen for so many years, so he naturally knew that the sword in his hand was best at sucking the souls of demons. No matter what kind of demon it was, as long as the skin was cut by this sword, the sword chi would drill into the demon's body and travel along the blood vessels like a knife silk, cutting the demon's soul bit by bit. The pain was unbearable. He had seen Luo Jiuchen use this method to make a demon. That demon's finger was just cut by the sword, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The more he screamed, the softer his voice became until his soul was completely swallowed by the sword. Luo Jiuchen's sword wasn't so powerful against immortals. It only had such an effect on demons. But little Shuama was a real demon, so it was easy to imagine the damage this sword could do to her. Little Shuama looked small, but she was very tenacious. Her forehead was already sweating from the pain, but she refused to cry out. She ignored Luo Jiuchen's threat. What a strong child. Luo Jiuchen sighed. He looked up at Shun Julie. "Brother Julie, what do you think?" Shun Julie didn't pay much attention to things before. His strength was very high, so no one could threaten him. But now he had little Shuama in his heart. Although it felt good to care about someone, this person also became a weakness for others to threaten him. Because he cared, he couldn't be absolutely calm. Shun Julie's mental strength was strong enough, but seeing little Shuama like this, his heart began to waver. He took a deep breath. "Luo Jiuchen, what do you want? Tell me straight." Luo Jiuchen smiled. His smile was warm, but the light in his eyes were as sharp as needles. "Brother Jiuchen, what do I want? What do I want?" Shun Julie was silent for a moment. "You want the position of the Master God?" Luo Jiuchen chuckled. "I naturally want the position of a chief god, but I also want something from you. As long as you give me that thing, I will immediately release little I am a what? Your life. Luo's 8, SS Luo Jiuchen chuckled again. I know that sovereigns won't die so easily, and others won't be able to kill you easily. But if you want to kill yourself, you can always think of a way, right? The sword in Shun Juli's hand flashed with white light, reflecting his dark eyes. Do you think I will abandon the world for a girl? He glanced at Miao Fan. His eyes were as cold as ice. Miao Fan's heart skipped a beat. She knew Shun Juli's temper very well. He was never threatened by anyone, and he wouldn't lose his principles for anything. No matter how much he liked something, it was just pure love. He wouldn't be threatened to do something against his conscience because of this love. Chapter 2057. Shun Juli had a habit of picking up spiritual pets randomly. Whenever he saw a cute spiritual pet or one that he liked, he would take it back and raise it for a period of time. During the process of raising the spiritual pets, he was very patient and even very loving. When he had just become a supreme god, he had once doted on a little fox and brought it with him wherever he went. As a result, someone began to have ideas about the little fox and caught it when it was out alone. Then that person took the little fox to see Shun Juli and wanted to force him to do something against his principles. In order to force Shun Juli to comply, that person tortured the little fox in all kinds of ways in front of him, but he was not moved at all. In the end, the little fox died. It was killed by Shun Juli with one palm, along with the person who tortured it. God had to protect the heavenly Tao and could not care too much about other things. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose fairness because of this concern. Ever since the incident with Little Fox, Shun Juli no longer cared about anything else. No matter how good the spiritual pets were, he would let go after raising them for a while and not let them become his weakness. This was the main reason why he became more and more indifferent to people and things. Now that Luo Jiuchen was using the little devil's life to threaten Shun Juli to die, Shun Juli would definitely not comply. He would most likely treat little Xiuma like how he treated the little fox and let Luo Jiuchen kill little Xiuma. At most, he would kill Luo Jiuchen to avenge little Xiuma. It must be like this. Miao Fan was overjoyed when she thought of this result. What she could not get, that little devil would not be able to get either. The only thing that made her a little afraid was that if Luo Jiuchen tortured little Xiuma to death, Shun Juli would definitely avenge her. Before he killed Luo Jiuchen, he would probably kill her, Miao Fan. This was too bad. The best way was for both sides to exchange hostages. Then she would be safe. Only by saving her life could she think about the future. Where there is life, there is hope. If they pushed Shun Juli too hard, he would probably choose to fight to the death. Miao Fan's heart was in a mess, but she quickly calculated the gains and losses. Her beautiful eyes fell on Luo Jiuchen. Jiuchen, save me first. Luo Jiuchen looked over and smiled. Why should I save you? Miao Fan was stunned. After Luo Jiuchen rescued her from the devil world, he talked to her endlessly and carefully treated her injuries. Later, when he found out that she was Miao Fan and not little Xiuma, he was only stunned for a long time. Then, he sighed and said that he had caused her to suffer. So he was gentler to her. She was covered in cuts and bruises and was in so much pain that she almost cried out day and night. Luo Jiuchen's medicine was not very effective. Later, Luo Jiuchen thought of a way to let her practice an evil skill. He said that this evil skill could not only greatly improve her skills, but also quickly heal her wounds and relieve pain. He asked her if she wanted to practice it. At that time, Miao Fan only wanted to take revenge. When she heard that it could relieve pain, she immediately agreed. She began to practice the evil skill. Practicing the evil skill required a primer, and that primer was living people. She tortured innocent people to death and used their resentment to refine red clouds. After all, Luo Jiuchen was a demigod. His hands could not be stained with blood. Therefore, at the beginning, Luo Jiuchen only told her the refining method and then took her to a certain place to catch those people. After all, Miao Fan was once a deity. At the beginning, she was a little hesitant. Moreover, she knew that once she started, she would officially enter the devil path. She can no longer turn back. Chapter 2058. Luo Jiuchen didn't force her, but stayed by her side and treated her with ordinary medical skills, but it didn't work at all. She was in even more pain. In order to relieve her pain, Miao Fan finally made a move on ordinary people. After refining the first person, Miao Fan found that her injury was indeed a little better. Once you start doing something bad, you won't feel any pressure to do it again. So, Miao Fan began to kill passers-by like an addict. Luo Jiuchen told her that the higher the martial arts of the people she refined, the better the effect of the refining. So, when her injury was half-healed, she began to catch those with high martial arts. Luo Jiuchen didn't lie to her. As she killed more and more people, her injury healed faster and faster until she had a certain level of martial arts to kill her way into the demon world. During those days, although Luo Jiuchen didn't participate in her killing, he stayed by her side, comforting her and comforting her. Even when she woke up from nightmares at night, he sat by her side and told her not to be afraid. He would accompany her unconsciously. Luo Jiuchen became a strong shield in Miao Fan's heart. She thought that Luo Jiuchen would always protect her and wouldn't be willing to let her get hurt. So, at this time, she thought that Luo Jiuchen would save her without hesitation. But she didn't expect him to give her such a sentence. Miao Fan was stunned. She felt like she was hurt 10,000 times. You, Jiuchen, haven't you always been? Luo Jiuchen's lips slightly curved, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Always been? Good to you? Miao Fan, you're just a big killing weapon that I cultivated to deal with him. Now that I've found a better weapon to deal with him, why should I save you? A woman like you is worse than a blade of grass in my eyes. Miao Fan's face turned pale. You're burning the bridge after crossing the river. Luo Jiuchen smiled. You're too stupid. Miao Fan. She was so angry that her face turned green and her body trembled slightly. Luo Jiuchen was too lazy to pay attention to her. He looked at Shun Julie. Brother Julie, what do you think? Actually, I don't mind wasting some time, but I'm afraid that IMO can't wait. Look at her little face. It looks so pale. TSK, and she's sweating so much. It must be very painful. His every word was like a sharp blade that slammed into Shun Julie's eardrums. Shun Julie finally spoke. Let her go, and you can do whatever you want with me. Miao Fan suddenly opened her eyes wide. His face was filled with disbelief. Even little Xiuma, who was under Luo Jiuchen's control, suddenly looked up at him. Luo Jiuchen chuckled. Shun Julie, you know full well that you're a master god. Even if you fall into my hands, I won't dare to do anything to you. Otherwise, I will be charged with the crime of deicide. Not only will I not be able to replace you, but I will also be punished by the heavenly Tao. If a demigod wanted to replace a main god, there were two choices. Firstly, if he killed a sovereign in a fair battle, the heavenly Tao would not punish him. Secondly, the primary god would automatically fall and be replaced by a secondary god. If it wasn't a fair battle, a secondary god couldn't hurt a main god with his own hands. Otherwise, if he hurt a main god, the heavenly Tao would pay him back tenfold. Therefore, even if Shun Julie didn't resist and fell into his hands, he couldn't kill him, unless it was a fair battle. But if it was a fair battle, no matter how much Luo Jiuchen cultivated, he wouldn't be Shun Julie's opponent. Chapter 2059. Ning Xiuma had been hovering above little Xiuma's head the whole time and saw everything. Damn it, this was too melodramatic. Such a melodramatic and classic scene actually appeared here. However, if this plot was used properly, it could really threaten people. Ning Xiuma was very clear about Shun Julie's feelings for her. He definitely wouldn't watch little Xiuma die like this. However, there was nothing he could do now. Little Xiuma was in Luo Jiuchen's hands, and from the looks of it, Luo Jiuchen could easily take little Xiuma's life. Shun Julie couldn't ignore it. Tian Dao, what kind of lousy candidate did you choose? How can such a despicable person be a sub-god? Tian Dao, you are indeed a stone. You were born without eyes. Ning Xiuma wanted to rush down and replace little Xiuma to deal with all this, but she was bounced back several times by the invisible barrier around little Shuama. This invisible barrier was strange. It couldn't protect little Shuama from being hurt, but it could prevent Ning Shuama from possessing it. Ning Shuama was anxious and couldn't help but complain about Tian Dao. A row of golden exclamation marks suddenly appeared in Ning Shuama's mind. Tian Dao's display. Ning Shuama was stunned. Wasn't that stone in the Fantian Palace? Why was it able to hear her complaining here? Did this stone grow clairvoyant ears? Tian Dao, are you nearby? I have something to ask you, Ning Shuama said. 3 more question marks appeared in Ning Shuama's mind. Ning Shuama was speechless. Tian Dao was so good at using punctuation. Tian Dao, are you really here? Aren't you in the Fantian Palace? The stone body is just my appearance. I am everywhere. A row of words appeared almost proudly. So you are everywhere. In that case, why don't you try to collect this sub-god? Why do you let him do such evil? Gods are born in time, and sub-gods are born in disaster. A row of words began to appear in Ning Shuama's mind. Ning Shuama was speechless. She understood these words. In other words, there were good people and bad people in this world. Those who saved the people from fire and water were born from time to time, and those who caused the people to become homeless were born from disaster, such as Hitler. In fact, this god was the real devil, right? The real devil who caused chaos in the 6 realms. Demigods did not violate the rules of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavenly Tao is unable to punish them. This was the conclusion the heavenly Tao gave to Ning Shuama. Ning Shuama giggled. Since he didn't personally kill anyone, it doesn't count as his evil doing? He was the initiator. What kind of bullshit rules did Tian Dao set? It was like an official who ordered a large number of people to be killed. The official wasn't guilty, but his subordinates were. He didn't order Miao Fan to kill. Tian Dao insisted. Luo Jiuchen only taught Miao Fan the evil method, but he didn't force Miao Fan to do it. Miao Fan did everything voluntarily, so Luo Jiuchen didn't violate the rules of heaven. Ning Shuama clenched her fist. It seemed that Luo Jiuchen was very smart. He wandered around the blank area of Tian Dao and took the gray route, just like some people who wandered around the edge of the law and took advantage of the loopholes. And Luo Jiuchen took advantage of the loopholes of Tian Dao. Tian Dao, I really think you should change the rules. It's wrong to stick to the rules. Although you are a stone, you have to be flexible, right? If you're too conservative, you will be abandoned by the times. Chapter 2060. Tian Dao began to use exclamation marks again. Look, you know how to use punctuation marks. It proves that you are a rock that can listen to advice. You can only be a wise rock if you are willing to listen to advice. I am Tian Dao, not a rock. Well, you are the Tian Dao stone. Think about it, am I right? Tang Taizong became a wise emperor because he was brave enough to listen to advice. Ning Shuama began to give it examples. The Tian Dao stone did not respond. Ning Shuama was anxious. She waited for a moment and immediately asked, Tian Dao, you must think that I am right. So you're starting to think of a way, right? You can't just watch as your guardian is replaced, right? Shun Juli is such a high existence. He is 10,000 times stronger than this sub-god. He should not be emotional. The guardian of Tian Dao must be emotionless. The Tian Dao stone finally showed. Being emotional is better than being lustful, right? This sub-god is lustful. His greed is endless. If he really becomes the main god, he might replace you. Ning Shuama guided it patiently. Tian Dao said, then what do you want? Kill the sub-god. You have to protect your guardian at the critical moment. Tian Dao stuttered and paused. Suddenly, a line of bright words flashed. I will send you to solve this crisis. After the line of words flashed, Ning Shuama felt her vision turn black and her body become heavy. Then, she felt an overwhelming pain coming from her neck and stiffening. She was possessed again. The possession was successful. After the possession was successful, she understood why little Shuama was motionless in Luo Jiuchen's arms. Her acupoints were sealed. Ning Xuema heard Luo Jiuqin counting. Brother Julie, if you don't make a decision, I will let Amo suffer first. 1. Although Ning Xuema had been arguing with the heavenly Tao just now, she still heard the argument on Luo Jiuqin's side. Luo Jiuqin couldn't hurt Shun Julie with his own hands, so he forced Shun Julie to cut off his own arms and legs with the Sky Splitter sword. He wanted Shun Julie to turn himself into a human stick. Ning Xuema finally saw the Sky Splitter sword in this life. This sword should have been refined by little Xuema after she became a demon. Now, because history had been changed, it was refined by Luo Jiuqin. At this moment, the sword was just hanging there, and Shun Julie could grab it with a single grab. Ning Xuema was well aware of the power of this sword. Back then, it had only pierced Shun Julie once. It had taken him a long time to recover, and it had almost taken his life. If he used this sword to cut off his arms and legs, how could Shun Julie survive? Although it was Shun Julie's first time seeing this sword, he was an expert in weapons. He could tell at a glance that this sword was extremely fierce. He pursed his thin lips slightly. His fingers were clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. He was a god, born to protect the 6 realms. He should be emotionless and give up on little Xuema. However, he finally found someone he truly wanted to protect. How could he give up? Although little Xuema rarely looked at him, he could see the cold sweat on her forehead. It was obvious that she was suffering. 2. Luo Jiuqin's voice was like a demon's, urging Shun Julie to make a decision. Once he counted to 10, according to Luo Jiuqin, he would use the Sky Splitter sword to cut off little Xuema's hand first. Shun Julie's face grew paler and paler, and his fingers trembled slightly. It was obvious that he was in a dilemma. 3. Luo Jiuqin was even more pleased. His eyes were like blades as he stared at Shun Julie. Chapter 2061. Firstly, it was to guard against his sudden attack. Secondly, Luo Jiuqin admired his current expression. Being able to force Shun Julie, his archenemy, into a corner was a delightful thing. He didn't want to miss any of his opponent's expressions. He counted slowly and evenly. Every count was like a drumstick hitting one's heart heavily. Shun Julie's expression became uglier and uglier. His forehead was already covered in sweat. His fingers were trembling more and more, and even his sleeves were shaking. Soon, Luo Jiuqin reached the count. 9. His sword had already been transferred to little Xuema's wrist. If he counted another number, little Xuema's hand would fly out. Imo, it's not that I don't love you. It's that the man you're thinking about doesn't love you. Luo Jiuqin was smiling, but his tone was cruel. His thin lips parted slightly, and he was about to spit out the last number. All right. Shun Julie had no other choice and finally relented. He waved his sleeves and raised his hand to grab the Sky Splitter sword. When Luo Jiuqin heard Shun Julie say okay, he felt as if he had eaten ice cubes in the middle of summer. His heart, which had been stretched taut, finally relaxed. He was actually afraid that Shun Julie wouldn't agree. After all, he didn't want to hurt little Xuema too much. He had always liked this little girl. The more he couldn't get her, the more he liked her. Of course, compared to power, little Xuema's position in his heart was slightly lower. Yes, it was only slightly lower than power. Imo, as long as I get the position of Master God, I'll definitely treat you well in the future. I'll make you the God Empress who's second only to me and above everyone else. He silently made a wish in his heart. He stared at Shun Julie, waiting for the moment that would make him the happiest. Shun Julie's fingers had already grasped the hilt of the Sky Splitter sword. At this moment, the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed like even the air had frozen. A mournful cry suddenly rang out. It was so loud that it shook the surrounding clouds. This sound was too sudden. Everyone was shaken by this sound, and their ears went numb, especially Luo Jiuqin because he was the closest to the howl. He was almost seeing stars. His hand that was holding the knife trembled, and he almost cut his own hand. This scream came from Ning Xuema. Although Luo Jiuqin had sealed little Xuema's acupoints, he didn't seal her mute acupoints in order to make her cry out in pain when she was tortured. In order to create a better effect, He even tapped on the acupoints that could increase her volume. Just now, little Xiuma didn't make a sound no matter what torture she suffered, so Luo Jiuchen gave up the idea of letting her make a sound. He had never thought that she would shout so loudly at this moment. This cry was too mournful. Luo Jiuchen's heartstrings trembled. He thought that he had already cut Xiuma's hand. Subconsciously, he moved the knife away a few inches and looked down at her. "Why are you?" Almost at this moment, a bolt of white light flashed over. Ding! With a crisp sound, the white light hit Luo Jiuchen's hand that was holding the knife. Luo Jiuchen's attention was on Ning Xiuma at this moment, so he wasn't prepared at all. His hand suddenly hurt. His 5 fingers were cut off. The knife in his hand naturally fell from the clouds. The sharp pain caused his hand to tremble. Little Xiuma, who had been unable to move his arms, suddenly sent a palm towards his left ribs. Her movements were as fast as lightning. Luo Jiuchen didn't have time to react and was hit by her palm. Chapter 2062. She had probably used all her strength in this slap. It was so powerful that Luo Jiuchen felt as if he had been hit by a big hammer. With a groan, the arm that was holding little Xiuma finally loosened. Little Xiuma took the opportunity to squat down and rolled 18 times in a row in the clouds. At the moment of rolling, her toes curled up, and she kicked Luo Jiuchen's crotch. All of this happened too fast. In a flash, little Xiuma had successfully escaped from Luo Jiuchen's attack range. Luo Jiuchen's reaction was also fast. He immediately flew to catch her. But even though he was fast, Shun Jiuli was faster. His figure flashed, and he was already beside little Xiuma. He picked her up and protected her behind him. When Luo Jiuchen flew over, what greeted him was Shun Jiuli's dazzling flying sword. "Luo Jiuchen, this time I will make you pay the price." Shun Jiuli really had the intention to kill. Luo Jiuchen's face suddenly changed. He didn't have a hostage. If he used force, he was definitely not Shun Jiuli's opponent. What's more, the other party was really angry. He turned around and wanted to escape. But how could Shun Jiuli let him go? After all, after fighting for so many years, Shun Jiuli had long understood his way of escaping when he couldn't win. His figure flashed and stopped him in advance. Luo Jiuchen almost hit his head on the tip of his sword. Since he couldn't escape, he could only start fighting and look for a chance to escape in the fight. The two of them rolled in the air and fought. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged and the sky turned dark again. Little Xiuma didn't go forward to help. She landed slightly and stood beside Miao Fan, who was bound by Shun Jiuli's enchantment. Then she began to bandage her own wounds. Damn it, Luo Jiuchen's broken knife had only scratched a layer of skin on her neck, but it hurt like a bee's sting. Her little face was still pale, and cold sweat was dripping down. So this is how he treats you. He doesn't even care that you're injured. He even has the heart to fight with others. Miao Fan began to make sarcastic remarks. She really didn't understand. Luo Jiuchen clearly had the upper hand. So how did the situation suddenly reverse? Most importantly, in that scene, Xiuma and Shun Jiuli cooperated so well. It was simply too wonderful. As long as one of them didn't react in time, this opportunity would be missed. After all, Luo Jiuchen was as cunning as a fox. Shun Jiuli was actually willing to lose his principles and commit suicide for little Xiuma. This in itself caused Miao Fan to be taken aback, and the flames of jealousy in her heart soared high. Now that little Xiuma was out of danger, she couldn't help but want to provoke her. Little Xiuma didn't pay attention to her at all. A medicine bottle appeared in her palm, and she applied the pink ointment inside to the wound on her neck. After the ointment was applied, the needle-like pain on her neck finally disappeared. Her little mouth hooked up, and she smiled. Miao Fan stared at the medicine bottle in her hand and recognized that it was Shun Jiuli's medicine bottle. Her eyes flashed with hatred. After treating the wound on her neck, Ning Xiuma finally calmed down and did something else. She shook the small medicine bottle in front of Miao Fan and said, "Do you hate that Luo Jiuchen didn't take away all the medicine on me when he caught me?" Miao Fan. She did hate this. The curve on Ning Xiuma's small mouth became even more beautiful. Luo Jiuchen really didn't search my body. However, I didn't bring this medicine bottle with me. It was given to me by the great deity. Chapter 2063. Miao Fan was speechless. It turned out that Shun Juli didn't care about this girl. He had already prepared the antidote for her. The jealousy in her heart rose even more. So what? You were in so much pain just now, and your face was pale. If he really cared about you, he would have held you in his arms and comforted you and checked your injuries. Ning Xiuma giggled. This Miaofan world of mysteries must have read too many books. She thought she was singing a drama. At such a critical moment, it was natural to get rid of Luo Jiuchen first. What's more, when she rolled away just now, anyone could see that her body didn't suffer any serious injuries. Shun Juli was a genius doctor, so he could naturally see it too. After she succeeded in possessing the body, she immediately winked at Shun Juli. Shun Juli had been with her for a long time recently, so he immediately understood that the body had changed again. He didn't show it on his face, but he began to pay attention to Ning Xiuma's lips. Ning Xiuma's back was facing Luo Jiuchen, so Luo Jiuchen naturally couldn't see her expression. Ning Xiuma mouthed to Shun Juli to act according to the situation. Shun Juli was extremely smart, so he immediately understood Ning Xiuma's intention. He knew that this girl was very clever and had many strange ways to escape, so he let out a sigh of relief before he made a move. Moreover, the method Ning Xiuma used was something no one had expected. She suddenly screamed when Luo Jiuchen was most relaxed, which successfully attracted Luo Jiuchen's attention and distracted him at the most critical moment. Of course, Luo Jiuchen was only distracted for a second, but this was enough for anything to happen. When Shun Juli knocked away Luo Jiuchen's knife, he also opened Ning Xiuma's acupoint with his finger, which made her suddenly move and hit Luo Jiuchen. Successfully escaping from his evil claws, the cooperation between the two could be said to be incomparable, and Ning Xiuma was very satisfied. Shun Juli was simply too good, as expected of the person she fancied. When Miao Fan saw the smile on Ning Xiuma's face, she felt that it was even more dazzling. He couldn't help but ask again, "Shouldn't you go up and help at this time?" Ning Xiuma crossed her arms and said with a smile, "I believe in him. He can handle it alone." Her power had not fully recovered yet. If she blindly rushed into the battle, she would not be of help but be a hindrance. She would never do such a brainless thing. This was also the reason why Shun Juli had protected little Xiuma in the wizardry barrier. He was afraid that she would cause trouble in a moment of passion. At this time, all she had to do was to guard the barrier that trapped Miao Fan. Miao Fan was so angry that her face turned green. "You don't dare, do you? Are you afraid that Jiuchen will catch you again?" Ning Xiuma tilted her head and looked at her. "Jiuchen, you sound so intimate. Do you want to hear a secret?" Miao Fan said coldly. "What secret? Humph, what secret can you have?" Ning Xiuma unhurriedly said, "When you were suffering in the demon realm, Luo Jiuchen was actually standing on a tree, watching you being bitten bite by bite." Miao Fan's face changed. "Nonsense." After a pause, she asked, "How do you know?" "That's because at that time, Great God and I were also standing on another tree to watch." That scene was very satisfying. Ning Xiuma was infuriating her to death. Miao Fan's lips turned white. She clenched her fists. She did not expect that Shun Juli would be so cruel. When he saw her suffering, he did not save her. Instead, he watched the show with this little bitch. This blow was especially big for her. It was like being slapped in the face. Chapter 2064. Miao Fan's heart was filled with anger and anger. Finally, she found a sentence that could attack Ning Xiuma. The reason why Jiuchen stood there and watched was because he thought that the person who was caught by the devil cult was you. He didn't know that it was me. After he recognized me, he regretted it so much. He was especially good to me and healed my wounds. Ning Xiuma laughed again. "He healed your wounds, but he couldn't, right?" Miao Fan's eyes widened. How did you know?" She paused and said, "Jiuchen's medical skills are indeed not as good as Julie's. What's so strange about him not being able to heal me?" "You're wrong. Your wounds are just flesh wounds. Jochin is very good at healing them. He has that kind of miraculous medicine that can instantly heal the skin. If he really wants to treat you, your wounds will be healed in less than a day. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. He doesn't have that kind of medicine. Miao Fan shouted angrily. After she became a devil, her temper had become particularly irritable. Ning Xuema looked at her with pity in her eyes. He acted like that because he wanted to force you to cultivate it on your own to become his killing weapon. That's all because he himself can't cultivate that demonic technique. He doesn't care about you at all. Didn't he have the intention to save you just now? Ning Xuema's provocation was not worse than Miao Fan's. She could definitely make people jump in anger. Miao Fan's face turned green with anger. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. I won't be fooled by you. Well, just take it that I'm trying to drive a wedge between you. You'll feel better this way. All right, there's one more thing that I forgot to tell you. Although the sorcery that you're cultivating can make you the enemy of 10,000 people in a short period of time, it's extremely awesome, but it will cause great damage to your body and soul. In less than a year, you won't need anyone to kill you. You'll directly go berserk. At that time, the red cloud that you cultivated will backfire, and you will suffer the pain of 10,000 souls devouring your body until your soul disappears. Miao Fan, you're talking nonsense. 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 She was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ning Xuema smiled and patted her enchantment with her small hand. Well, don't believe me. I'm talking nonsense. Luo Jiuchen didn't practice it himself and let you practice it because he is a living lay foam. He only wants you to become the #1 person in the 6 realms. The more she spoke, the more nervous Miao Fan became. At this moment, she faintly understood that what Ning Xuema said was all true. Otherwise, why would Luo Jiuchen not practice such a powerful sorcery himself? Use. Blatant exploitation. She had been completely used. He was still in the dark. How infuriating. Miao Fan was so angry that she felt dizzy. Hot blood rushed up to her head, and she felt a sweet taste in her throat. Then, she spurted out blood. Everything in front of him turned black, and he fell limply into the barrier. Ning Xuema clapped her hands. You'll die from anger. You're a pig head, but you always feel that others are stupid. Miao Fan is the representative of that. After dealing with Miao Fan, Ning Xuema began to cross her arms and watch the battle between Shun Juli and Luo Jiuchen. The battle between the two of them was simply brilliant. Luo Jiuchen was like the legendary alien. His finger was clearly cut off by Shun Juli, but it actually grew back in a moment and returned to its original state. Both of them were the most powerful people in the 6 realms. Once they fought, it would simply be shocking. What battle? The summit of the Forbidden City was simply too weak compared to them. The light of magic power filled the sky. Both of them were extremely fast. They separated and reunited in the air, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Chapter 2065. Shun Juli was naturally stronger than Luo Jiuchen, but he had just fought with the demonized Miao Fan and did not have time to rest before he started the second round. In this regard, Luo Jiuchen had the advantage. He had been conserving his strength and was now at his peak. The actual strength of the two people was not too different, so Shun Juli did not have the upper hand for a while. The two people fought there for a long time, but it was still a draw. Ning Xuema had been watching their fight. She was silently analyzing Luo Jiuchen's martial arts. She had been forced to such a miserable state by this bastard 50,000 years later, but she still did not know his true strength. Sooner or later, she would have a tough battle with him, and now she had the opportunity to study it. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Of course, she also paid attention to Shun Juli's moves, to see how he would deal with Luo Jiuchen's killing moves, and memorized it in her heart. A true expert would learn all kinds of lessons from the fights of other experts to improve themselves. Therefore, the fight between Shun Juli and Luo Jiuchen made Ning Xuema, as a spectator, improve a lot. Unknowingly, 1 day passed, 2 days passed. The battlefield of the two people also changed frequently. Luo Jiuchen wanted to escape several times, but Shun Jili set up a barrier around them, isolating them from the outside world. Luo Jiuchen could not break it for a while. As for Ning Xiuma, she had been following them, watching from afar. Of course, she was a careful person. No matter where she followed, she would carry the barrier ball with Miao Fan in it, so that Miao Fan had no chance to escape. During this period, Miao Fan begged her, insulted her, and used words to provoke Ning Xiuma to let her go. However, Ning Xiuma seemed to be smiling and had a good temper, but she was actually a stubborn person. Moreover, when it came to talking, even 10 Miao Fans were not her opponent. Not only did Miao Fan fail to stimulate Ning Xiuma, but she was also stimulated by Ning Xiuma to the point that she felt dizzy and vomited blood. This evil art that Miao Fan was cultivating could easily cause her to go berserk, and after being repeatedly stimulated by Ning Xiuma, in the end, she was so angry that her hands and feet went numb. He fainted again. He was lying upright in the enchantment. Ning Xiuma patted her enchantment barrier and chuckled. Zhuge Liang angered Zhou Yu 3 times and finally angered him to death. I've only angered you twice, so you shouldn't die. I hope you can persevere until the 3rd time. She watched the fight between the two for a while and frowned slightly. In the past 2 days of fighting, Luo Jiuchen had wanted to rush to her side and take her hostage several times. However, Shun Jili didn't give him a chance. As long as he had the slightest intention to approach Ning Xiuma, he would immediately suffer from Shun Jili's storm-like attacks. Therefore, he couldn't get close to her. At this moment, the two of them had been fighting for 2 days. Luo Jiuchen's strength was not as good as Shun Jili's, and he was faintly showing signs of defeat. In the past, when he was about to be defeated, as long as he admitted defeat to Shun Jili would let him go and wouldn't force him like now. This time, Shun Jili really had the intention to kill. The fight between the two of them could be said to be a fight to the death. This kind of fight consumed the most psychokinesis. The foreheads of the two people were already sweating, and they didn't look as ethereal as before. Ning Xiuma's gaze paused on Shun Jili's face for a moment. He was terrifyingly calm in this fight, and his moves were like moving clouds and flowing water. Chapter 2066. Ning Xiuma's gaze paused on Shun Jili's face for a moment. He was terrifyingly calm in this battle. His every move was as smooth as flowing water, but it was absolutely powerful. It was just that his face was slightly pale at this moment. It was obvious that he was also tired. Of course, Luo Jiuchen was even more tired. He was in a more sorry state than Shun Jili. His clothes were torn in several places, and his hair was much more messy. In fact, he had been injured several times during the battle. One of his arms had even been cut off by Shun Jili, but he had an abnormal recovery ability. He could quickly regrow it during the battle. He was even more abnormal than the alien, which made Ning Xiuma gnash her teeth. Heavenly Tao, the cheat you gave this bastard is too powerful, right? Did you watch the American blockbuster Alien? Heavenly Tao. Her words were too abstract, and Heavenly Tao didn't understand. It said that when God closes a door, he will leave a window for you. But the window you left for God this time is too big, right? It's even wider than the door. You actually gave him such an abnormal recovery ability. It was practically an immortal body. If this continued, when would it end? My great God will be tired. Heavenly Tao, say if this guy's head is cut off, will he be able to regrow it with a whoosh? Heavenly Tao, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. It was still very principled and wouldn't reveal anyone's secrets. Heavenly Tao, do you know what I hate the most? It's that you obviously don't know, but you keep me in suspense as if you know everything. Heavenly Tao, you're insulting Heavenly Tao again. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Okay, I know I've stepped on your sore spot again. Yes, I know that you actually don't know where the demigod's Achilles heel is, so you said that. This is a trick that you higher-ups have always liked to play. In our era, it's called playing the Zen machine. I understand. Understand my ass. Heavenly Tao was angry. I know everything. How can I not know how to destroy him? He's afraid of the heavenly water poison. At this point, Heavenly Tao suddenly stopped. Ning Shuama's heart skipped a beat. So this heavenly water poison was the magic weapon used to kill Luo Jiuchen. It was passed down from the heavenly Tao. It seemed to be true. It was a pity that he couldn't refine it now. Tian Dao probably knew that it had been provoked by her. 4 or 5 rows of lightning symbols flashed in Ning Shuama's mind, representing its anger. Ning Shuama pretended that she didn't see anything. She just sat there thinking about her own things. No wonder Shunjili said that Luo Jiuchen could only be sealed and could not be killed. So this was the reason. It seemed that even if he defeated Luo Jiuchen, he could only seal him. The heavenly Tao stone was actually very miserable. Although it was a high and mighty existence, it was very lonely. This was because it could only communicate with Shunjili, its guardian. And Shunjili was not a talkative person. He only spoke a few words to it, and there was no nonsense. Even if it flashed a few hundred words in his mind, Shunjili would not respond. He was not interested and pretended that he didn't see anything. And the heavenly Tao stone still needed to establish its prestige. When it needed to be pretentious, it still needed to be pretentious. Therefore, it and Shunjili might not be able to communicate more than 10 sentences in 10 years. Now, it finally met a strange person who could communicate with it, Ning Shuama. She was especially talkative. Although most of her words were poisonous and often made the heavenly Tao stone so angry that its blood pressure almost rose, it inexplicably wanted to communicate with her more. Only when it talked to her did it feel a little alive. Chapter 2067. Just now, it was unintentionally provoked by Ning Shuama and revealed a bit of heaven's secret. It thought that Ning Shuama would definitely ask it about the heaven's water poison and how to make it. However, it didn't expect that she wouldn't ask anything from the start. The heavenly Tao stone felt it was a little suffocated. After waiting for a while, it first brushed a bunch of meaningless symbols in Ning Shuama's mind. When it didn't get any response, it brushed a bunch of astronomical words that only Shunjili could understand. Seeing that she still didn't respond, it got slightly angry and started to brush the punctuation marks nonstop. Ning Shuama's thoughts were interrupted by it several times, and she got slightly impatient. Stop fooling around. Heavenly Tao stone, it finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Don't you want to know what the poison of heavenly water is? Ning Shuama's heart stirred. Maybe she should ask and see if it was the same as what Mother Earth said. Thus, she asked casually, "What is it?" The heavenly Tao stone immediately became arrogant again. Heaven's secret cannot be revealed. Ning Shuama smiled gently. Actually, it doesn't matter if you reveal or not. I already know. It's a kind of mixed 9th grade poison, right? It needs 9 knots grass, destiny flower. She listed out a bunch of herbs in one breath and didn't miss a single one. The heavenly Tao stone. It felt like it was struck by lightning. How did she know about such a confidential matter? Ning Shuama saw the row of exclamation marks that it had brushed out and knew she had guessed correctly. It seemed like even though Mother Earth wasn't a good person, her words were still very reliable. How did you know? The heavenly Tao stone couldn't hold it in anymore. Ning Shuama tapped her lips with a finger and made a shushing gesture. Heaven's secret cannot be revealed. Heavenly Tao stone. It withered. Ning Shuama got the answer she wanted and no longer paid attention to it. Her attention was attracted by the 2 people fighting in the sky again, and she discovered a problem. Even though Luo Jiuchen's regenerative ability was strangely strong, he would exhaust a portion of his psychokinesis every time he was injured. Perhaps after exhausting his psychokinesis, he would be able to capture him and seal him. Shunjili obviously had the same idea, so he kept pressing Luo Jiuchen, not giving him a chance to breathe. It had been 2.5 days. Judging from Luo Jiuchen's condition, he might be able to hold on for another 2 days. What a long time. Even if she managed to seal this fellow in the end, her almighty would be exhausted. Perhaps she should think of something. Ning Shuama's eyes flickered slightly as she began to think of an idea. It was impossible for her to directly go up and help. After all, her skills were far inferior to theirs. In addition, her skills had yet to fully recover. If she went up, she would only be cannon fodder. She might even be a hindrance to Shun Julie. After pondering for a while, she glanced at Meow Fan, who was still unconscious. She knew that Meow Fan wouldn't wake up anytime soon, let alone escape. Therefore, she flew away and began to circle the two people who were fighting from afar. That feeling was similar to boredom. At this time, the two people didn't have time to pay attention to her and let her go around. Ning Shuima circled for a while and seemed to finally have enough. She sat down on a cloud and suddenly said in a clear voice, "Luo Jiochin, you are no match for my almighty. Quickly give up your sword and admit defeat." Her voice was not soft. It echoed in the sky. The two people who were fighting naturally heard it. Shun Julie looked calm, and Luo Jiochin restrained his expression. He was now fighting with Shun Julie, so he couldn't be distracted. Naturally, he didn't have time to pay attention to Ning Shuima. Chapter 2068. Luo Jiochin, you are indeed a demigod. You really have the attributes of a demigod. Gods should take responsibility for their actions, but you don't have this awareness at all. You don't dare to kill people, so you instigate others to do it. Meow Fan, this killing machine, was instigated by you, right? Actually, the crime of instigation is also a crime, the same as the crime of the executor. Today, the heavenly Tao already knows what you have done. Don't talk about becoming a main god. I'm afraid you can't even become a demigod in the future. It is about to send down a lightning tribulation to punish you. Look, the clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker. This is a sign that it is accumulating power. The heavenly Tao couldn't hold it in anymore. It angrily spammed in Ning Shuima's mind. I don't need to accumulate power to send down a lightning tribulation. Did it think it was the god of thunder and goddess of lightning? The heavenly Tao said that a person like you who brings disaster to the country should be struck down long ago. The heavenly Tao, what did it say that? This was simply a fake imperial edict. Ning Shuima completely ignored the heavenly Tao Stone's protest and continued to say things to provoke Luo Jiochin. In general, she scolded Luo Jiochin as if he was worse than a pig or a dog, angering both humans and gods. She said whatever was infuriating. Her voice was crisp, her pronunciation was clear, and she spoke quickly. Her words kept circling around Luo Jiochin's ears. Luo Jiochin really didn't want to talk to her, but she was really good at talking. Many of her words hit his sore spot. For example, she said that he was incompetent and only knew how to play dirty tricks. She even suspected that he was actually a eunuch because his perverted personality and appearance were very similar to that of a eunuch. Luo Jiochin couldn't talk back during the fight, but when he heard her words, he couldn't help but get angry. His emotions were fluctuating, and he was distracted for a moment, so he took a few hits from Shun Julie. Her voice was too noisy. He finally saw how hurtful a person's words could be today. Luo Jiochin wished he could sew her mouth shut or plug his ears. But he couldn't do either of these things. With Shun Julie blocking him, he couldn't get close to Ning Shuima. And during the fight, he needed to be alert, so naturally, he couldn't plug his ears. He wanted to ignore her voice, but it was obvious that she was using some kind of skill when she was scolding him. Every word drilled into his ears. He knew that Ning Shuima was trying to distract him so that he wouldn't be affected by her. But even though he understood, he still couldn't help but care about it. He had been living high and mighty all his life, and this was the first time he had been scolded like this. Although half of what Ning Shuima said was true, being scolded by her still made him feel like his face was on fire. Anger surged in his heart. The biggest taboo in a fight between masters was to be distracted. At this moment, he was distracted again and again. He was almost vomiting blood after being hit by Shun Julie's palm. Shun Julie, don't you think it's unfair for her to do this? Luo Jiochin was finally enraged. When he opened his mouth to speak, he was hit by Shun Julie's sword again. Shun Julie didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Ning Shuima scolding him. He naturally knew why she was scolding him, but he was about to stop Ning Shuima from continuing. Ning Shuima said again, Luo Jiochin, I wanted to scold you myself. It has nothing to do with him. He can't control me now anyway. Luo Jiuchen, are you still afraid of others talking about what you did? Ah, right. I heard that you actually have 7 or 8 concubines in the mortal world. Is it just for show? Luo Jiuchen. He was so angry that he almost trembled. No, most of what Ning Xuema said was made up by herself, which made him want to vomit blood. Chapter 2069. Most of what Ning Xuema said was made up by herself, which made him want to vomit blood. It's not for show. Then your 7 or 8 concubines are real. They're not for show. Luo Jiuchen gritted his teeth. Shut up. You're angry out of humiliation. Did I step on your sore spot? You're inferior to the great God in everything, but you want to compete with the great God in everything. How can a heartless, despicable, and insidious person like you be the great God? Even if the great God is willing to give up his position, the heavenly Tao won't agree. The heavenly Tao is fair. Right, heavenly Tao? Today, the heavenly law stone finally experienced Ning Xuema's eloquence. It was in the middle of listening to Ning Xuema's words when she suddenly called it out and praised it. It immediately became happy and proudly wrote a line of words. Of course, I'm the fairest. Haha, the heavenly Tao also agrees with me. Luo Jiuchen, what else are you not convinced about? Even the heavenly Tao says you're not qualified. Luo Jiuchen's anger had been surging. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but sneer. You're lying again. You're just a demon and not the guardian of the heavenly Tao. How can you hear what the heavenly Tao says? Originally, I couldn't hear or see, but the heavenly Tao wants to use my mouth to warn you. The heavenly Tao has seen all the wicked things you've done. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. It's not that it won't, but it's not time yet. Heavenly Tao, strike a bolt of lightning and show him your miracle. The heavenly Tao originally agreed with what Ning Xuema said, but to strike lightning for no reason. The heavenly Tao pretended to be dead and didn't respond. Luo Jiuchen wanted to laugh. I knew you were lying. The heavenly Tao stone is in the Fantion Palace, not here. What can it see? Heavenly Tao, this person is saying that you're deaf and blind. He's insulting the heavenly Tao. Ning Xuema immediately said, show him your miracle. Otherwise, he will really think you're just a stone. The heavenly Tao stone also felt that Luo Jiuchen was too arrogant. He actually thought it couldn't see. Crack. A bolt of golden lightning suddenly burst out of the clouds and struck Luo Jiuchen's head. Luo Jiuchen originally thought that Ning Xuema was just talking nonsense, but he didn't expect it to be true. When the golden lightning split out, although it didn't cause him any harm, it made his entire body stiffen. Even Shun Julie, who had been calm and collected, revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. During this conversation, Luo Jiuchen had been fighting with Shun Julie. Because he was absent-minded, there were several more injuries on his body. Luo Jiuchen was already at a disadvantage. Now that he was distracted by Ning Xuema, he couldn't concentrate on fighting with Shun Julie. He was defeated one after another. Ning Xuema knew when to stop. She smiled and sat down not far away. She raised her hand and rubbed her throat. After saying so much, her mouth was a little dry, and her throat was a little sore. She probably saw that Luo Jiuchen was about to be defeated, so she relaxed. She actually drove the cloud under her body slightly closer to the battle between the two people and leisurely watched there. During the fight, Luo Jiuchen knew that Shun Julie wouldn't let him go this time. He knew that he wouldn't die, but he would be sealed. He would be sealed alive. He didn't want this result, so he was always looking for a chance to escape. However, Shun Julie's defense was watertight. He couldn't escape from the other party's grasp, no matter how hard he tried. Now that he was injured one after another and lost a lot of his power, it was almost a matter of time before he was captured. Chapter 2070. He was very anxious and occasionally glanced to the side. He actually saw Ning Xuema sitting not far away from him. That girl was probably tired of scolding him. She was half lying on the cloud and watching the show. She was so relaxed that it made him want to grit his teeth. His eyes lit up. A faint light flashed across his eyes. Seeing Shun Julie's palm coming at him again, he couldn't dodge it. He was hit on the shoulder by Shun Julie's palm, and his entire body flew out. And the direction he flew out was the direction of Ning Xiuma. Luo Jiuchen flew out as fast as lightning. He endured the pain of his shoulder blade breaking and flipped over in the air. He grabbed at Ning Xiuma, who was watching the show. He wanted to take her hostage again. Only then would he have a chance to escape. So he endured Shun Julie's attack and used the force to fly towards Ning Xiuma. He was like a big bird flying in the sky. His fingers were about to grab Ning Xiuma's lapel, but he didn't expect that the person who was lying there without any defense would suddenly roll away like lightning, directly rolling down the cloud. Luo Jiuchen's fingers grabbed empty air, and he couldn't stop for a moment. His entire body fell onto the cloud. His shoulder hurt so much that he almost vomited blood, but he still subconsciously wanted to jump up. But his body seemed to be sucked in by something, and he couldn't jump up. Not only that, he felt like he was stuck in a quagmire. His body seemed to be glued to the ground. The more he struggled, the more he was glued to the ground. He had fallen into a trap. He had fallen into that girl's trap again. Her cloud was strange. It should be a very powerful mechanism. She had deliberately laid there to lure him into a trap. Luo Jiuchen was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was a powerful person after all. Suddenly, his entire body emitted a purple flame. He roasted the cloud below him, causing it to boil like boiling water. He finally broke free and jumped up from the cloud. He had used the golden cicada shell shedding technique to escape, but the purple clothes on his body had been completely melted by the strange cloud. Even his skin and hair seemed to have been washed by sulfuric acid. His original handsome and elegant appearance was gone. At a glance, he looked like a charcoal man who had been burnt. Originally, his recovery ability was amazing. However, because he had used up too much of his psychokinesis, he was unable to recover immediately. Thus, he was forced to flee in such a sorry state. Shun Jili was still chasing after him. Luo Jiuchen didn't even have time to change his clothes from his storage space. Of course, he also didn't have time to look for Ning Xiuma. Since that girl had schemed against him, she must have found a way out for herself. She must be hiding in some corner with her arms crossed and laughing at him. He dashed in a certain direction. If his calculations were correct, that direction led to the netherworld. Perhaps those people from the celestial world were still waiting there. He had to capture a hostage first. That was his plan now. However, although he had a good idea, the reality was not as simple as it seemed. He didn't know what mechanism he had stepped on while he was running. There was a flash of red light in front of his eyes, and countless red lights flew out. He was caught in a daze for a moment and was wrapped up like a cocoon. Of course, he used all his strength to break free again. The price of breaking free was that more than half of the skin that had just grown back was torn off again. He was already close to the end of his rope. After being injured and plotted against, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. When he escaped again, his footsteps were a little weak. He rushed forward dizzily. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind above his head, and thousands of golden lights shrouded him. Chapter 2071. He was dizzy as he rushed forward. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew above his head, and thousands of golden rays of light shrouded him. He suddenly raised his head and saw a glistening yellow bell with countless runes swirling around it. He wanted to dodge, but that bell had a very special suction force. If he was in his peak condition, he naturally wouldn't care about this kind of suction force. But now, he didn't have the strength to break free from this suction force. He was fixed on the spot and watched as the bell came down on his head. In the end, he saw two people standing side by his side not far away. Shun Jili was dressed in white and was making hand seals, and Ning Xiuma was standing beside Shun Jili, smiling as she looked at him who was about to be caught by the golden bell. She even made a goodbye gesture to him. So this was the Heaven Dao bell. So it looked so majestic 50,000 years ago. Ning Xiuma walked around the bell. She had seen the Heaven Dao bell 50,000 years ago. It wasn't this big, other than the fact that it didn't have any rust. It was no different from an ordinary bell. But now, this bell had countless runes flowing around it. It was shining brightly with thousands of rays of light, and thousands of rays of auspicious air. Shunjili stood there. Rays of light kept flashing between his fingers and landed on the bell. It was very obvious that he was still casting spells. The muffled sound of a person struggling came from the bell, but he couldn't get out no matter what. This is the Heaven Dao Bell, a great weapon specially used to punish gods. This divine tool has already gained sentience and can automatically set the number of years of imprisonment according to the crimes committed by the gods. Little girl, the Heaven Dao is fair. It has always punished evil and promoted good. It is not biased, but it has to be at the right time. The Heaven Dao stone began to fill Ning Shuima's mind again. And the Heavenly Dao is indeed fair. Originally, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Ning Shuima was not stingy with her praise and apologies. In fact, the Heaven Dao stone was very obedient. Ning Shuima had been talking to it, which made it very unhappy, but it could not do anything to her. When she was in her soul state, it couldn't even send down the tribulation lightning to strike her. Later on, when she possessed little Shuima's body, it strangely reached a consensus with her, and it felt a little embarrassed to strike her. Besides, it was rare to meet someone who could chat with it for thousands of years, so it was a little reluctant to strike her. Now that it was praised, the Heaven Dao stone's initial displeasure finally disappeared. It proudly wrote a line of words, "I will not argue with a little girl like you. The Heavenly Dao is indeed the Prime Minister's stomach. You have a broad mind." Ning Shuima once again praised it. "Say, how many years do you think this bastard will be locked up in this bell? Will it be forever?" The Heaven Dao stone, of course, of the heaven of the heaven of course, of the Heaven Dao stone and the heavens. Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that even if little Nien Ma did not let him out, he would find another way to come out. This person had been locked in the Heaven Dao stone for 50,000 years, but he did not learn his lesson. He was still thinking of ways to do evil. Ning Shuima clenched her fists. "Shuima, come here." Shunjili finally completed some kind of ritual. He shrank the Heaven Dao stone and put it away. After such a fight, Shunjili's face was a little pale. Obviously, he was also very tired, and his body was slightly swaying. The great god's weak appearance was very lovable. Ning Shuima immediately ran over and hugged his arm. "Great God, are you all right?" Shunjili did not speak. Instead, he took out a green pill and gave it to her. "Eat it." Chapter 2072. What? She didn't seem to be injured. Ning Shuima looked at him in confusion, but she still took the pill. The pill had a faint cold fragrance. She swallowed it, and a cool feeling slid down her throat. It was very comfortable. "What is this pill?" "It's for your throat. You've been scolding for so long. Your throat must be very dry, right?" Shunjili smiled and raised his hand to rub her head. It turned out that the Almighty was considerate of her. Ning Shuima smiled and squinted her eyes. "I'm not doing it anymore." She used her telekinesis to scold people, and it did hurt her throat a little, especially the earth-shattering howl at the beginning. It almost broke her throat. When she spoke later, her voice was a little hoarse. She didn't expect the Almighty to recognize it. "Almighty, are you tired?" Ning Shuima looked at his pale face. "Well, come, Shuima, let me lean on you." Shunjili looked even weaker. He directly leaned on Ning Shuima. He had long arms and legs. When he leaned on the petite Ning Shuima, he almost wrapped her whole body. It was Ning Shuima's first time seeing him so weak. The Almighty had been weak before, but he never showed weakness. He had always been protecting her like a god. But now, he was showing weakness in front of her. This kind of great god made Ning Shuima's heart soften. She struggled to half hug and half support him. "Let's go back to the Fanteon Palace first." She also picked up the ball enchantment that contained Miao Fan. Shunjili glanced at Miao Fan, who was inside the enchantment, and bent his fingers slightly. Miao Fan had sinned too much. She should be punished and killed on the spot. He didn't want this woman to go back to the Fanteon Palace. Ning Shuima held Shunjili's hand. "Let's wait and hand her over to the Six Realms." Shunjili gave up. "Have you settled the matter on your side?" Shunjili asked. He didn't expect her to come back so soon. Ning Shuima shook her head. "I can't go back now. I've been floating around you, but I didn't see your soul. Shunjili raised his eyebrows. As long as he activated his cultivation technique, he would be able to see different souls. At that time, after Ning Shuma left, he opened up the cultivation technique to take a look, but he couldn't find it. Because I'm a special soul, Ning Shuma didn't know what modesty was. Shunjili couldn't help but laugh. He hugged her and said, "Yes, you are a special soul, a special person. To me, you are the most special existence." It turned out that the Almighty's words of love could be so deadly. His head was resting on her shoulder, and his lips were almost touching her ear. His breath brushed against her ear, making her feel numb and ticklish. It also warmed her heart. After returning to the Fanteon Palace, Shunjili put the Bell of Heaven on a mountain and set up layers of restrictions. When he was setting up the restrictions, Ning Shuama followed him to take a look. She was slightly moved. The restrictions that Shunjili set were almost the same as what little Nyenma said about him unlocking the Bell of Heaven. In fact, Ning Shuama had been trying to sense her memory. Her memory had not disappeared, which meant that history had not changed and was still moving forward according to the previous trajectory. According to Mother Earth, the purple evil really spread 6 days after the bloody massacre. Shunjili, Miao Fan, and Luo Jiuchen fought for 3 days. Therefore, the purple evil should have spread 3 days later. Shunjili felt that Ning Shuma was very enthusiastic about him these 3 days. She almost stayed by his side and clung to him. Chapter 2073. Shunjili felt that Ning Shuma was very enthusiastic about him these 3 days. She stayed by his side almost all the time. Of course, this was a good thing. Shunjili liked it very much. At the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. He felt that she was a little unusual. He didn't ask her why. He knew that if she wanted to tell him, she would. Since she didn't want to tell him, she must have her reasons. Shuama, can you really communicate with the heavenly Tao stone? Shunjili asked the question in his heart. Yes, it often flashes words directly in my mind. Every time, it is golden. Ning Shuama didn't hide it from him. Shunjili thought deeply and nodded slightly. Because of the big battle, Shunjili had consumed a lot of energy. He rested in seclusion for 3 days. Ning Shuama accompanied him all the time. Shunjili taught her a set of special skills to cultivate the soul. After cultivating this, when she returned to her original body, the skills she cultivated would not disappear. In addition to cultivating according to the method Shunjili taught her, Ning Shuama also asked the Almighty for advice on what to pay attention to when fighting with Luo Jiuchen. Shunjili told her all he knew. Ning Shuama remembered all the important points. Shunjili already knew that she couldn't go back. He paused and asked her, "Shuama, maybe history has changed. You can never go back there. Why don't you stay here peacefully? 50,000 years later, our child will be born again." Ning Shuama lowered her eyes. Since her memory was still there, it proved that the general direction of history hadn't changed. The heavenly Tao stone had warned her seriously that she couldn't reveal anything related to the future. Otherwise, she might not be able to go back. Even if she left this body, she would most likely be annihilated in the long river of time and disappear completely. The reason why she couldn't go back this time was probably because she had unintentionally revealed some things. Because of its uncertainty, Ning Shuama complained, "What do you mean by probably? You're the one who punished me for not letting you go back. You're the one who punished me. If you dare to do it, why don't you dare to admit it?" The heavenly law stone was speechless. In the end, it flashed out some words. "The so-called heavenly law is the law of nature, and I am merely the voice of the heavenly law stone. It has its own laws." The long sentence almost blinded Ning Shuama's eyes. Ning Shuama finally understood that the heavenly Tao stone could only sense the heavenly Tao laws. Once someone truly violated the laws of the heavenly Tao stone would send a message to the guardian to set things right in time. Be it the prosperity or destruction of the 6 realms, it was a law. Ning Shuama was an accident. She could be considered as an extremely uncertain factor in this world. Once she violated the true law, the heavenly Tao would destroy her mortal Tao and even change the things she predicted in advance. Therefore, although Ning Xiuma knows what is going to happen, she can't say it. She did change some history, but the most important part of history couldn't be changed. Especially when it concerned the safety of the Six Realms, it couldn't be changed by human strength. Just like when someone transmigrated to the Great Qin Empire, Ing Zheng would still be the emperor. The difference was that one could find a way to change him to another person. However, the general trend of Qin unifying the six states and being destroyed after 2 lifetimes couldn't be changed 3 days later. The purple evil truly erupted, and the Six Realms fell into chaos. They were completely in danger. Everything was the same as the news Ning Xiuma received from Mother Earth. The purple evil seemed to have erupted suddenly, and the Six Realms were caught off guard. Chapter 2074. Shun Juli had received a revelation from the Heavenly Stone that if he wanted to seal the purple demon, he had to build a demon sealing array and use the flesh and blood of the culprit as bait to attract all the purple demon into the demon sealing array. When the news of the explosion of the purple demon reached the Fanteon Palace, Shun Juli, who was meditating, paused and looked at Ning Xiuma, who was sitting beside him. His eyes were slightly complicated. Xiuma, is this also supposed to happen in history? Ning Xiuma nodded. Since it had already happened, it didn't matter if she admitted it again. Shun Juli said again, so you kept Miao Fan because of this? Ning Xiuma nodded again. Miao Fan had done too many evil deeds, and the resentment of the Six Realms was boiling. The venerables of the Six Realms all demanded that Miao Fan be handed over to be publicly executed. Ning Xiuma proposed to keep Miao Fan in the Fanteon Palace, saying that she would be useful in the future. Shun Juli didn't say anything and left Miao Fan in the Fanteon Palace under the pressure of the venerables of the Six Realms. Shun Juli stood up. Is it because the heavenly Tao doesn't allow you to foretell in advance? Ning Xiuma nodded again. Then what will be the final fate of you and me in this life? Shun Juli's eyes fell on her face. Ning Xiuma opened her mouth slightly, but she couldn't answer. Shun Juli looked at her for a moment and slowly said, Xiuma, although I am the guardian of the heavenly Tao, I have never believed in fate, especially the fate of you and me. I just want to be with you forever. Even if it means changing my fate, I am not afraid. Unfortunately, Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She faintly felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Unfortunately what? Shun Juli turned and strode out. The one you like is not the current me. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Ning Xiuma felt as if her heart had been hit by a hammer. She stood there for a moment, her fingers slightly clenched. Yes, she understood what Shun Juli meant. If she told him what was going to happen to Zisha in advance, he would use his own means to kill Zisha in the cradle so that it would not happen again. And he did have the ability to do so. However, she didn't say a single word. She didn't even say a single word. She just waited for everything to happen. Shun Juli was extremely intelligent. From some of Ning Xiuma's actions and words, he could tell that she had experienced something that could not be experienced in this era. In other words, it was very likely that she had reincarnated. Since they were reincarnated, there must have been an accident in this life. In other words, if they didn't change, he and she were destined to have a bad ending in this life. She could have said that she would change everything, but she didn't. It was obvious that she was afraid of change. She didn't want to change. In other words, the most important thing in her heart was still the people 50,000 years later. For example, little Nianma and Shun Juli, who might have been reincarnated 50,000 years later. She was willing to sacrifice her current happiness in the current him. Ning Xiuma also felt sorry for this. In fact, she could understand the knot in Shun Juli's heart. From another perspective, if she was in the original world and the Almighty suddenly became someone 50,000 years later, although he was very close to her, he really missed her in the future. He wanted to resurrect her in the future, so he didn't hesitate to sacrifice her in the present. She would probably feel very sad in her heart. Ning Xiuma stood there for a moment and slowly walked out. She looked up at the sky and was lost in thought for a moment. In the original history, little Xiuma jumped into the sacrificial cave to seal Zisha. What about now? Meow Fan was the one who committed the sin, so the one who was thrown into the sacrificial cave was naturally Meow Fan. Chapter 2075. What about her? What about little Shuama? Would she abandon Shun Julie and jump into the sacrificial cave for no reason, hoping to get the same ending as before? In that case, she was afraid that it would leave a great psychological shadow in Shun Julie's heart. She was lost in thought. When she looked up, she saw Shun Julie standing not far away and looking at her. Her heart skipped a beat. She walked forward and said, "Are you going to set up the evil sealing array now? I'll go with you." During this period of time, she wanted to advance and retreat with him. She wanted to spend as much time as possible with him, and she could help him a lot. He looked indifferent and cold. No need. He turned and walked away. Ning Shuama paused for a moment and followed him. "I think I can help. My kung fu is very good now. You see, I can help you when you were fighting with Luo Jiochin a few days ago. To set up such a sealing array, you need a master, and the more masters there are, the better." Shun Julie ignored her and walked faster and faster in front of her. Ning Shuama made up her mind and simply followed behind him. Anyway, he couldn't get rid of her. "Master, even if you don't take me this time, I will go by myself." Shun Julie, who was walking in front of her, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ning Shuama almost bumped into his arms. She hurriedly took a step back and looked up at him. "Take me with you." Shun Julie looked at her and didn't say anything for a long time. Ning Shuama reached out and pulled his sleeve. "Let's advance and retreat together." Shun Julie stepped back. Ning Shuama's hand paused and fell down. His indifference made her feel a little uncomfortable. The corners of her eyes were a little red. She pursed her lips. "Are you angry with me?" Her voice was a little nasal. Shun Julie paused for a moment. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward and hugged her. He hugged her so tightly that Ning Shuama was a little out of breath. His sudden hug made Ning Shuama's heart warm and sour. She raised her head from his arms. "Master." At this time, the sun had just risen. The sunlight behind him seemed to be inlaid with a faint layer of warm light. It also made his pair of eyes, which were looking at her, seem extremely deep and dark. There was a kind of concentration that could force people's hearts. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth. "Shuama, I'm sorry. This time, no matter if you hate me or resent me, I will not let you go." Although his voice was faint, his tone was firm. He hugged her with his left arm, but raised his right arm. A faint white light flew out from his fingertips and touched the space between her eyebrows. "I can handle this matter myself. You wait here obediently." Ning Shuama was speechless. Her acupuncture points had actually been sealed by him. Shun Julie carried her up and put her on the bed in his bedroom. He kissed her gently between her eyebrows and said, "Shuama, wait for me. I don't want to not see you for a long time." He didn't care about the future. What he wanted was the present. What he wanted to seize was the present. Deep in his heart, he had a feeling that if he let Ning Shuama go with him, she would probably never come back. If it was fated that they were not fated to be together in this life, then he would go against the heavens and change his fate. Fight for a fate. So what if he went against the heavenly Tao? Wasn't he the master of the 6 realms? He lifted his hand and placed a firm barrier around Ning Shuama's body. Only then did he turn around and leave in large strides. Ning Shuama lay there, not knowing what to feel. For a moment, her mind was shaken. She just wanted to let nature take its course. After all, the afterlife was illusory. It was still unknown whether the master could come back to life after 50,000 years. Chapter 2076. For a moment, her mind was shaken, and she wanted to just let nature take its course. After all, the afterlife was illusory. It was still unknown whether the great deity could be resurrected after 50,000 years. If she died in this disaster, who could guarantee that she would be able to travel back in time? Maybe she would disappear completely. Perhaps the fate of 50,000 years later had already changed. She even felt that her memory had begun to blur. Many things seemed to be separated by a layer of fog and were gradually drifting away. Now, As long as she did nothing and waited for him to come back, she and the great deity would be together forever and never be separated. She closed her eyes and let nature take its course. She was now trapped in this body by Shunjili. Even if she wanted to do anything, she could not do anything. Perhaps this was the fate of the both of them. Otherwise, why could she not go back when she left this body last time? She did not know how long she had been lying there. 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days. She also tried to open the sealed acupoints, but it was useless after a long time. She had to give up. In this body, the easiest thing for her to feel was sleepiness. She slept in a daze. Although Shunjili had trapped her, it was very good. She did not feel tired at all. She did not even feel hungry. Instead, it was like being trapped in an oxygen bar. The air was fresh, and the quilt was soft. It was very comfortable to lie in it. Even the power of her mind automatically increased in her sleep. Outside, a light green light came in through the window paper, indicating that another day had passed. It was another morning. It had been almost 3 days. Shunjili and those people should have set up the sealing array. Perhaps the ceremony to seal Zisha had already begun? Could it be successfully sealed? Nianma's face appeared in her mind again. She felt suffocated as if she was drowning. How was the child? Would Luo Jiochin make things difficult for him? If Shunjili and his people succeeded this time, then the history between them would be changed. Little Nianma might disappear, and so would her memories. Do you want to do this? The heavenly law stone suddenly appeared in her mind. What else can we do? She couldn't leave even if she wanted to. If you want to, you can. The heavenly Tao stone replied. Ning Shuama's heart skipped a beat. You have a way. The method is in your heart. Think of it and you can do it. The heavenly Tao stone began to chant. Ning Shuama felt a headache coming on. Stop keeping me in suspense. Why don't you just say it? The heavenly Tao stone didn't say anything. Ning Shuama asked it a few more times, but it didn't respond. In the end, when it was really asked too much, it came up with a catch-all phrase, Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Heavenly mystery your ass. Ning Shuama felt helpless. She could only think about it herself. What the heavenly Tao stone meant was that if she truly wanted to leave, she should be able to do so, right? In other words, in order to break Shunjuli's sealing technique, she should have mastered the method or seen it before. She began to think about the method Shunjuli used to seal her. Then, she tried to break it one by one with the method she knew. This kind of blind attempt had a great impact on her blood. Her limbs and bones were aching, and layers of sweat appeared on her forehead. She tried one method after another, but it was all in vain. Her body was getting more and more painful, and her body was soaked in cold sweat. Chapter 2077. Every time she tried to break through, the pain in her body would increase to a higher level. In the end, her whole body could not help but tremble. It was completely different from the ease and comfort she felt just now. What was more strange was that as long as she stopped running, she would immediately return to the comfort and freedom she felt just now. Once she ran, each wave was more painful than the last. People had the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. This kind of breakthrough not only attacked her muscles and vessels, but also her mind. If her mind was not firm, all her previous efforts would be wasted. When she was in so much pain that her whole body could not help but tremble, she unconsciously wanted to retreat. Was it worth it? If she forced herself to go out and appear in front of him, she was afraid that she could not help him. Instead, it would make him more desperate. What awaited her would be an unpredictable ending. If she stayed here and waited for him to come back, she would be with him forever. Maybe they would be warm and harmonious forever. One was the painful and unpredictable future. The other was the comfortable and warm present. Which one should she choose? Zisha can't be sealed normally. If you stay here, your ending may be worse. A line of words flashed in Ning Shuama's mind, making her body slightly stiff. Can it be sealed normally? Could it be that if she did not go, Shunjuli would be in danger? Would she let him disappear in this life when she crossed over and change her fate? This idea completely shocked her. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead instantly. No, no matter what, she had to go there. She could not let him immortalize here again. She had lost him once. If she lost him again, she could hardly imagine it. She calmed down and began to use all kinds of methods to break through her acupoints. No matter how painful it was, she could not care less. About an hour later, she used another method. Her body suddenly loosened. Her acupoints were finally broken. She was overjoyed. Her acupoints were broken. She still had to break the wizardry barrier that Shun Julie set around her. This time, her body did not hurt, but the wizardry barrier around her was too small. She could not use her fists and feet. There were many methods that she could not use. No matter what, she had to go out. This thought stood in her heart like a boulder. While she was busy, a line of words flashed in her mind like a sigh. "I'll help you." As this line of words flashed, Ning Shuima's palm suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. Wherever the golden light flashed, the enchantment opened. "Thank you." Ning Shuimo rushed out of the crack. "Do what you have to do." After the heavenly Tao stone helped her this time, it seemed to have expended a lot of energy. The golden words that flashed in her mind had become much lighter. Ning Shuima didn't have time to think about this and immediately rushed to the gate of Fantion Palace. This time, Shun Julie was really determined to make her stay. Before he left, he even set up a barrier at the entrance of the Fantion Palace. Just how afraid was he of losing her? Ning Shuima's palms were cold. She closed her eyes slightly. "Guru, I'm sorry." She began to break the wizardry barrier. This wizardry barrier was probably the strongest one that Shun Julie had set up. Ning Shuima used countless methods to break the wizardry barrier. In the end, she worked together with the Heavenly Tao Stone to break the barrier. "Heavenly Tao Stone, I can't thank you enough. I will repay you in the future." Ning Shuima was now full of gratitude to the Heavenly Tao Stone. "No need. This is also my tribulation." This time, the Heavenly Tao Stone only flashed a small line of white words. Then, it went out as if there was a power failure. Chapter 2078. The gloomy sun and the drifting mist. There were all kinds of dead bodies everywhere. There were also zombie-like wandering around, strangling living things when they saw them. Living people who had been infected by the purple evil spirit had been killed. Along the way, Ning Shuima saw scenes that resembled the end of the world. The once beautiful clusters of flowers had become withered branches and withered leaves. The once towering buildings had become broken walls and ruins. There were no real living people in the immortal world, the underworld, or the mortal world. Ning Shuima clenched her fists tightly, and her palms were full of cold sweat. This scene was more tragic than the zombie movies in the United States. Yes, all of this was within her expectation. But when she saw this scene, her heart still tightened into a ball. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. She had known that all of this would happen. If she had reminded Shun Julie earlier, he could have avoided it with his ability. She felt guilty when she saw all of this. How would Shun Julie feel when he saw all of this happen, but couldn't do anything? He was the guardian of the 6 realms. Although he was usually indifferent, it didn't mean that he could be indifferent when he saw such a tragic scene. Would he hate her for being selfish in his heart? If she didn't change history, then all the bad consequences were caused by her, and she couldn't absolve herself from the blame. She destroyed hundreds of millions of lives in the 6 realms because of her own grievances. Sure enough, she was the devil who was born to deal with the disaster. She had been lonely for 3 lifetimes, and her fate was bumpy. Maybe it was the punishment of heaven for her. At this moment, endless regret surged in her heart. From this moment on, she really had the idea of sacrificing herself to atone for her sins. There seemed to be a faint sigh in the ethereal wind. You finally realize, who is it? Ning Shuima looked around. No one answered her. The sigh seemed to come directly from her mind, and it made her heart tremble. The bumpy life of God is because of you, so it is full of disasters. The voice came again. It clearly resounded in her mind, but it was so ethereal that it seemed to come from the sky. Ning Shuima didn't say anything. She just closed her eyes slightly. She was indeed a burden to Shun Julie. She moved even faster. Although Mount Jiai had been there for 50,000 years, its landscape hadn't changed much. Towering peaks and ancient trees towered into the sky. The only difference was that this place was also littered with corpses. The purple evil chi was so thick that it was like a thick paste that couldn't be stirred, enveloping the entire Mount Jiai. Everything seemed to be going well. Shunjuli and the experts of the Six Realms set up the evil ceiling formation. After it was done, Shunjuli came out and used Meow Fan as bait to lure the purple evil beasts that were wandering in the Six Realms to the formation. The purple evil spirits were generated by the resentment of people who died unjustly and had something to do with Meow Fan, the initiator of all evil. The 8 purple evil spirits, which were generated by the resentment of those evil spirits, wished that they could eat her flesh and drink her blood. The purple fiend 8 evil beasts were the source of the purple fiend. Once they were attracted, most of the purple fiend would follow. As long as they were attracted to the eye of the formation, Meow Fan could be sacrificed, and the 8 evil beasts would be attracted to the eye of the formation and sealed. The 8 evil beasts were extremely ferocious, so it wasn't easy to lure them to the formation. Fortunately, Shunjuli came out personally, and they gradually attracted the 8 evil beasts to the formation within 5 days. 5 days. During these 5 days, Shunjuli didn't sleep at all. He had been dealing with the 8 evil beasts. Chapter 2079. The 8 evil beasts were too ferocious, more ferocious than any ancient beasts. Even the supreme beast kings of the beast world could not help but tremble when they saw them. Except for Shunjuli, no one was a match for them. Countless experts of the 6 realms who tried to kill them all died under their claws and were torn into pieces. Even their souls could not be left behind. The 8 evil beasts were so ferocious that it opened the eyes of the experts of the 6 realms who came to seal them. If it were not for the fact that they came here with the determination to die, the fear that came from the bottom of their hearts and seeped out from their bones would have crushed them. Shunjuli was also injured, but his expression was very calm. Every move he made was calm, and every move he made was so precise and ruthless. He held the sword in one hand and played the flute with the other. The sound of the flute was very strange. It was neither a tune nor a tune, but had an inexplicable power that could captivate one's soul. It suppressed the ferocity of the 8 evil beasts that were about to go berserk several times. He made them follow his footsteps. Meow Fan was sealed in a ball-like enchantment, floating around him. Blood dripped from her body from time to time, and this was the key to attracting them to follow him. Shunjuli moved very fast, but he looked very calm. His white robe fluttered in the wind. In such a critical situation, he looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. And it was this calmness that gave the experts of the 6 realms great confidence, which made them risk being attacked by the 8 evil beasts at any time to set up the enchantment. At the most critical moment, he became the hope of all the survivors. The 8 great ferocious beasts were like the legendary primal chaos beasts. They didn't recognize humans and were incomparably cruel. No matter what blocked their path, they would tear it apart in the blink of an eye. Sometimes, they could not suppress their ferocious nature. They ignored the flute that restrained them and pounced on Shunjuli. But Shunjuli slashed them back with his sword. Although he could not seriously injure them, he could still make them tumble down, which suppressed their ferocious nature. That snow-white light cut through all the darkness, allowing people to see the light of dawn. The purple evil chi in the formation was so thick that it was almost impenetrable. There was no one on the other side. If they were not the best of the best, they would not be able to walk even if they could see their companions in such a harsh environment, let alone setting up a formation. The density of the purple spirit was extremely high, so naturally, the infection rate was also the highest. The surviving masters had more or less been infected by the purple spirit. Fortunately, Shunjuli's flute was suppressing the infection, so it did not break out immediately. There was no cure for purple evil. Once infected, one could only go mad or wait for death. Everyone understood this. The belief that supported them all the way was to give this continent a truly peaceful environment where they could rest and recuperate. As long as their souls were not destroyed, they could still be reincarnated on this continent. After many years, the six realms would slowly prosper again. Everyone had a solemn and stirring feeling of facing death calmly in their hearts. For the sake of the next life, for the sake of the future generations, they were willing to risk it all. As long as God was still here, as long as the continent was still here, there was hope for them to start anew. Inside the enchantment, the sound of ghosts chirped and the chilly wind blew. Shun-Juli led the way in front. Every time they arrived at the eye of the enchantment, he would lead a purple evil beast to the eye of the enchantment. An immortal and a demon would use the enchantment to trap it. Of course, every master of the six realms who trapped a beast had to pay a very heavy price. Countless people fell, and countless people became substitutes. Chapter 2080. But fortunately, although they paid a heavy price, these immortals and devils did not disgrace their mission and trapped those evil beasts. The abilities of these evil beasts were also divided into high and low levels. The lower the level, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to trap them and the more the casualties. Fortunately, although the progress was difficult, it was still smooth. Shun-Juli led them to pass through 4 array points and trapped 4 evil beasts. Now, there were only 4 evil beasts following behind him. The pressure he faced also reduced a lot. But he did not expect that at this moment, an accident would happen. Miao Fan, who had been hanging beside Shun-Juli in the enchantment as a bait, actually changed her body at this time. Shun-Juli had set up a forbidden technique on her body, turning her into little Shuama's appearance. Not only the appearance and figure, even the smell of blood and soul power on her body were no different from little Shuama. Purple Demon and her had a great hatred. The 8 evil beasts were obsessed with her blood. If she kept the appearance of little Shuama, then the purple evil beasts would always follow her. Shun-Juli's technique was extremely magical. It could achieve the effect of passing off false as genuine, but it also had a fatal flaw. That is, it could only be maintained for a month. After a month, it would automatically recover. And this day was the last day when Miao Fan was forced to become little Shuama. After she returned to her original form, she was not the same as little Shuama at all. The 4 big purple evil beasts were originally roaring behind Shun-Juli, but suddenly they noticed that the smell dripping on the ground was not right and immediately raised their heads. 4 pairs of small golden eyes stared at Miao Fan and began to howl in dissatisfaction. Then, as if they realized that they had been tricked, they retreated step by step. Everyone's face changed. The purple evil beasts could only be lured and could not be driven away, and no one could drive them away. If these 4 purple fiend evil beasts ran away, then all their previous efforts would be for naught. This continent would be completely finished. Some people couldn't hold back their anger and rushed forward to chase them away, but they didn't expect that before they could even get close to them, they would be cut in half by the vicious air that came out of their mouths. The fresh blood of the human stimulated the nerves of the 4 evil beasts. The eyes of the 4 evil beasts suddenly emitted a green light, and their bodies instantly doubled in size. The most powerful one among them opened its mouth and was about to let out a long howl. Everyone's hearts sank. The 8 ferocious beasts were united. Once the leader of the 8 ferocious beasts let out that special howl, it would be a signal to gather the other 4 ferocious beasts that were trapped. By then, they might be able to break free from the shackles of the spell and attack the humans. At this moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Even the air was so tense that it seemed to have frozen. In that split second, Shun-Juli, who had been calmly and elegantly playing the flute, suddenly raised his sleeve. A white light shot out and sealed the beast's mouth, forcing it to swallow its roar back into its stomach. Only then did everyone's hearts, which had been hanging high in the air, fall back down with a plop. But it didn't fall back down to their chests. Their hearts were still hanging in the air, because although the beast did not let out a long howl, its pair of eyes had turned blood red. This was a sign that it was about to go berserk. Once this kind of beast went berserk, its power would instantly increase by several times. And these four beasts were together. If the leader of the four beasts went berserk, the other three beasts would also go berserk. One berserk evil beast was already a match for 10,000 people. If four of them went berserk together, it would be unimaginable. Perhaps even Shun Jiuli might not be a match for these four purple evil beasts. Maybe they would tear him apart alive. Chapter 2081. Under such a tense situation, Shun Jiuli did not panic at all. He was still as free and easy as flowing water. The master scattered according to Shun Jiuli's gesture. Shun Jiuli continued to play the bamboo flute. He held the sword in his hand horizontally. Blood flowed out from his palm and dripped down. The air was filled with a strange, sweet smell of blood. The smell was not like the smell of ordinary blood. Instead, it had a faint fragrance of the superior orchid flower. It floated down just like that. Every drop of blood that fell down was a blood-red lotus. The four evil beasts, who had already retreated, turned around again. For pairs of eyes were filled with greed. They rushed towards the blood-red lotuses and tried to snatch the food. Wherever Shun Jiuli walked, the blood lotuses bloomed. The four evil beasts were like mosquitoes that saw blood. They followed Shun Jiuli's footsteps and ran forward. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Supreme God was here. As long as the Supreme God was here, everything was possible. There was still hope in this world. The only thing that worried them was that when Miao Fan was used as bait, she only needed to drip a drop of blood every 1 or 2 minutes. However, the Supreme God's blood dripped drop by drop, like a pearl chain. It was still far away from the other 4 sealed areas. With the Supreme God's blood dripping method, he might not be able to last until the end. The crowd could not help but look at Shun Jiuli. The Supreme God's white robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a ray of sunlight that pierced through the darkness and gave everyone hope. The bamboo flute by his lips did not stop playing. He did not even miss a single note. His calmness as a mountain reassured everyone, allowing them to perform normally no matter what environment they were in. His flute music was the key to controlling the 8 evil beasts so that they would not go crazy. Ever since he found the 8 evil beasts, the flute music had not stopped for 4 days and 4 nights. The flute music was played with divine power. Every note consumed his divine power. His originally light, red lips were slightly pale. In order to set up this sealing formation, he had consumed almost half of his divine power. Using the bamboo flute to deal with these ferocious beasts for 4 days and 4 nights, he had consumed another 20 to 30% of his divine power. At this moment, he only had about 20 to 30% of his divine power left. He was close to the end of his tether, but his expression was still calm. He cut his palm and turned his blood into a lotus. The blood that flowed out was not ordinary blood, but the blood of a god. The blood of God only grew in certain specific acupoints in his body. Every time he forced out a drop of it, it was as painful as being cut by a knife. His face was also unbelievably pale, but there was still no expression on his face, nor was there any sign of pain. His movements did not slow down at all, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Along the way, not only did he have to control the 8 evil beasts, but he also had to kill the crazy evil spirits in the formation that had been infected by the purple evil spirit at any time. His attacks were extremely fast and stable. Moreover, his momentum was astonishing. A single sword strike determined the universe. One sword to decide life and death. His sword was stained with the blood of countless ferocious beasts, yet was still flickering with a resplendent brilliance. A faint circle of white light lingered around it. It cleaved away the darkness in everyone's heart. This was the most powerful existence. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of admiration and admiration. Of course, these people were even more desperate when they did things. After passing through 2 more sealed lands, they fought another bloody battle and trapped 2 more evil beasts. However, when they were trapping the 3rd last evil beast, an accident occurred. The human emperor in charge of this place was poisoned by the purple evil spirit, and his evil spirit flared up. Chapter 2082. The human emperor, who was in charge of this place, was poisoned by the purple evil poison. His evil spirit flared up. Not only did he not help to trap the evil beast, but he also killed his own people like a madman. The human emperor's kung fu was very high, and he was the strongest among the human race. When the evil spirit poison flared up, his kung fu increased by 5 times. His eyes were glowing with purple light as he wielded the violet gold staff in his hand. His subordinates, his family, and the elders of the underworld race who cooperated with him were all in trouble. So many people couldn't control him and were killed by his staff. Half of the beasts that were trapped were about to break free again. Shun Jili narrowed his eyes. He held the flute in his left hand to control the other 2 beasts, and the sword in his right hand shone brightly. He had to cut the Gordian knot. He had to kill this crazy human emperor. A woman suddenly rushed forward. "Divine Lord, wait." This woman was the human emperor's wife. They used to be brothers and sisters in the same sect. After they became husband and wife, they loved each other even more. The human emperor changed the law of the human realm for her, and they practiced monogamy in the 6 realms. They practiced together. Although the woman's kung fu was slightly inferior to her husband's, she could not be underestimated. This time, they had been working together to kill the enemy, and they were inseparable. Many single men and women envied them. The human emperor was injured and invaded by Zisha just now because he tried to protect her. The woman had been trying to call back her husband's mind. She even wanted to rush forward several times, but she was stopped by her subordinates. The human emperor did not recognize anyone, and there was only killing in his eyes. He had just personally dug out the heart of his most loyal subordinate. "My lady, the Lord does not recognize you. You can't go any closer." This was the reason her subordinates desperately tried to stop her. The woman's eyes were full of despair. Seeing that Shun Jili was going to kill the human emperor, she desperately rushed to stop him. Her face was full of madness and despair, which shocked Shun Jili, who had always been cold. He faintly felt that he had seen this woman's expression somewhere before. In that short moment of delay, the human emperor had torn 2 more people apart. "He must die." Shun Jili's voice was terrifyingly calm. He was using deep language, which was not much different from his original voice. He could sense the loss of his divine power. The longer he delayed, the more uncertain the task of sealing Zisha would be. Just as Shun Jili was about to attack again, the trapped beast suddenly let out a loud roar. It finally broke free from the magic array that everyone had set up in advance. With a pair of blood-red eyes, it pounced towards the woman. At this moment, the woman was still quite a distance away from her guards. The guards turned pale with fright, but they couldn't protect her in time. Just as their empress was about to be pierced by the ferocious beast's sharp fangs, a red light came flying over and struck the ferocious beast's neck. The red light was extremely powerful, causing the evil beast to retreat 2 steps. Before anyone could react, a red shadow flashed over and pulled the human emperor's wife back a few steps. Finally, she was out of the range of the evil beast's attack. "Demon Master," someone called out in a low voice. "It's the Devil Master." The crowd was in an uproar. The red shadow was Ning Xiuema. She was wearing a red dress that was as fierce as fire, and she was standing in front of the ferocious beast. As for the human emperor's wife, she was thrown back into the crowd and was heavily protected by the guards of the mortal realm. Chapter 2083. Now, there were only 200 or 300 people left in this place. After a long fight, everyone was in a mess and almost everyone was injured. At this moment, seeing Ning Xiuema, these people looked at her with a complicated look. They were surprised that they finally had a strong new force on their side. After all, Miao Fan had always used little Xiuema's face to do these kinds of things that angered the heavens and caused the 6 realms to be destroyed by the calamity. Now, seeing her face again, everyone had a very strange feeling in their hearts, not knowing whether to be happy or angry. The evil beast was free, the human sovereign was crazy, and there were 2 evil beasts controlled by the flute next to it. Of course, in such a big environment, people couldn't have too complicated emotions. Ning Xiuma didn't care about people's emotions. She didn't come here at the fastest speed to take care of people's emotions. She didn't even have time to see who she had just saved, and she quickly went into the fight, because the evil beast that had just escaped was already charging towards her. Raging fire, stone sword, lightning, the evil beast seemed to have seen its nemesis. In a short time, it had used all its skills to attack Ning Xiuma fiercely. A blood-red long sword appeared in Ning Xiuma's palm. While fighting with the evil beast, she led it to the formation. She was a newcomer, so no one explained the rules of the seal to her. But after all, she had sealed Zishao once before, so she knew the way of the seal. She could make the most correct choice without others' guidance. Her figure flashed like lightning, and every move she made was extremely powerful. Her sword light was scattered like rain, and it didn't leave the evil beast's side. It actually forced the evil beast to be somewhat flustered, and unknowingly, it was lured to the seal again. Ning Xiuma's figure flashed continuously and knocked away a guardian of the mortal realm who was stunned. She stepped on a protrusion of the spell pattern on the ground and shouted, "Start the formation!" The other people who were guarding the formation woke up from a dream and immediately cooperated with each other. After a flash of seven-colored light in the center of the formation, the evil beast was directly covered. This formation had different effects when activated by different people. The higher the magic power of the person who activated it, the stronger the effect of the formation. This time, the formation was activated by Ning Xiuma, so its power was not ordinary. The evil beast rushed left and right in the seven-colored light cover, but it couldn't shake the light cover at all. Everyone had trapped the evil beast so many times, but this time was the easiest and neatest, and the cost was the least. Countless bright gazes fell on Ning Xiuma. Some were astonished, while others were filled with admiration. Those who had fought with the little devil master were surprised to find that her power, and it was terrifyingly, even her aura had changed. The once hot-tempered little devil master was now as calm as a deity. She was on par with Shunjili. In the sealing battle against the evil beasts just now, Shunjili had no time to participate in the battle because he had to use the flute to trap other evil beasts. He relied on the human wave tactic of the masters of the six realms, so the casualties were great. Now, the little devil master's power was comparable to that of a divine lord. What was more rare was that she was good at setting up the formation. Her arrival undoubtedly gave everyone a boost. At the moment when the evil beast was trapped, almost everyone cheered, "Devil Master! Devil Master!" Chapter 2084. Ning Xiuma also let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she was not too late. She was not too late. Her gaze turned and finally landed on Shunjili. Her heart slightly tightened. Shunjili did not even look at her. He just stood there indifferently. Her arrival did not seem to have any effect on him. His eyes were lowered and the green bamboo flute flowed out a string of notes from his lips, suppressing the last two evil beasts. Ning Xiuma thought that he would fly into a rage the moment he saw her. She did not expect him to have this kind of attitude. It was as if whatever she did had nothing to do with him, and he only treated her as a stranger. Ning Xiuma did not know if she was relieved or not. No matter what, he did not give her any attitude on the spot. That should be considered magnanimous of him, right? His face did not even reveal too much disappointment. Perhaps in the depths of his heart, he also hoped that she would come and lend him a hand. It should be like this, right? This was not the time to think about personal feelings. It was more important to do proper business first. Ning Xiuma put away all her emotions. Her gaze turned and landed on the crazy Ren Huang. Ren Huang had already been controlled by Shunjuli's white light barrier. He was currently punching and kicking in an attempt to escape. Ren Huang's wife was tightly holding on to the edge of the barrier. She kept calling out for her husband. Her voice was mournful and shocking. This scene was actually very shocking. But these days, people had been struck by too many tragedies of life and death. Most of them were already numb to it. They could only look at this pair of unfortunate couple with pity. Ning Xiuma suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. These two people, Ji and Huang, Tian Xueqing. Ren Huang had Ji and Huang's appearance, while Ren Huang's wife had Tian Xueqing's appearance. Although their clothes were different and their appearances were not exactly the same, Ning Xuema could still recognize them at a glance. Her first reaction was that these two people had also reincarnated. Her second reaction was that she remembered that this was 50,000 years ago. In other words, the Ren Huang and Empress in front of her should be one of Ji and Huang and Tian Xueqing's previous lives. It turned out that they were once husband and wife. Ning Xuema felt particularly close to meeting acquaintances in this world, but when she saw them like this, she felt a stab of pain in her heart. Once the purple evil spirit was deeply infected, there was no hope of saving the person. They could only be executed. Therefore, the human emperor would definitely die this time. Shun Juli's bounded domain itself was a death domain, which would trap the people inside to death. Looking at the current situation of the human emperor, he should be dead in less than 3 minutes. The saddest thing in the world is the separation of life and death. Even little Xuema had heard that the human emperor and his wife loved each other so much. When she pursued Shanjuli, she even used the two of them as role models. Ning Xuema had little Xuema's memories, so she naturally remembered this part. The love between the human sovereign and his wife had spread throughout the 6 realms, but little Xuema had never seen them in person. Now that he finally saw him, he didn't expect him to be an old acquaintance. Thinking of Ji Yunhuang's tragic experience in his previous life and looking at their current life, Ning Xuema slowly clenched her fists. Their tragedies in both lives seemed to be related to her. Ren Huang's wife suddenly knelt down in front of Shun Juli. "Divine Lord, please let him go first. I have a way to control him." Releasing the crazy human emperor at this time was undoubtedly asking for trouble. Everyone naturally disagreed and tried to dissuade her. Chapter 2085. Ning Xuema thought of something and looked at Shun Juli. Shun Juli had always been cold. He only cared about right and wrong, and did not care about human feelings. Based on his original character, he would definitely not agree to let the human emperor out. Ning Xuema stepped forward and was about to plead for the human emperor's wife. Subconsciously, she still believed in Tian Xueqing's previous life. Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, Shun Juli moved his fingertips, and the wizardry barrier that imprisoned the human emperor disappeared. The human emperor regained his freedom. His handsome face was distorted, and he rushed out with a howl. A faint green light flashed, and a person directly rushed into his arms. "Your Majesty, I am Qingqing." The person who rushed into the human emperor's arms was his wife. Her name in this life was Yuan Qingqing. The human emperor was a person who would tear anything he saw. His palm had already pierced into Yuan Qingqing's shoulder blade. When he heard her words, his body slightly stiffened and stopped. Yuan Qingqing's blood flowed down his palm, and the human emperor froze there as if he was scalded. His eyes, which had been shining with a dim light, turned as if he was staring at Yuan Qingqing. Yuan Qingqing did not care about her injured shoulder at all. She risked being torn apart at any time and desperately stretched out her arms to hold his waist. "Your Majesty, you said that you would protect me for a lifetime. You said that such a silly girl like me would be easily bullied outside. You said that we would live and die together. So you forced me, who was not very talented, to cultivate immortality with you. You also used the psyche power that you cultivated with great difficulty to change my muscles and blood. Actually, you should have cultivated immortality long ago, but in order to wait for me, you delayed your ascension. You said that you would wait for me to catch up, and then we would ascend together. No matter what, we would be a pair of immortal lovers." Her voice sounded like she was crying and laughing at the same time. Tears flowed down her cheeks. "This time, you've also always protected me, risking everything to protect me. Your Majesty, we agreed that no matter who is poisoned by the purple demon poison, only the other party can free themselves, while the other party has to live well." She hugged him and talked endlessly. The light in Ren Huang's eyes flickered several times. His fingers stretched and stretched on the back of the person in his arms, ready to claw down at any time. The guards of the mortal world wanted to rush over and take Yuan Qingqing back, but they couldn't get close to the human emperor. Once someone got close, the human emperor would be in danger of exploding. They could only stand by and watch this scene nervously. Yuan Qingqing suddenly took out a tri-edged saber covered with talismans. That saber was extremely long, a full 3 feet. She flipped her wrist, and the tri-edged blade pierced into the empress's heart. It came out from his chest and pierced into her body. "Your Majesty, I've broken my promise. I'm afraid of being left alone. I know you don't want me to leave. Let's go together." The two of them were pierced through the sword like candied haws on a stick, hugging each other like conjoined twins. Apparently, the talismans on the tri-edged saber had an exorcising effect. At the last moment, the human emperor finally held her tightly with his trembling hands, as if he was holding the most precious treasure of his life. "All right, let's go together." The two of them slowly fell down and closed their eyes together. They held each other until death, and no one could separate them anymore. People showed pity in their eyes, but at the same time, they looked at Miao Fan with even more hatred. In this disaster, which one of them hadn't lost a family member? Chapter 2086. They had seen their wives, children, parents, relatives either infected by the purple evil spirit or killed by the infected. They watched them fall in front of them, but they couldn't do anything about it. Almost everyone had a debt of blood and tears to settle. But Shun Juli had told them in advance that no matter what happened, they must keep their minds balanced and calm. Once their minds were shaken, they would be easily controlled by the purple evil spirit. The team had started to move forward again. No matter how tragic things happened here, no one could shed tears. Everyone had only one goal in mind: to seal the purple evil spirit, to give the 6 realms a future. Shinjili must have used some kind of magic on his palm. The blood kept flowing, and he used it to attract the last 2 evil beasts to follow him. The moment Ning Xiuma arrived, she discovered that the evil purple beast was extremely excited to see her. It looked as if it wanted to eat her alive. She looked at Miao Fan, who had returned to her original body, and she understood most of it. This time, it was Miao Fan who did it. But because she was wearing little Xiuma's face and breath, she was remembered by the 8 evil beasts. So they only wanted to tear little Xiuma apart, but they didn't care about Miao Fan, the initiator of the evil. They were really stupid evil beasts of the purple evil spirit. Shun Juli had led the 2 evil beasts away. Ning Xiuma caught up with them. Before she could say anything, the 2 evil beasts immediately widened their small eyes when they saw her. They struggled to get rid of Shun Juli's flute and rushed to Ning Xiuma. These 2 evil beasts were the most ferocious. Even if one of them went crazy, it could destroy the world. Let alone 2 of them going crazy together. These 2 evil beasts were quite smart. They knew how to cooperate with each other. One from the front and one from the back. They concentrated their attacks on Ning Xiuma without leaving any blind spots. Like a squall, in a split second, they attacked Ning Xiuma to the point that she almost couldn't breathe. This kind of evil beast could only be sealed and could not be killed. Any magic weapon that attacked its body would not cause any damage at all. At most, one could use powerful telekinesis to push it back a few steps, but it would quickly counterattack. The Sky Splitter sword in Ning Xiuma's hand was a vicious sword. This sword was originally in Luo Jiuchen's hands. After Luo Jiuchen was sealed, this sword fell into the clouds and was picked up by Shun Juli, who brought it back to Fantian Palace and sealed it with a barrier. When Ning Xiuma was rushing out of Fantian Palace, she didn't expect that the sword would also break free and follow her. Ning Xiuma didn't have a good impression of this sword made of ferocious bones. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to it, but she didn't expect it to keep following her, trying to find a way to get into her hand. When she encountered opponents who had been infected by the purple evil spirit and lost their minds, this sword would automatically rush forward to kill them. It was very obedient. After a few times, Ning Xiuma couldn't bear it. What's more, this sword was very powerful. It was a supreme magic weapon to deal with infected people, so she kept this sword. Now, this sword had come in handy. The two evil beasts were not afraid of anything, but they seemed to be a little afraid of her sword. When she tried her best to slash them with the sword, she could leave a scar and let them bleed a little. The two beasts attacked Ning Xiuema too quickly. When everyone reacted, Ning Xiuema had already fought with the two beasts for more than 10 rounds. In just an instant, one person and two beasts were fighting fiercely in this space. Everyone could be said to be the masters of masters, but when they saw this fight, they found that their eyes were not enough. Chapter 2087. The speed of both sides was too fast, and they couldn't even see the movements of the two sides clearly, let alone intervene. Seeing that Ning Xiuema was in danger again and again under the attacks of the two beasts, everyone became anxious and looked at Shunjuli. Shunjuli stood there. His face was unusually pale. Looking at Ning Xiuema and the two beasts fighting, he didn't have any intention to intervene. Ning Xiuema was in danger again and again, but there was no expression on his face. He was very calm. The bamboo flute in his hand was still playing. Not a single note was wrong. Everyone knew that the sound of the bamboo flute was used to control the 8 beasts. Only by playing the flute, the 6 beasts that were already trapped would not break the seal. Blood was still dripping from his palm. God's blood was once the most delicious food for the 8 beasts, but after they saw their enemy, even the delicious food could no longer attract them. They attacked Ning Xiuema crazily. They simply didn't care about the cost. Ning Xiuema just rushed forward to replace Miao Fan and use her own blood to attract the two beasts forward, and then let Shun Jili bandage the wound on his palm. But she didn't expect that the two beasts hated her so much. When they saw her, they rushed forward as if they saw their best friend. She tried several times to get rid of them and try to run forward, but she couldn't jump out of the encirclement of the two beasts. Ning Xiuema encountered the 8 beasts when the purple evil happened before her time travel. She felt that the 8 beasts were not so powerful. At that time, it was not as difficult for her to fight against 8 beasts as it was now. Now, she was almost out of breath from the attacks. Fortunately, whether it was combat experience or martial arts, she was a lot stronger than before. Although she couldn't do anything to the two beasts couldn't hurt her for a while, forming a kind of dilemma. She naturally glanced at Shun Juli in the midst of her busy work, and found that he was standing there, looking at her indifferently. That gaze was like looking at a stranger. She was so busy, but he didn't have the intention to help. Although she knew that he would be very angry when she broke his barrier and ran here, she didn't expect him to be so cold. His heart twitched, and a sour feeling rushed to his nose. While she was distracted, an evil beast sprayed a bunch of iron needles at her face. She couldn't dodge in time. She pursed her lips and made up her mind. If she threw caution to the wind and got hit by its needles, she might be able to tear a hole in this beast and break out of its encirclement. With a sway of her body, she ignored the pitch-black iron needles and charged toward the beast. In the blink of an eye, the needles were right in front of her eyes, and the sky splitter sword in her hand sliced across the beast's fangs. If both sides hit the ground, Ning Xiuema's left arm would be shot into a hornet's nest, and the evil beast would be sent flying by her, making way for her. A white light suddenly flashed in the air. The iron needles were stirred up by the white light and shattered into pieces. That evil beast was also sent flying a zhang away by Ning Xiuema, and she took the opportunity to rush out of the encirclement of the two beasts. In the midst of the two beasts' angry roars, Ning Xiuema's movements were like lightning, and she directly rushed forward. I'll lead them to the next seal point. Everyone only saw a red shadow flash by, and the two beasts behind her chased after her like crazy. They didn't listen to Shun Juli's instructions at all. Everyone was stunned, and after being stunned for a while, they naturally followed. When Shun Juli saved her just now, he was about to do something, but he didn't expect her to be so radical. In the blink of an eye, she led the two beasts away and disappeared. Chapter 2088. Shun Jili paused for a while, then suddenly thought of something. His face changed, and his figure flashed as he chased after her. The sky was filled with purple fog, and there were all kinds of evil spirits howling in the fog. The fog was too thick, and her speed was too fast. When Ning Shuima ran forward alone, she couldn't see the road in front of her clearly. Fortunately, she was familiar with the road here. It was almost the same as the ceiling array 50,000 years later. Even if she closed her eyes, she would still know which direction to take. She ran as fast as lightning in front, and along the way, she would occasionally kill the evil spirits that came out from the thick fog. The two beasts chased after her crazily, and they almost threw off the crowd that had been following behind them. Everyone was surprised. Although this evil spirit ceiling array was designed by Shanjuli, it also increased the wisdom of many trap experts from other worlds. It could be said that this array was set up for the first time, and the mechanism inside didn't conform to any trap technique. Even those who set up the array didn't dare to run recklessly inside, in case they hit sharp rocks or fell into deep trenches with traps. This little devil master obviously came here for the first time, but why did she seem to be more familiar with the array than them? Everyone had the same question in their minds, but no one could give them an answer. Shinjuli also seemed to realize something, and his face became paler and paler. Ning Shuima finally ran to the narrow cliff that was only half a foot wide. The cliff was still there, and it was very slippery and bright red, just like when Ning Shuima first saw it. The two beasts behind her were about to catch up. Without thinking, Ning Shuima ran up the cliff and fiercely ran forward. Just as she ran a few steps, an eagle's cry came from above her head, and 7 or 8 of those soul-eating eagles rushed down at her. What the hell? Weren't these eagles supposed to appear 50,000 years later? Why did they appear now? When she, Shanjuli, and the others passed through this mountain ridge, she had suffered from these eagles. With her current ability, it wasn't a problem for her to fight against 3 or 4 of them, but now there were 7 or 8 of them. What's more, the 2 evil beasts behind her were rushing her like their lives depended on it. While she was delaying, the 2 beasts also rushed towards her, one in front and one behind. Her martial arts skills were high now, but even a tiger couldn't fight against a pack of wolves. If she had known earlier, she would have waited for the others. She scanned her surroundings again, and a look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. It was reasonable for others to be slower, but Shanjuli should be extremely fast, right? If he wanted to chase after them, he should have arrived by now. Is he punishing me for being disobedient? When he locked her up in Fantion Palace, he once whispered in her ear, "Shuima, if you try to leave, then you and I will cut off all ties." At that time, she had only taken his words as a threat, but now it seemed to be true. Did he really want to cut all ties with her? Why didn't he think about who she was doing this for? She was trying to save him. Even when she rushed up to talk to him, she only wanted him to stop using the god's blood. She didn't expect that he would just ignore her like this. Ning Shuima felt even more wronged in her heart. She pursed her lips and threw caution to the wind. "Shanjuli, I don't need you to care about me. I will definitely support you to the end." She was ruthless in her heart, but she wasn't careless in her actions. She fought with the 7 or 8 Netherworld eagles, and she also had to avoid the attacks of the 2 evil beasts from the front and back. It was very tiring. Chapter 2089. Wasn't this considered as a standard beast fighting? There were birds and beasts, and all of them were not easy to deal with. Ning Shuima felt that she was very humorous. In this kind of life and death situation, she was actually able to think of the word beast. The mountain ridge was narrow. She moved and jumped on it, weaving in and out of these few beasts. She was as slippery as a fish. She couldn't do anything to those 2 beasts, but she was still able to deal with these few nether eagles. In just over 10 minutes, 4 of the 7 to 8 nether eagles had already been killed by her. Moreover, there was an advantage to fighting in such a chaotic manner. Because the place where they were fighting was narrow and there were many of them, they would often restrain each other as they fought. As long as Ning Shuima made good use of them, she could often use the nether eagles as her shield. For example, the 2 beasts originally wanted to scratch her face with their claws, and the nether eagle above her head wanted to scratch the back of her head. She turned her body and dodged at the critical moment. Hence, The beast scratched the nether eagle's body with its claws, and the nether eagle slapped the beast's head with its claws. The nether eagle was torn into two, and the beast was also slapped down the mountain ridge by the nether eagle's claws. This beast was strange. It obviously didn't have wings, but after it fell down the mountain ridge, it would fly up in a blink of an eye and continue to attack Ning Xuanma fiercely. Ning Xuan naturally glanced at the people who were following behind her in between the fight. There were already dozens of experts following behind her, but she couldn't see Shun Juli. She could only hear the sound of the flute. Ning Xuan knew that once Shun Juli blew this flute, the entire array would be able to hear it, and no matter where one was listening, the volume of the sound would be the same. So she was unable to determine where he was based on the sound of the flute. She had already encountered several dangerous situations, but she didn't see him appear. Presumably, he had made up his mind not to take action. She curled her lips and smiled. Was this considered as lifting a stone and smashing it on her own feet? She obviously felt sorry for him and wanted to block the disaster for him. Now, it had become her facing these beasts alone, and he had become a bystander. Could it be that he didn't want to fight side by side with her? The two of them could cooperate properly for once. There were some things that she couldn't think about. The moment she thought about it, her heart would feel suffocated. Ever since she broke the enchantment of Shun Juli's Fanteon Palace, her kung fu had increased exponentially. It was as if a force had been injected into her body, allowing her to complete her mission. And now, she was fulfilling her mission. She only wanted to do her best to make up for her mistakes and minimize her losses. Other than that, she could only temporarily not think about it. She didn't know if it was because her martial arts had improved too quickly or if those nether eagles had become weak, but in less than 10 minutes, those 7 to 8 nether eagles had all been dealt with by her. Those two evil beasts had also been kicked down the ridge twice. As for the others behind him, there were a few who rushed up the mountain to help. However, the opponent was too strong, and the place was too narrow. Not only were they unable to help, but they also made Ning Xuanma feel that her hands and feet were tied. She was unable to display her full strength. Those who could hold on until here weren't weak. These people weren't the opponents of the evil beasts, but they were still relatively good at dealing with the nether eagles that kept appearing in front of them. A few of them took advantage of the time when Ning Xuanma was fighting with the two evil beasts and rushed to the front to help Ning Xuanma clean up the nether eagles. Since the obstacles in front of them were cleared, Ning Xuanma only needed to deal with the two evil beasts, and it was much easier. As long as she seized the opportunity, she would jump out of the encirclement of the two beasts and run forward. Chapter 2090. As long as she seized the opportunity, she would jump out of the encirclement of the two beasts and run forward. The way she jumped out of the encirclement could be said to be full of tricks, making the two beasts unable to guard against her. This made them even angrier as they chased after her. The road ahead was very smooth, and not a single nether eagle jumped out along the way. Ning Xuanma was still a little puzzled in her heart. With the martial arts of the people running in front, it shouldn't be difficult to fight with the nether eagles. They wouldn't encounter any danger, but it should still take time, right? Could it be that their martial arts were already so good? Could they get rid of the nether eagles in a single move? Or was there another hidden expert clearing the obstacles in front? Then who was this hidden expert? Ning Xuanma didn't even need to think to guess. Ning Xuanma's lips revealed a smile. She knew that he was actually still concerned about her. He was just angry because she didn't listen to him. Thinking of this, her spirit suddenly rose as she ran forward like a gust of wind. Her figure was like the wind. When she was about to run to the end, she finally saw Shun Juli again. He was indeed in front of her, and he was really with those people clearing the obstacles. He still held the flute in his left hand, and the sword in his right hand scattered like fireworks. With one sword, he cut the nether eagle that was attacking a young girl into two halves. The young girl's martial arts were slightly weaker, so she dodged a little slower. She saw the blood of the nether eagle splattering in the air and pouring down towards her head. The blood of the nether eagle was poisonous, highly poisonous. Once the blood poured down, the young girl's face would be disfigured. Fortunately, Shun Juli acted quickly. The sword light spun in front of the young girl, blocking the blood of the nether eagle. Not a single drop fell on the young girl's body. The young girl was still in shock. Looking at the great god standing in front of her, she blushed and said, "Thank you, Divine Lord." Shunjuli nodded slightly. He didn't say anything and continued to help the others. His attacks were sharp and accurate. Almost every time he attacked, he would not miss. A sword flew out and killed a nether eagle. Because of his help, the obstacles in front of them were cleared very quickly. Ning Xiuma also had fewer obstacles when she ran. Once she ran faster, the two beasts behind her wouldn't be able to catch up so easily, and the number of times she would be attacked by them would also decrease. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but glance at Shunjuli, who was floating in front of her. In fact, the two of them were working together, right? In this way, the overall speed of their advancement was imperceptibly increased by a lot. Ning Xiuma was, after all, clearing obstacles. Her speed slowed down a little, and soon she was not far behind Shunjuli. A nether hawk had appeared out of nowhere and was heading straight for her. This dark eagle was not large in size and had always been hidden in the depths of the fog. When Shunjuli and the others passed through, it did not come out to attack. But now he sprang out like he was having a stroke and caught Ning Xiuma off guard. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and immediately slashed at the nether hawk with her sword, directly cutting off one of the nether hawk's claws. The nether hawk screeched. It was actually not afraid of death and still pounced at Ning Xiuma. At this time, the two beasts had also arrived. Ning Xiuma stabbed the nether hawk's abdomen with her sword. At the same time, she flew up and kicked one of the beasts half a step back. She turned her body and avoided the steel knife that the other beast spat out. These few exchanges were like lightning. Ning Xiuma almost rolled on the line between life and death. Only then did she rely on her nimble skills to turn danger into safety. She couldn't help but glance at Shunjuli again. Chapter 2091. She glanced at Shunjuli. She was fighting for her life behind him, but he didn't even turn back to look at her. Instead, he helped the Celestial Emperor's daughter to settle the Dark Eagle. "Thank you, Supreme Divinity. Thank you, Supreme Divinity." Voices of gratitude rose and fell in front of her. They were both men and women. It was the most heartfelt gratitude when he helped them settle the Dark Eagle. Ning Xiuma felt that she also wanted to have a chance to thank him. Ning Xiuma was distracted for a moment and was surrounded by two beasts again. These two beasts were still smart. Every time they intercepted Ning Xiuma on the mountain ridge, they would attack her from the front and back at the same time. The mountain ridge was narrow. Ning Xiuma needed to kick the beast, blocking her way down for a few seconds every time she tried to escape. However, these two beasts were not easy to kick. She had to use a lot of strength every time. She fought with two beasts on the mountain ridge again. The people in front gradually went further away. Only a few whispers of discussion occasionally drifted into Ning Xiuma's ears. The Devil Master is surrounded by those two beasts again. Should we go and help her? We are no match for them. We will only lose our lives for nothing. She must be saved by someone with similar skills. Supreme Divinity. The Devil Master seems to be having a hard time fighting two beasts alone. Why don't? Someone carefully suggested. Most people felt pressured when talking to the Supreme Divinity. This person didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. He hoped that the Supreme Divinity could go and help the Devil Master. When these words drifted closer to Ning Xiuma, she couldn't help but perk up her ears. No need. She is the Devil Master. She can handle it herself. Shunjuli's answer was always so concise. The people in front of her went far away, and no one turned back to help her. She could only rely on herself. Ning Xiuma pursed her lips slightly. She smiled. He wasn't just a little confident in himself. Shouldn't he be happier? Also, his attack just now was very clean and efficient. There was no more blood on his palm, and even his complexion looked better than before. His body should be fine now. Just now, when she was fighting, he had been watching from the side. Ning Xiuma was a little disappointed, but she was more worried. She was afraid that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. She was afraid that he had the will but lacked the strength. She was even more afraid that he had exhausted all his divine power and was just standing there forcefully. Therefore, along the way, she kept looking back. Although she hoped that he would appear to help her, she was also afraid that he was injured or blocked by something behind her. This person had always been stubborn and liked to swallow his words. He didn't like to talk. Now that she saw him like this, she could be at ease. However, in his heart, what's with this sore and swollen feeling? What was going on with her eyes? She pursed her lips tightly, telling herself not to think so much. Focusing on dealing with this purple demon beast was the most important thing. Everything else could wait until later. No matter what, she had finally helped him. No matter what, she had finally put in her own effort for this purple demon disaster. She tried her best to control her scattered thoughts and fought with the two evil beasts. She would be free soon, and the next seal was not far from the other side of the mountain ridge. As long as one more beast was sealed, the last beast would be much easier to deal with. She had to hold on. After fighting for so long, her arms were sore and her legs were numb, but it was not a big problem. She could hold on until the seal was over. Chapter 2092. She saw an opportunity and slapped one of the beasts that was blocking her way. The bright red light showed that her slap was definitely a thunderous attack. That evil beast was hit by her bright red light and tumbled down a mountain ridge with a somersault. Ning Xiuma smiled and slashed the other beast that was pouncing on her from behind. She then flew forward. Woo! Suddenly, there was a long and shrill cry from below the mountain. A green light suddenly shot out from the mountain. The light came without any warning and was extremely fast. Ning Xiuma was just above the light. When she realized it, it was too late to retreat. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. Her thigh was directly penetrated by the light. She was almost nailed to the mountain. Blood instantly soaked her trousers. She was in great pain. She groaned and swayed on the mountain before falling down. The sweet smell of blood made the two beasts even crazier. The two beasts that had just climbed up the mountain kicked their hooves and immediately flew down. They wanted to cut her into 18 pieces. They wanted to take revenge. At the seventh seal, the people who had arrived in advance had already taken their positions. They were waiting for Ning Xiuma to lure the two beasts over. Then, they would lure one of the beasts into the eye of the array and trap it. Everything was ready, except for the east wind. Shunjuli did not gather with them. He stood on a lonely big rock and never stopped playing his bamboo flute. The wind lifted his robe, making it flutter. Divine Lord, do you want to take a break? A woman walked over and stood under the big rock. Just now, Shunjuli had saved this woman's life. This made her feel grateful. She also felt that she was one step closer to the Divine Lord. Previously, she had always looked up to the Divine Lord. Now, she finally gathered her courage and walked over. Shunjili still looked down and played the flute, ignoring her. Before the 8 beasts were completely sealed, he could not stop using the flute to control them. He also did not want to waste his energy to reply to this boring question. Take a break? If he rested for a while, the 6 beasts would break out of their seals and rebel. Meow Fan was still hovering in the enchantment barrier beside Shunjuli. It seemed that Shunjuli had cast some kind of spell on her, as she had been sleeping with her eyes closed, and no more blood was dripping from her body. Her blood was no longer useful, so Shunjuli no longer cared about her. It's all because of this woman that the 6 realms suffered such a calamity. The woman clenched her fists in anger. She glared at Meow Fan, wishing she could drag her out and cut her into 1,000 pieces. Shunjuli remained silent. He was not a talkative person. Ning Xiuma's actions just now had indeed helped him a lot. He was finally able to catch his breath and recuperate. When Ning Xiuma was fighting with the evil beasts, he could indeed help her and fight side by side with her. However, the moment he saw her, he felt a knot in his heart. He tried so hard to persuade her to stay, and even tried every means to make her stay, but he still could not stop her. She broke through all the barriers he had set and still came. He once said that as long as she dared to come, he would cut off all ties with her. He really did not just say this sentence. He would carry it out to the end. He would only treat her as a companion who sealed Zisha, no different from the people around him. Since she could be so cruel to leave him now, why couldn't he let her go first? Since she wanted to do her part to seal Zisha, then he would give her this opportunity to do it. There were roars of evil beasts coming from the mountain ridge. Obviously, the battle there was fierce. The woman who came to strike up a conversation was a little embarrassed. Another man next to her came forward. Chapter 2093. The woman who came to strike up a conversation was embarrassed. Another man came up and bowed. Supreme Divinity, should we go and help the Devil Lord? Shinjuli didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear anything. The man paused. I'll go and help her. He turned and strode away. Ning Xiuma was still a young girl of 12 or 13 years old. They were all men waiting here, but they had to let a young girl fight for her life. He couldn't bear it. The man was an immortal. Since he could come here, his kung fu was naturally top-notch. He hated evil. When he walked in the 6 realms, every time he encountered injustice, he couldn't help but intervene. He was never afraid of anyone. Even in front of the Divine Lord, he only had respect, not fear. He wouldn't act according to the Divine Lord's mood. The relationship between the Devil Master and the Divine Lord was a little subtle. In fact, these people could see it, but it wasn't convenient for them to ask. Ning Xiuma was fighting alone at the back. In fact, many people felt uncomfortable and wanted to help her. But because of Shun Julie's face, most people didn't dare to ask. But this man didn't. After enduring for a while, he couldn't stand it anymore. He informed Shinjuli and strode away. Shinjuli didn't have any reaction. Since he already treated her as an ordinary companion, he wouldn't ask about her. He would teach her a real lesson. He would let her know that he didn't have to have her. A moment later, the evil beast suddenly roared in the distance. Shinjuli's fingers holding the flute tightened. That evil beast was demonized. The power of a demonized evil beast could be increased by 4 or 5 times. Then that long howl was too ear-piercing. Almost everyone present felt their scalps go numb from the shock. As soon as the roar ended, they heard a loud shout. Devil Master! Then, there was no sound from that side. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but listen. There was silence on the mountain ridge, as if the battle had ended. Was it because the little Devil Master hurt the evil beast too much? Was that why it roared so tragically? Or everyone looked at each other. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Where is the Divine Lord?" Countless eyes looked at the place where the Divine Lord had been standing, but he was nowhere to be seen. There was an accident. Everyone ran towards the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was still the same, but not a single person could be seen on it. There was no little demon master, whose martial arts were extraordinarily high, nor were there those 2 evil beasts. Instead, under the cliff to the left of the mountain ridge, the indistinct roars of evil beasts could be heard. Ning Xiuma mournfully cursed in her heart. She seemed to have some enmity with this mountain ridge. She had suffered a great loss here twice in the past, and suffered a setback here. Her body fell like a meteor, and she tried to circulate her energy several times to stop herself from falling, but to no avail. Her left thigh had been pierced through by a sharp blade, adding 2 wounds about half a foot wide. The sharp blade made by the evil beast not only left a huge wound, it was also poisonous, causing her leg to hurt as if she was being stung by 100 scorpions. The sharp blade had grazed her bone, and a small part of her bone was broken. The pain of the broken bone was so excruciating that it scratched her heart and liver. The pain intertwined and made her weak all over. She couldn't use her psychokinesis to turn over and jump up. She knew that there was lava below the cliff, and she would definitely be melted if she fell in, so she desperately tried to save herself during the process of falling. Chapter 2094. She knew that there was lava at the bottom of the cliff, and she would be melted if she fell in. Therefore, she tried her best to save herself. She couldn't use her telekinesis at the moment, so she used her lightness skill. She threw the sky splitter sword in her hand towards the cliff. The sky splitter sword sank into the hilt, and she wrapped a piece of ribbon around the sword hilt. She finally stopped falling. She held a piece of ribbon in her hand and dangled it in the air like a swing. Not bad. It was better than the previous encounter. At least she stopped falling like a stock and stabilized before she could heave a sigh of relief. The top of her head darkened, and a gust of bloody wind assaulted her nose. She raised her head and saw the two ferocious beasts pouncing down from above. They had jagged fangs and bloodshot eyes. Each of them was the size of a small elephant. Their ferocious appearance was frightening. Ning Shuima cursed in her heart. Her sky-splitter sword was stuck in the cliff. She held a ribbon in one hand, and her other hand was empty. What could she use to fight with the two ferocious beasts? At that moment, hundreds of thoughts flashed in her mind. She did not even care about the pain in her leg. The two beasts probably saw her predicament and wanted to tear her apart. Therefore, they did not use any spells to attack her. Instead, they opened their bloody mouths. One of them rushed toward her head while the other rushed toward her leg. They seemed to want to divide and devour Ning Shuima. Seeing that their bloody mouths were about to reach her, Ning Shuima suddenly slapped the cliff with her palm. Her body flew out diagonally and brushed past the fangs of the two beasts. The two beasts could not stop in time. They did not manage to get the delicious flesh and blood. Instead, they collided with each other. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The two beasts' heads collided with each other. They trembled and fell down. This move of Ning Shuima's seemed very risky, but she was confident that she would succeed. Judging the direction, the strength used, the angle of her body flying, all of them were the pinnacle of experience. It was amazing. She avoided the fate of being dismembered. However, because she used too much strength, her palm was cut by the ribbon. It was burning with pain. However, she could not care less at this time. She had to take this opportunity to fly up. Otherwise, the two beasts would rush up. She didn't believe that the two ferocious beasts would die just like that. Devil Master. A voice came from above. Ning Shuima raised her head and saw a young man flying towards her on a flying sword. The man was dressed in black and had a tall and straight figure. His temperament was calm and handsome, but he had a handsome baby face. When Ning Shuima saw the man's face clearly, she was stunned. Shiju. No, it wasn't Shiju. It was little Shirtu. Number 2, who had gone through thick and thin with her in the Tianci continent, had died tragically in the mountains in order to save her. I didn't expect to bump into him here. Could he be little Shitu's previous incarnation? She had always felt guilty and regretful towards number 2 in her heart. Now that she suddenly saw him here, she was stunned. The man extended a hand towards her. Devil Master, I'll carry you up. At this time, Ning Shuima naturally would not be polite with him. She immediately reached out and grabbed his hand. He used a little more strength, and she flew onto his sword. The injury on her leg was too serious. Her entire trouser leg was stained with blood. The artery on her leg was probably pierced. Blood was still gushing out, causing her vision to turn black. She almost could not stand on the man's sword. She lowered her head and wanted to treat the wound on her leg. However, her body swayed and she almost fell. Chapter 2095. The man was shocked and stretched out his arm to hold her waist. Be careful. Whoosh. The two beasts were really strong. They fell down and flipped in the air, then rushed up again and pounced on the two people on the sword. Be careful. The man no longer cared about the woman on the sword. He raised his palm and slapped at one of the beasts that was already in front of him. His psychokinesis could be considered profound, and his palm could even shatter a diamond. However, when his palm landed on the beast's body, it was as if nothing had happened. It only shook its head and suddenly swept past his sword, pouncing in a direction. The man was stunned and suddenly realized that Ning Shuima had disappeared from his sword. He was shocked and thought that she had been taken away by the evil beasts. He raised his head and looked in the direction that the beasts flew to. He saw that the supreme divinity had flown down. He was still holding the flute in his left hand, but his right arm was holding the pale little devil master. He was flying up quickly. The two beasts were chasing after them. The two people and the two beasts were covered in smoke and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The man breathed a sigh of relief. The supreme divinity had finally made a move, so the little devil master should be safe. He also chased after them from behind. Ning Shuima was held by Shanjuli. Smelling the familiar scent on his body, She felt suffocated as if she was drowning. She couldn't tell if it was because she was wronged or something else. She was still thinking about her sword, so she raised her hand to summon it. The sword was already spiritual, so it could be considered a divine object. It came when she summoned it. Sure enough, the sword flew out from the cliff with a swoosh and flew towards her. Ning Xiaoma was happy and reached out to grab it. Before she could grab the hilt of the sword, a white light flashed and knocked the sword away. Ning Xiaoma was shocked. "You." The white light was sent by Shan Juli. Shan Juli said coldly, "That sword is not yours." Ning Xiaoma was speechless. She knew that the sword was not made by her in this life, but it was fate that brought her to this sword. Now, she urgently needed it to protect herself. The two beasts were catching up. It was about to bite their feet. Shan Juli, on the other hand, was holding the flute in one hand and her in the other. For a moment, he could not split his hands to send the two evil beasts flying. He only flicked out 2 beams of white light to slightly slow down the 2 beasts. However, the power of the white light was obviously not as strong as the white light he emitted from his hand. It didn't even hurt the 2 beasts' fur. Instead, it made them even crazier. The blood dripping from Ning Xiaoma's legs stimulated their nerves even more. They bit tightly and attacked separately, not wanting to let Shan Juli take her away. Shan Juli frowned slightly and raised his hand. Ning Xiaoma's body suddenly flew up. In the blink of an eye, she had already landed in the enchantment floating beside him. Shan Juli condensed a sword in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the 2 beasts were sent tumbling several times, falling down 12 meters. Shan Juli took the opportunity to fly up and landed on the other side of the stone beam. Miao Fan was also in the enchantment. She was lying there. When Ning Xiaoma fell in, she almost hit Miao Fan. Fortunately, she adjusted her body in time and sat on the side safely. Ning Xiaoma calmed down in the enchantment and quickly looked outside. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Shan Juli had struck the 2 beasts down and that number 2 had flown up as well. Only then did she care about the injury on her leg. The intense pain made her break out in cold sweat. She had lost too much blood. In the blink of an eye, there was a pool of blood where she was sitting. Her vision was also turning black. Chapter 2096. She smiled bitterly. It seemed that she was not invulnerable, even though her skills had improved greatly. It would still hurt when she was injured, and she would faint if she lost too much blood. She took a deep breath and immediately treated the wound on her leg. First, she sealed her acupoints to stop the bleeding. Then, she took out a bottle of medicine from her storage space. This was the result of upgrading the medicine that she had refined in the medicine refining room for the past few days. It was not much different from the medicine that Shan Juli had refined. She looked at her injured leg. Her pants were torn, and the 2 bloody holes were badly mangled. If she wanted to treat the wound, she would have to tear her pants. Unfortunately, the wound was on her upper thigh. If she tore her pants, she would be exposed. At this moment, Shan Juli had already landed on the other side with her. There were other people watching from the other side, and countless pairs of eyes were staring at her inside the wizardry barrier. The Devil Master is injured. She's bleeding a lot. That wound is so horrible. I didn't expect that the Devil Master, who is so powerful, will be injured so badly. That evil beast is too powerful. She is a delicate little girl, and she has been fighting alone for so long. It is already amazing that she can hold on until now. There were different opinions, but they were all concerned about Ning Xiaoma. These people originally did not have a good impression of Ning Xiaoma, the little Devil Master. However, after interacting with her along the way, they saw her fighting alone with the evil beast in order to protect everyone and greatly reduce the casualties. It could be said that she had made a great contribution. At this moment, they were full of admiration and gratitude for her. In addition, she was born petite, with big eyes, a small mouth, and small dimples on her cheeks. This kind of small appearance could easily arouse people's desire to protect her. Naturally, they could not bear to see her injured. "Devil Master, I have medicine here. It is specially used to treat sword wounds. It is definitely a miracle medicine. A person flew towards the wizardry barrier and handed over his most precious bottle of medicine. However, although the wizardry barrier looked transparent, it was very effective in blocking. If Shun Julie did not help, nothing could be sent into the wizardry barrier. Therefore, the bottle of Institute of Pharmacology naturally fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The man's face was full of pain. Fortunately, the little devil master inside the enchantment barrier was still very kind to him. She was in so much pain that her little face was pale, but she still smiled at him, revealing her signature dimples. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have my own medicine." She shook the medicine bottle in her hand and waved her blood-stained little hand at the crowd to reassure them. Everyone saw that although she was seriously injured, she was full of energy and seemed to be in good spirits. They finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the two beasts finally rushed up again. Shunjili took a step forward and rushed forward. When the crowd saw the two ferocious beasts, they also scattered like birds and beasts, running towards the seventh sealed area. It was not easy to seal the seventh beast. Firstly, this beast was demonized and wanted to go berserk at all times. Secondly, the little devil master, who was the main force of the beast fighting, was now trapped in the divine venerable's enchantment. He couldn't help for the time being. As for the divine venerable, he still had to control the other beast to prevent it from running over and causing trouble, so he couldn't help them. Therefore, they had to risk their lives for this sealing operation. Fortunately, Ning Xuema was inside the enchantment barrier. Although she couldn't help by herself, she was still very smart and opinionated. She put down the wound on her leg and stared at the sealed area with her big eyes. From time to time, she would remind them to pay attention to where they should pay attention and which direction was the easiest. Chapter 2097. Everyone was also a clever person, so they understood with just a hint. Following Ning Xuema's advice, it was much easier to move in this direction. The cost of sealing the second last evil beast was not too high. Ning Xuema was giving orders when her vision suddenly turned white. The originally transparent wizardry barrier turned milky white, and she could no longer see anything outside. Ning Xuema was speechless. What did Shun Jili mean? Before she could figure it out, a light green medicine bottle rolled in and landed beside her hand. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. This medicine bottle belonged to Shun Jili. The medicine inside was also the best medicine that he had developed. It was the kind that could heal injuries immediately after applying a little. Compared to his medicine, her own medicine was like a knockoff. Shinjili also said, "Heal yourself." His words were concise and comprehensive. This was the Almighty's usual style. His voice was not cold this time. It even had a hint of concern. Ning Xuema picked up the medicine bottle and smiled. "Thank you, Divine Lord." Her voice was gentle and polite, but there was also a hint of alienation. Shun Juli's body stiffened slightly, and he said coldly, "You're welcome. I saved you because I didn't want my companions to get hurt. You're very useful here." He had been playing the flute all this time, and he basically spoke in Fu language. His skills were high, so there was no difference when he spoke in Fu language. Ning Xuema nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, Divine Lord. I won't think too much." Since the wizardry barrier had turned milky white and blocked the view of the outside world, she was not afraid of being exposed. It was only now that she could really treat her injuries. She tore open her trousers and exposed her thighs. Looking at the two big bloody wounds, she cursed the evil beast's ancestors in her heart. If this kind of wound was in the modern world, it would require dozens of stitches. Fortunately, she had medicine now, magic medicine. It was too painful. With trembling hands, she cast a cleansing spell. After sweating for 2 days, she finally cleaned the wound and applied the medicine. Then, she watched helplessly as blood gushed out and washed away the medicinal liquid. Damn, why aren't my elixirs working? Would Shun Juli give her a fake bottle in a moment of desperation? Ning Xuema didn't give up. She applied the medicine to the wound 2 more times. Every time she applied the medicine, blood gushed out and washed the medicine away. She had clearly sealed his acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. So why was this still happening? Ning Xiumo raised her hand and rubbed between her eyebrows. It seemed like she wasn't going to be able to enjoy the Almighty's medicine. She took out her medicine and tried it. Strangely, it was very effective. At the very least, it could coagulate the blood in the wound, but the effect was not great. The large piece of flesh on her thigh was sticking out and looked very frightening. She thought for a while and took out a surgical needle and thread. She lowered her head and started to stitch up the wound. She could make a needle and thread, but she couldn't make an anesthetic. Therefore, she had to endure the pain. As a result, she broke out in cold sweat again. Miao Fan had been in a coma. She didn't know if she was stimulated by the smell of blood, but she actually woke up with a groan. When she opened her eyes, she saw Ning Xiumo sitting there and sewing her thighs with her mouth tightly closed. This scene shocked her. She screamed and stared at Ning Xiumo with her eyes wide open. It was as if she was looking at a monster. Ning Xiumo heard her movement and glanced at her casually. She ignored her and continued to stitch. Damn, it was so painful. Chapter 2098. She didn't know if it would leave a scar. Such a long scar on her leg would be too ugly. However, she probably wouldn't be able to wait until there was a scar, right? Miao Fan had been unconscious for the past few days and was obviously not in the right state at the moment. She moved her body and found that her whole body's power was sealed. With her current power, she was even worse than an ordinary person. She forced herself to sit up and looked around vigilantly, then looked at Ning Xiumo. Where is this? What are you doing? She seemed to have thought of something. Why are you locked up with me? Haha, did you also offend him? So he hurt you like this as punishment? Bitch, you also have such a day. She didn't have time to finish her sentence because Ning Xiumo slapped her with a wave of her hand. Not only did she shut her mouth, she even sealed her acupoints. Miao Fan fainted again and laid there like a dead fish. Ning Xiumo shook her head. Noisy. A good fairy has become a pervert. She lowered her head and continued to sew her leg. A blue medicine bottle came in and landed beside her leg. Ning Xiumo glanced at it. It was Shun Jiuli's other medicine for wounds, which also had an extraordinary effect. She moved her wrist but didn't pick up the medicine bottle. She just said, "Thanks, but I don't need this anymore." She had faintly noticed that the injury caused by the purple demon beast was a bit special. The more powerful the medicine was, the more useless it was. It was better to have a little magic medicine. For example, the ones that she refined herself could be of some use. At least her medicine could stop the bleeding and had no side effects. To deal with this kind of injury, she could only use the medical skills that she learned in the modern world. She had already finished sewing one side. Her technique was really excellent. She could still sew the wound evenly even with such pain. It looked like a big centipede was lying on her leg. It could be used as a tattoo. She closed her eyes slightly, took a breath, and calmed herself down. It was too painful to sew it directly. She had to slow down before she could sew the other side. She had been staying in the wizardry barrier and didn't see Shun Jiuli outside the barrier. His knuckles had turned pale, and the flute music almost went out of tune. She was hurt, wasn't she? She didn't even want to use his medicine. She was so strong that she didn't shed a single tear, even when her leg was injured to this extent. She was even smiling the whole time and had the heart to command people to set up the formation. When he rescued her, he thought that she would be angry at him. He thought that she would cry. He thought that she would say that she hated him with red eyes. But there was none. She was normal, but she had learned to say thank you to him. Although others couldn't see her in the wizardry barrier, Shun Jiuli could still see her if he wanted to. He watched her clench her teeth and stitch up her own wounds. He watched her break out in a cold sweat. His heart felt like it had been stabbed by someone and was being stitched up needle by needle. If they weren't in such a situation, Shun Jiuli would have desperately pulled her out of the wizardry barrier and personally treated her wound so that she wouldn't be in so much pain. It was his carelessness that caused her to suffer such a serious injury. He really wanted to cut all ties with her, so he let her fight on her own. Subconsciously, he thought that since she could break through his wizardry barrier in the Fanteon Palace, her skills should have increased to a certain level. The two purple evil beasts couldn't hurt her, but he didn't expect that there would be an accident. The two purple evil beasts suddenly demonized and caught her off guard. When he flew to the cliff and saw that he had lost her figure on the cliff, his heart almost sank into the abyss. Chapter 2099. The fear of losing her overwhelmed him. He almost didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him if she died like this. If she really fell into the special lava below, not only would her body melt, but her soul would also disappear completely. That way, she would really disappear forever. He desperately rushed down and saw the man from the celestial world rescuing her covered in blood. Her bloody appearance stung his eyes. Before he could think of what to do, he directly reached out and hugged her. When the petite body was in his arms, he knew he was finished. He couldn't abandon her at all. No matter how determined he was, it was useless. He put her in his wizardry barrier. Before he completed the sealing task, he didn't want to let her out again. She had suffered such a serious injury, so shouldn't she be recovering? At this moment, he was playing the bamboo flute to lead the last evil beast forward. Ning Shuima had lost a lot of blood. Blood dripped from the special, small holes in the wizardry barrier. Naturally, it attracted the evil beast to chase after him. Ning Shuima couldn't see the situation outside from inside the wizardry barrier. However, she could feel that Shun Julie was moving forward. She could also hear the roar of the evil beast from inside the wizardry barrier. At this time, the other side of her wound was finally sewn up. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and sighed. She almost wanted to collapse and roll on the ground. After meditating for a while, she finally regained her strength. The wound wouldn't heal in a short time, but as long as she didn't bleed, she could support herself and jump around. Outside, there was a low exclamation. "Oh no, this evil beast is escaping. Could it have sent something? Hurry up and stop it." There was chaos outside, accompanied by the howling of the evil beast and the shouting of the people. Ning Shuima's expression changed slightly. She jumped up and hit the wizardry barrier. "Let me out." If the last evil beast really escaped, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Perhaps only her appearance could make the evil beast continue to follow. Shun Jili ignored her. From the moment he put her in, he didn't plan to let her out. He cut his wrist again and let the divine blood drip down. He wanted to lure the evil beast to follow him and eat him. However, the evil beast seemed to have gone mad. No matter how good the food was, it could no longer move it. It crazily charged left and right, trying to break through the encirclement of the people and escape from this great formation. The people outside couldn't hear what was happening inside the barrier, but the people inside the barrier could still hear what was happening outside. Ning Shuima could hear that the situation outside was getting more and more chaotic. She could even feel that Shun Julie was moving quickly. Obviously, he was also blocking that evil beast. Ning Shuima suddenly clenched her fists when she heard the muffled sound of someone being injured. It was number two's past life. Was he injured? She took a deep breath and continued to hit the barrier. "Supreme Divinity, let me out. We can't let our efforts go to waste. I have a way to lure it to the 8th seal." Shinjili still didn't move. No one knew if it was because he didn't hear or if it was because of something else. Ning Shuima calmed down. She knew that it was useless to beg him. She raised her hand and began to break the barrier. After all, she had been with Shun Julie for so long. She had a good understanding of Shun Julie's wizardry barrier. In addition, she had broken the most complicated one in Fanteon Palace. Therefore, it was relatively easy for her to break this one. After a moment, the barrier broke. She and Miao Fan rolled out of the barrier together. Shun Julie was fighting with the evil beast. Ning Shuima and Miao Fan fell on the side of the evil beast's mouth. Chapter 2100. The beast was about to pounce on Shun Julie when it suddenly saw Ning Shuima. Its pair of small eyes immediately turned red. It opened its big mouth and bit down on Ning Shuima. Ning Shuima also did not expect that she would be so unlucky. She cursed under her breath and was about to roll on the ground when her body suddenly flew up and crashed into someone's chest. At the same time, the beast bit down on empty air and was furious. It rushed forward and continued to pounce on Miao Fan. One of its huge hoof stepped on Miao Fan, who had just woken up and was still in a daze Meow Fan did not even have time to scream before she was crushed into meat paste by the hoof. Ning Shuama. Shun Julie's face changed greatly. The arm that was holding Ning Shuama suddenly tightened. Ning Shuama, are you an idiot? You've killed her. Ning Shuama. She also did not expect to be in such a situation. It was also not her intention to cause Meow Fan to be trampled to death. He was holding her too tightly. Ning Shuama was about to vomit. She could not help but struggle. Let go of me first. You're hurting me. Shun Julie's eyes darkened and his arm loosened slightly. However, he did not let go of her. Ning Shuama, if you don't want to die, you'd better behave. He hugged her to avoid the beast's bite and quickly retreated. Ning Shuama could now see the surrounding scenery clearly. Almost everyone present was injured. A few of them were seriously injured. One of them was number 2. He was missing an arm and was lying in a corner. Their current position was actually around the 7th seal. Obviously, they had left just now. However, the last beast suddenly became smart and turned around to run back. They could not stop it and allowed it to run back here. The last evil beast was the head beast, and it was also the most powerful. At this moment, after being demonized, it was the size of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. When it ran, the earth trembled. Not only did it want to run away, it also let out a long howl to summon its companions. The evil beast that was sealed began to crazily ram around inside the seal. However, the timing of Ning Shuama's appearance was just right. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted the evil beast's attention and it pounced towards her. Shun Jili quickly retreated with her in his arms. The evil beast chased after them relentlessly. With the wind whistling in her ears, Ning Shuama saw from the corner of her eyes that number 2 had already stood up and was chasing after them with the others. She exhaled slightly and stayed in Shun Jili's arms, acting as bait. Everyone ran at top speed, and it didn't take long for them to reach the 8th seal. It took a lot of effort to seal the last evil beast. This evil beast was the smartest, so it was impossible to lure it into the sealing formation. Shun Jili hugged Ning Shuama in the eye of the formation and couldn't lure it either. Its 2 small eyes stared at the 2 people in the formation and began to retreat. Shun Jili frowned and was about to drip another drop of God's blood when Ning Shuama suddenly grabbed his hand. Wait! Her hand was slightly cold and was holding his thumb. Shun Jili resisted the desire to hold her hand and raised his eyebrows at her. What's wrong? Ning Shuama didn't look at him. She kept staring at the evil beast and quickly said, My blood can't attract it anymore, and yours won't work either. Don't waste your blood. Shun Jili naturally understood what she meant, but it was also a last resort. Otherwise, how could they attract it? I can drip more. Ning Shuama shook her head. It's useless. This beast is very smart. Between food and life, it chose the latter. If you want to attract it, you have to give it a strong drug.